Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to start.
ICEGOV, International Conference on Theory and Practice of Electronic Governance.
This conference on electronic governance reflects the tremendous opportunities offered by digital technology. Opportunities to connect the billions who remain offline to the resources along the information superhighway. Opportunities for governments to bring services closer to their citizens and give them the power to make their voices heard. And opportunities for all countries, particularly developing ones, to create new avenues of job creation, economic recovery and growth for their people. But this year's theme, Digital Governance for Social, Economic and Environmental Prosperity, reminds us that these opportunities are only possible with effective guardrails in place. Safety, transparency, privacy and protection must be at the core of our approach. These guiding principles will be central on the global digital compact that is being developed in the lead-up of the Summit of the Future in 2024. Together, we must forge new solutions as we build transformational digital systems that can serve all people. The possibilities of digital technology are extraordinary, but so too are its perils. The United Nations is counting on your ideas, vision and leadership as we balance the risks of digital technology with its great rewards.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Portugal. Welcome to Guimarães. Welcome to the International Conference on Theory and Practice of Electronic Governance. We are now starting the opening session of the 15th edition of ICEGOV, dedicated to the theme Digital Governance for Social, Economic and Environmental Prosperity. We cordially invite now the ICEGOV Conference Chair, Professor António Cunha, President of the Portuguese Northern Regional Development and Coordination Commission. Please take the floor, Professor António Cunha.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, friends and colleagues, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here to greet you in this ICEGOV, in this conference, in this city of Guimarães, in this region of the north of Portugal, and of course in Portugal. I would like to give a very warm and special welcome to our distinguished guests, our Secretary of State, Mário Campo Largo, Minister Baionisi from Uganda, Minister Edna Oliveira from Cabo Verde. There is a very important and very, very well-established community here in Guimarães from very senior people from Cabo Verde, and very important for this region, and also to the organizers of the conference, the leaders of UNU, Vice Rector of UNU, also our Director General, I'm sorry, Delfina Soares, thank you, I'm sorry, we know very well Delfina. And of course, I'd like to greet you all. We are in Guimarães, and normally our protocol also should give us the primacy to the Mayor of Guimarães, that is with us, Domingos Bragança, and also to the Rector of University of Minho. So please feel all greeted, and it's an enormous pleasure to have you here. You are in Guimarães. I think President Bragança will speak about that, but this is where this country was founded 9 centuries ago, where Portugal became an independent project. In fact, Guimarães was important because here our first king, at that time our first prince, Afonso Henriques, made the first Portuguese afternoon, as the historians used to tell in 1128. But in the north, Portugal was established. The bishops of Braga were responsible for the diplomacy that took the country to an independent recognition. And also from Porto, we got our name. The name Portugal is the port of the Gaul or the Galeaci, the people that used to live here before the Roman area. So we are very proud of our history. We are very proud of our anchors in a long, long historian track, but of course is with this heritage that we look, that we embrace the future, a future that is about what is going to be discussed in this conference, and of course it's about digital and digital transformation. The northern region of Portugal, north, as we say in Portuguese, is about 1/3, or slightly more than 1/3 of our population, 36% of our population, of the 10 million that we are in Portugal, about 28% in land, in territory, and is a very industrial zone. 40% of the Portuguese exports are produced in this area. Industry has here its major basis. Traditional was textile, shoe industry was important, is still important today, but more and more electronics and of course automotive industry, but related with the future of automotive, namely electric vehicles, autonomous vehicles are also being at least developed here with major manufacturers that operate in this area, and also very important research activity that is made in this area. We are in the industrial zone. We are also a zone where, a region where some of the best wines of the world are produced. It can be the fresh vinho verde that you get in this Minho territory, or if we go inside the country, you have the absolutely superb Douro and Port wines that are very well known in the world. A territory that once again combines modernity with heritage, and we are proud to have 5 sites that are classified by UNESCO as human heritage. The region, as I told you, faces the future with the well-known challenges that the world and Europe is facing now. We speak of the digital transformation, the energy transformation, the energetic transformation, climate challenges. But on the top of that, we face a very specific challenge that is something that is known, very well known in Europe, but in a more severe manner in Portugal and in the north, in this part, that is demographics. Our demographics has been negative for the last 20 years, with a decrease of 2% of population, and this creates us several challenges, mainly in our interior, that is more rural and less developed, than our littoral bank, that is more industrial and better developed. I'm speaking of littoral and interior. For some of you, the question of scale should be quite different than that we have here, because for us, interior or littoral, everything takes place in a 200 kilometers wide zone that for most of you is a very small territory, but for us is quite different. When we speak about energy, and of course, Portugal made and is making a terrific track in the way we go for renewals. This also happened in the north. In fact, North region stands for 60% of renewable production. Also solar, wind, and hydroelectric power. And we have several very strong projects in that area, including offshore wind platforms, and also this very new, what we call the giga batteries on hydroelectric power, that we have a cascade of dams, and we make very unique use of the water, producing energy when the water is coming down. In the night, where we have extra energy from the windmills, we pump the energy up, and we make this cycle for several times. And this is being very, very well known in the world. Climate change is affecting us, of course. A very nice example, not nice, but an interesting example is that our vineyards in Douro Valley, this Douro that is classified by UNESCO, our vineyards are climbing the mountain 1 meter per year because the temperature down close to the river is too high, and we have to go up with the vineyards, and so the vineyards in fact are moving, and we need to wet them on a time where water is not so abundant as it used to be in the past. And digital, of course, is there and is a challenge that we face. I'm sure that our Secretary of State will speak to you about digital policies in the administration in national terms. I will refer only some aspects for regional policy. Yes, we will have programs for mainly for training and also for development of the e-governance in local administration, municipalities, and also regional bodies. And we can speak of having BIM, building information modeling inside the municipalities, to have this almost digital twins of towns, and to have a very technological advance in the way the management of a building is done in our towns. Or we can speak of how to get people, mainly old people, acquainted with digital technology, once more and more the public administration will interface everybody in the mobile phone or in a computer. And we are in a region where, if we speak about the education records of our population between 20 and 30 years, we speak of percentage of higher education between 40 and 50%. But if you go with people with age higher than 60 years old, our percentage of people with higher education training is less than 10%. So when we go to the elderly people, mainly in the interior, the challenges of getting the interaction and the interface of those with digital applications is of course a challenge, and is also part of our policies. More than that, infrastructure is also important, and the regional programs in Portugal, not only the one of the north, but of the other regions, have a strong, an important project on widening the coverage of 5G and web access, digital access, because there are zones where the commercial operators don't find them interesting for commercial business, and we have to cover them with some extra funding to turn the operation viable. So it's because of all of this that in the north we are very proud to have in Guimarães UNU, this unit of the United Nations University in e-governance, is why we are supporting it, is why we do believe on and we trust very much the work that is done here, the international networking that is visible in this room, and is why we look forward to foster the development of this unit, and of course to foster the international cooperation and to have the opportunity to have you all, your organizations, your institutions cooperating with us, cooperating with UNU government, cooperating with Portugal and with this region. Thank you very much and have a nice conference.
We now continue with the chair of the ICEGOV Steering Committee, Elsa Esteves, professor at the National University of the South.
Distinguished guests, members of the ICEGOV community, friends. First of all, good morning and a warm welcome to the 15th edition of the International Conference on Theory and Practice of Electronic Governance, ICEGOV 2022. Today is an important day for the ICEGOV community. We are returning to meeting each other face-to-face after 2 years of the COVID-19 pandemic. And we are returning to Guimarães, the home of UNU-EGOV, which is organizing ICEGOV conference and conducting numerous activities to further the international digital government agenda worldwide. And I'm going to get out of my speech because Professor Antonio Cunha gave us a very nice message about the relevance of this region. And I would like to say that also Guimarães has born Portugal, but it has born through the effort of University of Minho and all the Portuguese that contributed, professors of the university, UNU, to build up UNU-EGOV, which is of utmost relevance for our community. Continuing with my speech, as we experience an increased incidence of crises, from pandemics and climate change to political polarization and war, the relevance of this agenda is for everybody to see. Digital government can ensure the continuity of basic government services at the time of the COVID-19 pandemic. It can scale up urban capabilities to receive refugees escaping climate change and war, or provide mechanisms for political and civil participation to strengthen democratic legitimacy and avert of ascendance of extreme and anti-democratic politics. However, digital government can also help autocratic governments conduct surveillance, suppress dissent, or manipulate elections. It can help democracies become undemocratic or autocracies maintain their hold on power. Whether digital government addresses concrete policy problems or strengthens government capacity to address such problems, shaping digital government response to problems is a complex endeavor. It requires interactive thinking, analyzing, building, and evaluating by researchers, experts, and practitioners from different disciplines and problem domains. ICEGOV has been designed to provide a global space for such interactions. I hope that this conference you will engage in many successful discussions with other researchers or practitioners from countries, disciplines, or problems domains different from your own, allowing you to deepen your understanding of the digital government domain and the concrete problems you are trying to address in your work. If you do, the conference will have achieved its main goal. Please, let us do together a very successful conference, enjoy the community, enjoy Guimarães, and have a good week for working and discussions. Thank you.
It is now the time for a welcoming word from Rui Vieira de Castro, Rector of the University of Minho, the local organizer of this edition of the conference.
Good morning to everyone. Dear Secretary of State for Digitalization and Administrative Modernization, dear ministers from Cape Verde and Uganda, dear Professor António Cunha, dear Professor Elsa Esteves, dear Professor Shen Xiaomeng, dear Mayor of the City of Guimarães, dear Professor Delfina Soares, Head of the ICEGOV unit, and of course, dear members of the ICEGOV community. On behalf of the University of Minho, I warmly welcome you to this 15th edition of the International Conference on the Theory and the Practice of Electronic Governance, ICEGOV 2022, hosted by the city of Guimarães and by the University of Minho too. This conference, as you know, is jointly organized by the University of Minho and the United Nations University through its unit in electronic governance. The theme of the conference, Digital Governance for Social, Economic and Environmental Prosperity, is of great social, economic and academic relevance in times of accelerated digital transition with all its implications. This edition will be a space for reflection and knowledge sharing on how digital technologies can be effectively used to build a more prosperous and developed world. The construction of a more inclusive, fairer and sustainable world is an objective assumed by the United Nations that calls for the collaboration of all of us and our academic institutions as a way to deal with the huge challenges that we are facing now. And Professor Elsa Esteves mentioned the political challenges, social challenges, and environmental challenges too. And that was also made clear by the Secretary General of the United Nations in his opening speech. The conference will greatly benefit from the gathering of researchers, representatives of public organizations and governments, and business people. We are going to participate in a very rich program. Allow me now a few words about the cooperation between the ICEGOV unit of the UNU and University of Minho that has proved to be a very productive and exemplary one. This partnership has been fostering UMinho's international visibility as a relevant player in the field of digital governance. It allowed UMinho to extend its academic activities through the collaboration with other types of stakeholders, namely with the universities, research centers, and government bodies from other different countries. The increasing number of dissertations and theses developed by UMinho masters and PhD students and of the number of project proposals submitted in the area of digital governance to funding agencies are indicators of our progress in the field. The impact of our cooperation is also visible at the level of educational offer. UMinho professors and researchers have participated in executive training courses organized and taught by UNU-EGOV to senior positions in government agencies in several countries. On its side, ICEGOV unit could strengthen and extend its set of skills for carrying out its research and service provision projects, mainly through the involvement of UNU professors under the status of adjunct professors. It also improved its research opportunities, namely through the possibility of co-supervising doctoral theses and master's dissertations. UNU was able to expand its portfolio through the collaboration in projects in the area of digital governance, coordinated by UNU, namely with Portuguese government agencies. The image of UNU-EGOV in Portugal was reinforced. The fact that UNU has welcomed UNU-EGOV greatly contributed to its acceptance in the country. In sum, these are some of the results of this very fruitful cooperation between UNU and the EGOV unit. Because we accomplished these impressive outcomes, we are strongly committed to reinforce our links through events like this ICEGOV conference. We are sure that doing so, we are contributing to substantially improve the academic field of electronic governance and to contribute to social and economic development, both at the regional and global level. Thank you very much, and have a nice ICEGOV conference. Thank you.
The United Nations University is the ICEGOV series coordinator and organizer, and therefore we now invite to the stage Shen Xiaomeng, Vice Rector of the United Nations University in Europe.
Your Excellencies, dear participants, and dear colleagues, a very good morning to all of you. It is truly a pleasure for me to be here today in Guimarães because digitalization is such an important topic. It has already penetrated in all areas of our lives. I'm very grateful to the Portuguese government for hosting our sister institute, ICEGOV, and I'm also very grateful to the city of Guimarães, which hosts our institute here in this beautiful, ancient city. Actually, I made a very small contribution this spring to the ECHO government, ECHO Parliament of City of Guimarães. It was an initiative to engage children and youth in sustainable development. I think that was a great initiative, and I happily supported it with a short message. E-governance is yet another important topic in sustainable development. Digital technology is playing an increasingly important role in the ways we live, we work, we learn, and participate in public life. Millions of people are connected through digital tools and benefit from their services. With faster communication and access to more information, and also other services. But in the meantime, there is also a deepening digital divide. Let me focus a little bit on inequality in digitalization. This divide is not only among countries, but also among different population groups within countries. According to the United Nations E-Government Survey 2022, as I learned from the agenda, there will be a roundtable on that topic as well. The new phase of inequality is digital. This starts with unequal access to internet and even to electricity. Without electricity, you cannot access internet. Unequal access to e-governance of different population groups, such as women and girls, older persons. I think one of the previous speakers also mentioned that older population is less capable of using digital tools. And also people with disabilities and migrants, for instance, just to name a few. Gender equality is another important cornerstone for sustainable development. The gender gap is evident across all sectoral services. A study quoted by the e-Government Survey 2022 shows that women are 30 to 50% less likely than men to use internet to participate in public life. Women are also less likely to own a smartphone. Maybe that's not so obvious here in this place, in this room, but this happens in many other countries, especially in Global South. During the COVID-19 pandemic, I believe that we all experience acceleration of digitalization, be it education or ordering food on the internet. And I believe it has been enormously beneficial for a lot of life areas. But also this laid bare different forms of digital inequality. Vulnerable populations without digital access are being left even further behind. If you remember, one of the ICEGOV goals is leaving no one behind. It is clear that technological innovation alone does not per se enhance human well-being for all. It depends on who has access to it and how we use it. How to close the digital divide in all its facets in order to achieve SDGs is one of the challenges we are facing now. And there is also a more of a philosophical question we need to keep in mind. It is true that technologies such as e-government and digitalization bring us more efficiency and convenience. However, it also poses a challenge as to how to strengthen real human connections while we go virtual in many areas of our lives. This reminds me of a story my parents used to tell me when I was a little kid. I thought it was a funny story, but now when I think about it, it's not a funny story at all. So my parents told me there was a Chinese philosopher in ancient China. He went to visit some friends in a village. And then he passed by a field where a farmer was working in his field. And he said, well, I just passed by another village, and that village invented a technology you could actually use in your work. This would make your work much faster, much more efficient. Shall I connect you with the other village to enable you to use that technology? The farmer said, oh, no, sir, thank you very much. I already knew about that technology. I intentionally not using it because if I use that machine invented by the other village, I will get a machine heart. So it was a funny story when I was a kid, but now when I think about it, it really symbolizes possible dehumanization of machines. So the farmer's fear to getting a machine heart is legitimate. We need to keep that in mind, how we can use digital tools without dehumanizing ourselves. We have already invented so many technologies and so many machines. If you think about your own daily life, we have washing machine, we have dishwasher, and I even have a vacuum robot at home, which doesn't do what I want it to do. And all of this were invented in the name of efficiency and saving us time to do more meaningful things. But I hardly know anyone in my circle of friends and colleagues who really has time. Why is it like that? So while the technology has been helping us save time, it also has significantly accelerated the speed of our times with faster process and more information. Can we process so much information in our little brain? And how can we use it in such a way it contributes to more human well-being and more human flourishment? I truly hope this conference does not only discuss the technical advancement and really look at the question of inequality and this philosophical question. With this, I wish you all a very engaging discussion and a fruitful conference. Thank you very much.
It is now time to give the floor to the mayor of the city of Guimarães. We will now have a speech in Portuguese with simultaneous translation into English. So please, Mr. Domingos Bragança, Lord Mayor of Guimarães, kindly take the floor.
Senhor Secretário de Estado da Modernização Administrativa, Mário Campo Largo, obrigado por estar aqui conosco. Senhora Ministro do Uganda, Senhora Ministra de Cabo Verde, Senhora Subsecretária das Nações Unidas, Cristina Duarte, Sr. Professor António Cunha, Presidente da CCDRN, cara Elsa Esteves, Professora da Universidade das Nações Unidas. Também obrigado por estar cá, juntamente também cumprimento o Thomas, que foi exatamente a Elsa Esteves e o Thomas que iniciaram a nossa unidade operacional para a governação eletrónica da Universidade das Nações Unidas em Guimarães. Obrigado. O Sr. Reitor já esteve aqui connosco, saiu, da Rui Vieira de Castro. Senhora Vice-Reitora da Universidade das Nações Unidas, Shan Xiaomeng, obrigado por estar aqui connosco. Senhora Professora e Diretora Delfina Soares, e na sua pessoa, Senhora Diretora da nossa Unidade para a Governação Eletrónica da Universidade das Nações Unidas, na sua pessoa, cumprimento toda a equipa da Unidade Operacional para a Governação Eletrónica da Universidade das Nações Unidas em Guimarães, e desde já o nosso obrigado, em nome de Guimarães, o meu obrigado pelo seu excelente trabalho, o trabalho que têm feito nesta unidade das Nações Unidas. Cumprimento todos os participantes, todas as entidades de todos os países, e dizer-lhes que aqui em Guimarães nasceu Portugal. Irá fazer 900 anos em 2028, este nascimento aqui de Guimarães, de Portugal. Mas temos história, somos orgulhosos da nossa história, mas pela nossa história fazemos futuro. Em Guimarães dizemos que Guimarães é uma história feita a futuro. Os pilares da cidade e do território de Guimarães são a educação, a cultura e a ciência. Através destes pilares, nós temos o melhor desenvolvimento humano, a melhor sociedade e uma economia robusta. Pode demorar mais tempo, mas a longo prazo, estas dimensões é que são as que contam. Nós estamos muito orgulhosos e damos todas as condições para a Universidade das Nações Unidas aqui em Guimarães. Queremos que a unidade, aqui fundada em 2014, para a governação digital dos governos e das sociedades, passe a instituto. Senhora Vice-Reitora, queremos passar a instituto. A base da cidade de Guimarães é ser uma cidade multicultural, totalmente disponível para a cooperação. Nós, em Guimarães, entendemos que as ferramentas digitais, a formação digital, a literacia digital dará condições para a melhor prestação do serviço público, do Estado e das cidades. Mas também entendemos que sem a envolvência dos cidadãos na governança local e nacional, não teremos democracias fortes e não teremos sociedades duradouramente de paz e de segurança. Os projetos digitais dos governos, nomeadamente dos governos locais, deve ser da participação da cidadania, do cidadão. Nós temos 2 projetos muito interessantes, entre outros, com a Universidade das Nações Unidas, nesta base da cooperação. Entendemos bem que a cooperação e o trabalho da Unidade das Nações Unidas é para todo o mundo e para todos os países. Mas também queremos ter parcerias locais com a Universidade das Nações Unidas. E temos 2 projetos muito interessantes. Um é o ProChild, um projeto colaborativo em que a Unidade das Nações Unidas está envolvida e é para definir conhecimento, novo conhecimento, um conhecimento participado com os agentes, as instituições e as entidades e as pessoas locais para combate à pobreza infantil. É um projeto excepcional. Vale a pena saberem dele, mesmo nesta conferência internacional. Um outro projeto é o da medição da percepção dos indicadores para a envolvência dos cidadãos para a neutralidade climática. Nós somos uma das 100 cidades que foi escolhida para a neutralidade climática da União Europeia. Queremos que este projeto ou esta missão seja bem sucedida. Estamos a trabalhar com a universidade, com as nossas universidades, obviamente do Minho com a Universidade das Nações Unidas, com as entidades de investigação científica, porque entendemos que sem medir, sem monitorizar, nós não sabemos bem o caminho a seguir. E ao medir e ao monitorizar, nós envolvemos as comunidades de base. Mais uma vez repito, a digitalização é essencial. A boa governação local, nacional e mundial não se pode fazer sem a digitalização. Por razões que vocês conhecem ainda melhor que eu, muito melhor, mas o que eu sei é que o mundo digital tem que ser um mundo com as pessoas, em que as pessoas sentem que fazem parte desse processo, são parte não só interessada, mas parte ativa e proativa. O digital abre um mundo enorme de possibilidades e uma delas é exatamente sabermos mais sobre como mudar comportamentos individuais. Através da mudança de comportamentos individuais, mudamos e transformamos os comportamentos de uma comunidade, das comunidades de base, mudamos uma cidade e na cidade replicamos para outras cidades e mudamos o mundo. Do local para o global, nos grandes desafios do futuro, nomeadamente das alterações climáticas, do ambiente, da proteção da natureza, mas também, essencialmente, também na proteção da democracia, da paz mundial, pelo empoderamento dos cidadãos, nos valores essenciais das boas sociedades. É este o mundo digital. É o mundo da informação, mas é o mundo da participação. É o mundo da envolvência local para o geral. É aqui em Guimarães que procuramos fazer disto. Uma cidade que sabemos, porque nos dizem e porque também sabemos observar, é uma cidade que soube preservar a sua história, é património mundial classificado pela Unesco, temos 20 hectares classificados, estamos na fase final para passarmos para o dobro, para 40 hectares, onde inclui exatamente a sede da Universidade das Nações Unidas como património mundial. Vamos continuar a proteger o edificado, mas o edificado como valor cultural de pertença e identidade das pessoas. Só isso, só assim é que a política faz sentido. Só assim é que o saber e a nova produção de conhecimento e conhecimento faz sentido. É por isso que os pilares de Guimarães são exatamente a educação, a ciência e a cultura. Obrigado a todos e uma boa conferência internacional.
We now transition to the opening keynote by Mario Campolago, the Secretary of State for Digitalization and Administrative Modernization of Portugal.
Good morning, everybody. Dear Conference Chair and President of CCDR North, dear António Cunha, dear Mayor of Guimarães, Domingos Bragança, dear Chair of the ICEGOV Steering Committee, Elsa Esteves, dear Rector of the University that left for specific reasons, dear Vice Rector of the for Europe of the United Nations University, Xiaoming Shen, dear Head of the ICEGOV United Nations University, Luís Soares Barbosa, Delfina, dear Ministers of Uganda and Cape Verde, esteemed guests and participants. I'm here today very pleased welcoming you to this 15th ICEGOV conference representing our Prime Minister, Mr. António Costa, who unfortunately is not able to be with us at this occasion. And I think, like him, that this conference is especially important to Portugal, since, among other reasons, it is organized by the Policy-Driven Electronic Governance Unit of the United Nations University, headquartered here in Guimarães. At the same time, it's therefore my pleasure to welcome you to Guimarães, the birth city of our country, where, as Antonio said before, where King Afonso Henriques started what would become a 9-century-long and still ongoing adventure of I would characterize as discovery and exploration. Discovery and exploration first of ourselves, and then of the world around us. Discovery and explorations are indeed two distinctive characteristics of the Portuguese way of understanding the world, or better, of understanding the world's known and the world's unknown. And obviously those two characteristics of discovery and exploration call for what? They call for innovation. They call for adaptation and openness to new environments. Actually, they always put at stake our ability to reinvent ourselves in new realities. They actually give us a sense of urgency when searching for what lies beyond the horizon, beyond our frontiers, into the great unknown. They allowed us in the past to learn from the people among whom we have lived in a world that actually we helped modestly to become globalized, allowing for these international communities to meet so often like these days. But whether the uncharted territory is a physical world or a new digital environment, whether information travels by a caravel or by a submarine cable, whether the tools belong to the celestial navigations and included actually ingenious astrolabs, or refer to the digital tools of the future, discovery and exploration are integral parts of what the Portuguese are and how we envision the world. And in the same way we have been recognized as pathfinders of the new physical world centuries ago, we want also to be today pathfinders when we deal with the digital world. That's why, for example, Portugal invests so much in one of the pillars of the modern digital society. Actually, to rank among the leading nations in the use of digital government and digital tools, and being recognized as a nation in the forefront of developing and making available public digital services. Actually, I must say, and apologies, in this context we are very, very proud of being part of the Digital Nations, a network of the most advanced nations promoting digital government, engaged in harnessing the full potential of digital technologies to advance the lives of our citizens. Furthermore, we are honored in this very moment to start being presiding of the Digital Nations in the coming year. Dear guests, dear participants, I spoke here and there of digital government. But this very same conference where we are today challenges us by putting in the title digital governance. A concept that we should be all aware is not entirely coincident with the notion of digital government. Digital governance extends the traditional concept of digital government to incorporate novel practices related precisely, dear Mayor, to citizen engagement, based upon a more inclusive process, open to co-creation and involvement of businesses, of non-governmental entities of all sorts, and also engaging with academia, fostering, therefore, a multi-stakeholder ecosystem able to dynamically respond not just to the challenges of today, but of the challenges of the future. In other words, governance, I would claim, is the essential factor, is the motivation that has to drive all of us and will make sure that the process of digitalization is put at the service of the person, at the service of our people. So, dear friends, allow me to share with you how we in Portugal draw from our experience in digital government and governance, and how we look to a vision that encompasses not just the traditional issues and challenges, but the global ones, as the Secretary General of the United Nations challenged us in the beginning. In other words, let me share with you how we have been and are navigating as a digital nation in the ocean of the accelerated digital transformation of a country, of our country, of Portugal. And I'll do that reflecting on three main topics: technology, processes, and people. And obviously, I will not forget the big challenge of this conference and of Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, about the purpose of all of that. But maybe first, this huge challenge of keeping up with a very, very fast evolving technology landscape. Because digital government is powered not just actually by the digital infrastructure of the government agencies or of the public entities, but also by the digital infrastructure of all the country. And Antonio, you are absolutely right, spot on referring to the white zones that in Portugal and in any country that wants to be cohesive have to be addressed. And why do I say that? Is because the digital infrastructure of the whole country is what will enable the broad use of the digital public services by a digital literate population. More than that, the success of digital government relates also to the ability to harness the full potential of disruptive technologies, as you are actually doing in this part of Portugal, dealing with automotive, with all kinds of electronics and other research with an applied industrial perspective. So governments need not just to have a good digital infrastructure, but also to look into the ways of harnessing the disruptive technologies. We actually live in times where technology develops exponentially, what puts a lot of pressure on giving answers to new and potentially new and different challenges. But also be aware that the swiftness in which technology evolves tends to render things obsolete more quickly. And dear colleagues, I'm not just talking about our technological infrastructure. It actually, on the way government agencies, local authorities, I would say also businesses are organized to answer to the citizens' needs. New and disruptive technologies, such as artificial intelligence, 5G, cloud computing, Internet of Things, or blockchain, and their enormous ability to generate and process data, digital twins you mentioned, create challenges that go beyond their use, or even the consideration of the associated risks, be them of personal protection type, or even with a stronger and more important ethical dimension. What is at stake actually when harnessing the full potential of these technologies is to actively prepare to the management of change. The management of change of our private or public organizations, the management of change of our government, and ultimately the management of change of the whole society. In that sense, in Portugal, we have been preparing and will be announcing in the near future a number of new important strategies. From smart cities, and here the think local, think global, interact global and local is very important. So a strategy for smart cities to make sure that our populations feel the relation between them and the administrative and governance authorities or entities, a strategy on Web 3.0, a strategy on artificial intelligence, and a strategy on data that is at the core of all our strategies. And while launching those strategies, we have also to foster open data conducive to the emergence of a GovTech sector, vibrant. We need to experiment maybe in regulatory sandboxes and create the conditions for the provision of new products and services, not just by the big companies, by the small and medium enterprises, by the startups, and for that, creating the conditions for test beds or digital innovation hubs that obviously will exploit the power again of data, of high-performance computing, and will take care of the important aspects of cybersecurity. But when we think about the public organizations, when we think about digital government, it's also important that this technical perspective will be addressed with the right level of coordination amongst the different entities to foster the efficient use of resources, to ensure effective interoperability, and to exchange experiences and good practices, namely in the context of the use of disruptive technologies. That's why in the Portuguese government we establish a coordination on ICT through what we call the ICT Council in Portugal, in our terminology, CETIC. This is actually a gathering of the government agencies, more technologically intensive, meeting regularly. And actually, by the way, one of the meetings will take place here on Thursday to profit from the wise and the knowledge that is here and the inspiration that we can get out of you. And in this ICT Council, we address issues like the adoption of cloud computing. We explore the full potential of data. I repeat again, data, the full potential of data. We develop common frameworks to make sure that our digital public services have the same feeling and frictionless to all the citizens. Having addressed a bit the topics, the challenges that technology brings to us, to the digital government actors, let me spend a few moments on the notion of processes. Because digitally provided public services cannot be, should not be mere dematerialization of the in-person counterparts. They actually need to explore multidisciplinary processes, multidisciplinary tools and techniques that will reframe and simplify administrative processes under a completely different logic, ensuring ultimately that the citizens and the enterprises benefit from frictionless public services, all of them, as you well know, based on live or enterprise events. Common standards are absolutely important and should be adopted across the several public administration bodies so that the user experience when accessing different public websites, services, or mobile apps is consistent, coherent, and seamless. And obviously, because all our populations, including in Portugal, have different levels of digital literacy, we should reinforce this user experience by an omni-channel approach. If I would have to summarize, I would like to say that digital services must, in our view, anticipate, this word is very important, anticipate the needs, and at the same time, automate the solutions with minimal intervention by the person or entity to which these services are going to be provided, adopting a once-only practice, refraining from asking from documents and any kind of other information when that information is already available to other public administration bodies. And this is actually in Portugal the motto. the driving force behind what we call the Simplex program. The Simplex program, that is the Portuguese government's flagship program for simplification and administrative modernization. Simplification needs to be part of the DNA of any public administration. It is part of the DNA of the Portuguese public administration at all levels and, in our view, in a very persistent way. But as I said in the beginning, technology, processes, but more important, people. The citizen at the center of digital government means that more important than making digital services available is to ensure that they are effectively used by everyone. This requires that people know how to use them and that they feel comfortable in this experience. Therefore, and under the strategy and the action plan for the digital transition, we in Portugal have been investing in a wide range of training programs, from basic to advanced skills in a professional context, from training to retraining and upskilling, from the young to the adult and elderly population, from general workers to workers in specific sectors, such as cybersecurity. In all of these aspects, Portugal has been putting in motion a significant number of initiatives aimed at increasing the digital literacy of the whole population. Making digital government work for people means also to provide tools that make the user experience safer and simpler. This is why we have actually developed tools such as a dematerialized authentication system, what we call the digital mobile key, an ITU-awarded system that allows for safe authentication in websites, either public or private, such as, for example, home banking. And they also allow for the use of qualified digital signatures with no special equipment necessary other than a mobile phone. But this is not enough. We actually enhanced the means of digital identification in accordance with the undergoing European initiative on digital wallets, actually pioneered in Portugal by the development of the ID.gov app, an app integrating already multiple official documents. And we will soon evolve for more advanced authentication methods using biometrics and calling upon for the multi-stakeholder involvement that will ensure its generalized adoption in the establishment, for example, of business-to-business contractual or citizen-to-citizen social relations. But dear friends, the title of this conference, apart from digital governance, brings us into another dimension, what I call here the purpose dimension, a dimension with a global nature and responsive to the Sustainable Development Goals. As argued, Portugal believes that technology can be used for the benefit and empowerment of its own society in a way never seen before. But we believe that this should be done contributing not just to its economic development, but also the well-being and the prosperity of our societies, and here, more broadly speaking, the prosperity of societies of our own globe at large. This means that we need to continuously question, rethink, and possibly adapt how we use digital technologies to address human needs, to endorse human rights, to promote social cohesion, quality of education, gender balance, good health, and so many other aspects. This can only be done on the basis of an open reflection concerning challenging topics for our democratic societies, such as ethics, digital and social cohesion, strategic autonomy, sustainability, greening, privacy, data protection. This is because the digital world actually brings us complex challenges. From the digital divide to the disinformation, from the engagement of the workforce to the widespread of cyber attacks, all affecting the overall sustainability of our global societies. Only being conscious of opportunities and risks and being ready to act upon them will allow us to continuously improve our strategies and practices and build a better digital for all of us. Actually, the strategy and action plan for the digital transition that we adopted in Portugal takes into consideration what I believe is a balanced, inclusive, and human approach, aiming to give a positive answer at the same time to the global issues. This plan presents a coherent and integrative roadmap for a digital transformation of Portugal, and I challenge you to consider this for your own countries based on three key words: people, enterprises, and public administration. We work hard to implement this strategy and this action plan in line with our objectives, with our ambition, taking Portugal to a higher level of digitalization in full alignment with the national and European green and digital agendas, and driven by the digital compass, which sets the ambition of the European Union for 2030. And because we cannot lose sight over the societal challenges triggered by the technology, and your example of the village that looked at innovation in the other village with a human perspective, because of not losing sight over the societal challenges triggered by technology, Portugal was actually one of the first countries in the world to issue a Charter of Fundamental Rights in the digital era, and to present, during the Portuguese presidency of the Council of the European Union, the Lisbon Declaration, subtitled Digital Democracy with a Purpose, which has significantly contributed to the current proposal of the European Commission Declaration on Digital Principles and Rights. Esteemed participants, dear friends, thanks very much for listening to me. The journey to this digital society is as challenging as all the challenges that we had in the past. The new brave world that we're continuously discovering and imagining is equally amazing, disruptive, and will become a society changer. Let's pay tribute to our ancestors being brave in this place of Guimarães, imagining and co-creating new realities, and will deserve the respect of our fellow citizens as we build more intensive, more transparent, more human-faced relations between one side, the government and the public administration, and on the other side, the citizens and businesses to whom we all work. This is the mission that we all shall embrace, making a digital government with a human face to the benefit of all our citizens and to a sustainable development of our planet. I wish you a very fruitful experience in this conference, and I'll be glad to listen to your conclusions. Thank you very much for being with us today.
To close the opening session, we will have now a musical moment with violinist João Rodrigues from the Musical Society of Guimarães. and restart the session at 11. Thank you very much.
Open your jacket,
Yeah.
please. Pocketing your jacket.
Oh, here?
Maybe.
Yeah, put it inside there. Yeah.
Perfect, okay. Okay. Mais Okay. Comfortable? Nice?
Can we, yeah. Yeah, I think it's good.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me see the, thanks, that's very good.
Next and back.
Yeah, this.
Maybe you sit in the center together with Delphina.
Okay.
We need only 3 chairs. 3? Yeah. We don't need 5.
Yeah.
Only 3. Okay. Yeah.
But they should leave the.
Maybe leave one of them just for.
But it's because we have we have 2 presentations. That is not possible to leave the. It's not possible.
Is your problem to have 6 chairs?
We don't have 6 people. We are 3
I
people.
know, but we other sections.
Yeah, it's fine. Then it's okay. But
keep it if you want.
Yes,
yeah,
I
yeah.
prefer because after that.
So you don't change, yes.
Yes,
Okay, it's fine.
change.
But because we have 2 presentations,
Yes.
it's better to have the podium for the.
Ask us to remove
Okay.
until the closing ceremony.
Okay.
The notes.
Yeah. That's why it's more.
The
Anyway.
organization
Okay, it's
told
fine,
us
fine.
To move on, to remove.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Let me put this back there.
Yeah. Okay.
You have another bag or just this?
Then I have my yeah. Put the.
Aqui é só isto, né? Pronto. E quando é duas apresentações.
voice. Can you hear me now? Okay. We will start shortly. Thank you for joining us. I'll just give a few more minutes for people outside to come and join us. Good morning, everyone, again. Thank you for joining us this morning in the Roundtable Session 1, Regional Launch of the UN-E-Government Survey 2022, an expert group meeting on its methodology. I think people will join us slowly, but we can start at the same time because we are already late. 15 minutes. We will try to finish this session as usual time at 1 o'clock. So I will adjust time accordingly between our two presenters. My name is Deniz Susar. I work in the Digital Government branch of the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs. I'm here together with Mr. Vincenzo Occaro, Chief of Digital Government branch at the same department. And Ms. Delfina Soares, Director of the United Nations University Operating Unit on Policy-Driven Electronic Governance. This session will serve as the European regional launch of the 2022 edition of the United Nations e-Government Survey in Europe, and also, as I mentioned, expert group meeting on its methodology. It will include an in-depth presentation of the survey data and results, followed by reflections from you. Before we start, we would like to thank UNU-EGOV for allowing us to run this session during the ICEGOV, and also to conduct our expert group meeting discussions integrated to the ICEGOV program. There are also a few experts among us who devoted their time this week for the survey methodology. Gianluca Misura, Nele Liosk, Najat Zaruk, Fadi Salem, Dries Ketani, Fikret Sivrikaya, and Loredana Bellantuno. In addition to many other of you who were involved with the e-government survey in the past years, one way or other. So these people, they will be following the ICEGOV sessions with the UN e-Government survey methodology at the back of their minds. And they will share with us their reflections on Thursday at 2 p.m. in Guidana room. It's not in the program, but you are welcome to join us, join UNDESA on Thursday as well, to hear more about the methodology. So we see today's session as an introductory for everyone to the UN e-Government survey and its methodology, and we hope that this discussion will continue throughout the week. And if we come back to today again, we have now approximately 1 hour 40 minutes, so I will try to divide equally the time between the two presenters. And then after each presentation, we would like to hear from you questions and your feedback, hopefully critical but also constructive feedback on the methodology, and clear suggestions how we can improve the survey methodology. In simple terms, we want to hear basically your comments, because there is a ton of expertise in this room, and your views are very important. So without further ado, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Vincenzo Occaro for his presentation.
I think now you can hear me well. Okay. Thank you very much. First of all, let me say it's a great pleasure and also a great privilege to be here today. And on behalf of the Department of Economic and Social Affairs, I really also want to welcome you. And I do believe that this will be a great opportunity for us more to listen from you, because this is a place in which so many experts are gathering. I think there is a conflict between the two microphones, but maybe not. And can you hear me now again? Yes, good. So this will be a great opportunity for us to get feedback from you. But this is also my great pleasure to launch in you. Well, this is really the real launch, because we did a press conference at United Nations, but this is really the real launch of the e-government survey 2022. So let me start saying that the e-government survey is the flagship publication, is one of the flagship publications of the Department of Economic and Social Affairs. And it is issued every 2 years. And still now is the only report in the world that assesses and ranks the e-government development status for all member states, 193 countries. And since its inception in 2001, the report has been recognized as a valuable measurement and development tool, serving as both a monitoring mechanism and the policy framework for public sector on digitalization. I do believe that really almost all of you are familiar with the survey methodology that, as you know, is based on the quantitative composite index called the EGDI, E-Government Development Index, that is organized in 4 main groups: very high, high, middle, and low EGDI, further divided in the 12 different rating classes. Countries with the same rating class have the same level of digital development. We try to move more on rating rather than on ranking, although the attention of member states and countries is more about ranking. The EGDI is based on the 3 composite sub-indices: the Online Service Index, the Telecommunication Infrastructure Index, and the Human Capital Index. And as I said, the survey presents the ranking and rating based on the EGDI, and also we have a ranking on e-participation. And since 2018, the report presents ranking and analysis for the largest municipalities, and in the edition, 193 municipalities for this edition were assessed and ranked in collaboration. This is a joint initiative with United Nations University Operating Unit on Policy-Driven Electronic Governance. We will have a separate presentation on this. So, what was changed in 2022? To improve the methodology and take into account the lessons learned from the previous editions, the inputs and feedback received by member states, and through open consultations and outcomes of expert group meetings, and even today, this week, we will have an expert group meeting to start receiving feedback on the 2022, looking at the future and the new version of the survey. And also the latest technological and policy development. A limited number of changes were introduced in the 2022 survey, and I will mention some. First of all, the Online Service Index, the OSI, has been refined. The 2022 OSI has been calculated based on more questions, 180 compared to 148 in 2022. E-participation index, also API methodology, has been improved in better access engagement. Also, the member state questionnaire that we share with and we send it to the governments was expanded. And also, as I said, we assessed 193 municipalities, and we have included in the annex some pilot initiatives. and project. We have one on complex network analysis, very interesting. We will have a presentation on Thursday. And then on open government data index, we will have a paper, I think, today on this. More in details, if we look at the OSI has been refined to allow government portals to be assessed on the basis of 5 categories: the institutional framework, service provisions, content provisions, technologies, and e-participation, with the OSI as a whole calculated based on the normalized value for each sub-index. This is new. And this new approach was partially utilized in the assessment of LOSI pilot in 2018, and then also 2020, and further aligns the OSI with the LOSI formula that was an input received by experts during a previous expert group meeting, and also introduced the concept of a composite offline service index, like the TII, the Telecommunication Infrastructure and Human Capital Index. We also assign a weight for each of the category. You will have in the annex of the report all the information related to how we calculate that. But this is really a big change on this, especially for the potentiality in the future, because we could really measure in a different way the 5 different categories, and not only through the questionnaire. So let's start with some finding, global and regional trends. The 12th edition of the survey offers new evidence on how technologies is transforming the way governments operate, shifting from the traditional technocratic approach to a more integrated digital agenda that is policy-oriented, people-centric, and data-driven. And during the opening, we had really very impressive speeches by the former speakers about this. And it illustrates how e-government has expanded and evolved from silos to all of government and all of society's approaches. At a glance, there is improvement in global trends, with the transitioning of many countries from lower to higher AGDI groups. Comparing 2020 with 2022, the number of countries in very high and high AGDI groups increased from 57 to 60 and from 69 to 73, respectively, while the, of course, middle and low AGDI groups declined. Still, 7 countries are in the low AGDI. Those are Haiti, Niger, Chad, Eritrea, Central African Republic, Somalia, and South Sudan. More than 2/3 of the countries in the world are in the high and very high AGDI groups. So this is the good news. And this slide shows the number of countries that have moved from one group to another since 2020. We have 14 countries moved up to higher AGDI groups, 2 from low to middle group, 8 from a middle to high, and 4 from high to very high group. And also we have 3 countries moved to lower AGDI group. So, overall, the upward trend is encouraging, but the global average AGDI value raised slightly in 2022. And I have to say, less than our expectations. And the changes introduced in the methodology of the e-government survey can only partially justify this slow increasement. While we observed widespread reliance on digital technologies for services delivery during the COVID-19, digital transformation has not yet materialized in a more homogeneous and comprehensive manner, especially for developing countries. At the regional level, Europe continues to remain for the 12th time, the leader, again followed by Asia, America, I think this is, yes, the regional one, Oceania and Africa. And when we look at the also country in special situation, the divide is more evident. The combined average AGDI value for LDCs, landlocked developing countries, and small island developing states remains well below the world average. LDCs have the lowest average AGDI value among the three special groups. And if we exclude the LDCs from our analysis of landlocked and seeds, the average AGDI values for the latter two groups are higher. The landlocked alone has an average AGDI value above the global average, with the highest average in AGDI sub-indexes that are the telecommunication, human capital, and OSI. So from our analysis, we can affirm that despite investment in technologies and the development gains achieved in many countries, unfortunately, still digital divide persists, and for some groups of countries also increase. Really, this map can show you the green color and the orange color, and really the ongoing challenges continue to undermine the development efforts of countries in special situation, especially the least developed countries, and as clearly shown in the map, and also grand part of Africa. Using the global average AGDI value as a proxy for measuring digital divide, the 2022 survey indicates that about 45% of the combined population for all member states, we are talking about 3.5 billion people, still lag behind. In Africa, 50 out of 54 countries, that is the home of 95% of the region's population, have AGDI values below the global average. And the same is true for 11 to the 12 small island developing states in Oceania. So, the path of digital inclusion and sustainable development remain fraught with obstacles and uncertainties, especially in Africa and among LDCs and small island developing states. The digital divide is now the new face of inequality, and the global community needs to take action to leave no one behind. Even before the COVID pandemic, there were widening socioeconomic inequalities exacerbated by digital gaps. But the accelerated digitalization for a fast recovery has even magnified these divides. Few countries show clear evidence of having engaged in online consultations involving vulnerable groups. And even fewer have evidence showing that government involve vulnerable groups in decision-making. To overcome inequalities, governments need to develop integrated frameworks for implementing inclusive e-government. A first step, they needed to identify barriers to digital inclusions relating to access, affordability, and ability. The second step is to develop a targeted implementation, people-centered strategy for leaving no one behind that is grounded in data, design, and delivery optimizations. One of the key lessons learned during the COVID-19 pandemic is that the future is hybrid. That was also really very well highlighted in the opening, and not digital. The primary objective is recognizing human agency and supporting human development through digitalization. Therefore, The future should be an inclusive, integrated, analog dialogue ecosystem that will ensure no one is left behind, and it means to adopt the principle of inclusion by default. I repeat, a principle of inclusion by default or inclusion by design. More proactive efforts are needed to acknowledge and identify the gaps, to provide vulnerable population with mechanisms for engagement so that possible discriminations are better identified and overcome to improve the lives of those who need the most. The global community can contribute to leaving no one behind in digital government through knowledge exchange, strategic partnership, and collaborative capacity building. And digital government should work always as an equalizer for inclusion. To do so, leaving no one behind should guide policy development and implementation in e-government and the public sector. A whole of government approaches that integrates multi-level, multi-sectorial, and multidisciplinary strategies and partnerships is needed for the implementation of inclusive digital government. But government should adopt inclusion by design, as I said before, inclusion by default, or inclusion first strategies before doing digital by design. Top-down and bottom-up approaches should be combined to better understand and address the e-government needs of most vulnerable. And the targeted, localized, and contextualized approaches should be developed for different groups of vulnerable, as not all excluded groups are confronted with the same barriers. We have a dedicated chapter, chapter 4, on this, but these issues is cross-cutting all the chapters. So, the future of digital government, at the same time, innovation and digital transformation must aim to be truly inclusive. More member states are deploying cutting-edge technologies such as cloud computing, artificial intelligence, and blockchain. Some have developed new methods for exploiting data-driven policy modeling tools and have created pilot initiatives and sandboxes to design, validate, and scale up innovative solutions. New approaches are strengthening member state analytical and anticipatory capabilities and are shaping future development scenarios. Governments are setting themselves up to better anticipate and respond to the needs of all member states of societies. Looking at the future, the surveys indicates that a growing number of countries are moving toward seamless, invisible government in which fully automated and personalized services are made accessible to anyone, anytime, from anywhere. But the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development should remain the government blueprint for building a healthier and more resilient and inclusive future, and leaving no one behind should become the operational principle for the future, guiding digital government and making e-government as a force for good. So, about local government coming soon, the next presentation by Delfina. I put at the end just the ranking because, as I said, I think it's more important really to read more in depth the report and looking at the ranking only after reading really the report. But normally it happens the way around. Anyway, in any case, it's also important to show. So let me first share the list of the top world leading countries. These are the 15 countries that are in the highest rating class. So from our perspective, these are really the leading. and no matter the ranking in that group, because they have all the highest rating class. And as you can see, we have Europe with 8 countries: Denmark, Finland, Sweden, Estonia, Netherlands, UK, Ireland, Malta. Then we have 4 from Asia: South Korea, Singapore, UAE, and Japan. UAE is the first time that joined this group of leading. And 1 from Americas, that is US, and 2 from Oceania, New Zealand and Australia. And then if we look at the regional perspective, so if we look at Africa, as I said, regionally GDI average is the lowest and below the global average. But also we have the largest share of positive changes. 15 countries move up, so this is a good news. And majority of the countries is still low AGDI group. South Africa, Mauritius, and Seychelles are the top regional leaders. 3 member states moved from middle to high AGDI group. It's Rwanda, Cote d'Ivoire, Zambia. 1 country moved up from low to middle group, that is Guinea-Bissau. And then we also have 6 member states that are in the low AGDI group. And these are, as I said before, Niger, Chad, Eritrea, Central African Republic, Somalia, and South Africa. If we look at the Americas, the vast majority of member states have remained in the same AGDI group since 2020. The average values is increased just a little bit. And we have 32 out of 35 member states that are in the high, very high AGDI. United States lead the Americas, followed by Canada. And then we have the group of Latin America: Uruguay, Chile, Argentina, that lead the LAC, with the same rating class of V2. Then we have Peru, Guyana, and Belize. They moved from the middle to the high AGDI groups. And Haiti is the only countries that moved down. If we look at Asia, Asia increased its average AGDI value also smoothly. And we have the Republic of Korea, Singapore, UAE, and Japan that are leading the region. 15 member states are in very high AGDI. 1 member state, Georgia, moved up from high to very high. 1 member state moved down from very high to high AGDI. Kuwait. Some small movement are also because of the change of the methodology. So 22 member states are in the high AGDI. 3 member states moved from middle to high. Let's look at, this, I went back. Okay, Oceania. And this is the last one. The only region, Europe. The most homogeneous e-government development with the highest average GDI and the highest number of member states, 35 up to 43 in a very high AGDI. And you can see Denmark, Finland, Sweden, Ireland, Estonia, Netherlands, UK, and Malta are the leading in the region. And 2 member states move from high to very high, Serbia and Ukraine. The lowest variance of AGDI scores among countries, so it's a very stable group. 8 member states are in the high AGDI group and have an average AGDI value of 0.7, very high. 2 landlocks have relatively less development infrastructure. And all member states except Ukraine are in the high income or upper middle income group. But it's a very interesting group of countries for case studies. The last one, Oceania. The only regional average GDI value that slightly declined over the past 2 years. And of course, we have 2 leaders countries in the world, New Zealand and Australia. But the remaining member states have an average GDI value that is below the global average. 5 member states are in very high or high GDI groups, but 12 member states are SIDS. 3 from them are also least developed countries. So I really end now my presentation, more for opening the discussion with all of you. I want just to recall you that the annex of the report has more information and more data. And also we have our online e-government knowledge base where you can download all the data sets. You can compare and do some business intelligence exercises, compare the ranking, the rating, and the other things. So I really encourage you also to download the publication if you have not done yet. And I'm here really more to listen from you and to capture all the good inputs, criticisms, suggestions, recommendations for the future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Thank you for highlighting some of the major findings. What I want to add is, while you are thinking about questions, the unit of study for the e-government development index is the web portal of the UN member states, 193 UN member states. And e-government development index has 3 components. One is the online service index, which is constructed from assessing the portals. And the portals are assessed by native speakers of each country. And they usually look at the portal blindly, meaning they don't know each other. And then we get the results, and then we see, of course, some differences. We bring them together, they discuss, so there is a process going on there. That's 1/3 of the e-government development index. The other 2/3 come from human capital. Obviously, you need people who can use digital technologies in that country. And of course, infrastructure, internet, mobile phone, etc. So Vincenzo took around 20 minutes, so we have some time now for questions from you. I see some hands. What I would like to do is get 3 questions at a time. And again, please don't hesitate to criticize, give feedback. This is really important for us to improve the methodology. Just briefly introduce yourself, your name and organization, and I'll collect 3 questions, give the floor. First the lady, and then second one behind you. And I saw one hand here, yeah, please.
Hi, thank you. My name is Tove Engvall from University of Agder in Norway. My question is whether you connect this to the UN SDGs and what impact the digitalization in each country, how that contribute to the SDGs, because digitalization is not a goal in itself, it's what effects it has on society.
Okay, thank you. Behind.
Hello, my name is Hasnan Bukhari from University of Erfurt in Germany. Thank you very much, first of all, on the launch of this great e-government report. I think all of us who are in the room have probably grown up with these reports and followed the trends, I must say, like myself. One question regarding the methodology, which you have rightly mentioned, by 1/3 is that people look at the portal. And what I feel is that when we look at these rankings, when they come out, you sometimes for certain countries wonder that certain initiatives that are at the regional level, at the national level, so popular, but because of that, still those countries do not make up to the higher ranks. And this is a question regarding perhaps the methodology. Now, what I mean with that is, if we notice the rankings that have come out in 2006, 8, and 12, or 10, there was a huge emphasis on hybrid and mixed method approaches, which one of them was for countries which are in transition with digital divide. Perhaps web portals are not the solution. So there are other methods that are being followed, which are unfortunately not mentioned in the web portals. Web portals just only indicate that there are certain services done. So there are other methods that are done through alternative channels, which do not make a part of this ranking. And I would like to have your comments on that. How can we perhaps improve this survey so that those regional initiatives come up to that foregoing the web portal strategy? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, maybe I should get the 3 questions from the same part of the room for better efficiency. But please, Elsa.
Thank you very much for very nice presentation about the e-government survey. We are looking forward to read it completely. I appreciate the changes in OSI index with all this combination of factors. I would like to ask, what are you considering in the technical aspects, in the technical infrastructure of OSI? And if you allow me the second question within the third one, I know it is difficult to implement, but I would like to know if there are any prospects of considering the adoption of services, because we know that many governments are just publishing the services, but this is does not have an impact in the citizens and businesses. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for the 3 questions. Delfina, please feel free to help Vincenzo to answer any of the questions. You just indicate me, but I just want to repeat, Vincenzo, the questions. One is impact of digitalization on SDGs. The second is briefly alternative channels. And the third is technical infrastructure, what we are looking at technology, and the use we are looking at, but do people use these services?
Thank you very much. Very, very important questions, and also all the 3 questions are really part of the pillars of even the framework of this program. Is more a program rather than a report. Let me start first with the SDGs, because as I said even in my presentation, it's really the blueprint. So it's the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development should really lead and drive the development and the digital governance. I would say now governance is part of that. How we address this? As you know, there is no specific SDGs on digital government, but somehow it's covered on SDG 16, is also covered on SDG 17, but is also cross-cutting the others. So what we have been doing since 2015, when the agenda was launched, was to better readdress the questions that we are using as indicators when we do the online assessment, more related with the SDGs. So this is one thing that we are doing. We look more at the principle. As I said, it's more important really to look at the key principles of the agenda and how the government implement the services based on those principles. So leaving no one behind, inclusion, look at vulnerable groups, the ethic aspects, so all these kind of issues. And so we really fine-tuning the questions, and every edition we really have an open consultation with experts in order to better capture this. But still is not enough. We really would like to do more. And what we do, and this is also a way to move to the second question, because from one side, the big challenges, that is also the strengthening of the report, but also the weakness, is that covering 193 member states with a different level of development, it's really, at one point, we need really to make a choice on which core services can work for everyone. And this means that some countries will not fully, really, if they are very, very advanced, cover with our methodology. And other maybe are even not covered because we look at something that is more advanced for them. So what is the trade-off on this? Definitely, first, we have introduced, we have expanded the collaboration with different institutions. UNU is one of those, but there are others that are working with us. But also we have strengthening the pilot initiatives. And for example, as I said, one interesting initiative that we have started in, I think, 2020, a little bit earlier, 2020, is using this complex network analysis. First we did, it was more a scientific research that we did with our partners from university in Italy, University from Bari, and we have one professor here that will also present on Thursday this thing. Why we are using that approach? We, for the first time, using complex network analysis, we tried and we clusters member states based on more than 500 development indicators. We use 300 for World Bank and 200 from SDGs indicators. So in order to look at similarities of the countries. And then when we organize the work based on these four clusters, we compare with EGDI. Is this the final? No, it still is in progress. But it's a way really to see if there are other tools that can strengthening the e-government survey from this point of view. But this is not, as I said, in our department, we don't do only the e-government survey. Although, as I said, this is a program, it's not a report. And we are, for example, for this, we spent about 18 months in order to come with the publication, because first we do this consultation, we see how much we can improve the methodology, then we start doing the assessment with the process that Dennis explained, that is very complex. For this report, we had more than 300 researchers that did. But then we realized also that the other part that is the quality check, to look at the data, if the data really are correct, if there are bias. So that part now take almost the same time of the assessment. And then the next step is the categories. And so I will link with the third questions. We always try to look at the future and how we can improve the product. So our vision is that, and we believe that really in the next future cannot be sustainable to do the assessment in the way we do. So we want to smoothly go to a more, to use the online services as a composite index where the different component can be measured in different way. Technology, what we assess. Just I'm proud to say that maybe this is the first version in which all the indicators are attached in the annex. So we did also in 2018 and 2020, but was more in a broad way. Now you will find all the indicators there. So technology is there, is more about the technical feature used by the government, and this is more in line of the LOSI methodology. But what we want to achieve, and also this is what we want from you in terms of your recommendations, suggestion, feedback, is how we can measure in the future those 5 categories and not only going through the questionnaire, through the, that is based on an assessment on the portals. We know that for many countries, portals, they really do not capture anymore, and especially based, yeah. You're right, sorry. Okay, yes.
Okay, so sorry to
no,
interrupt.
It's your role to stop.
But quickly, for the second question, if you have any specific suggestions, please talk to me or Jonas, and we would like to get it. I mean, the limitation of the study is it's only looking at the web portal. So any other suggestions are welcome. And for the SDGs, there are 17 SDGs, 169 targets, and there are 232 indicators looking at how we make progress in SDGs, and only 5 of them are related to technology. So we have different projects to come up with how technology can help progress, to measure the progress in SDGs. So if you are interested, I can link you to that project. But let's get another 3 questions. Yeah, Nibal. Here I see 2 people here, so it will be good. And yeah, back to back, starting with the second row.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. I'm Nibal Idilbi, Chief of Innovation at ESCWA. My question is related to open data. I remember last year in the survey 2020, you introduced Open Government Data Index. Can you elaborate? It was not presented. Okay, it's not the main part of the e-government survey, but I would like to have more elaboration from your side about the open government data in this report, and how is your view about open data, especially that it is very important for transparency and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. Second row. Let's go row by row.
Hello everyone, Fikret Sivrikaya from Technical University of Berlin. Thank you also from my side for the nice intro to the study. I would like to provide some observations, some critique with that, and related suggestions perhaps as a start. And that relates to the Human Capital Index, HCI, part of the study. So here I see the 4 components: adult literacy, gross enrollment ratio, expected years of schooling, and mean years of schooling. This is apparently a generic index of human capital, which doesn't really go into the digital literacy, digital capacity. But of course, for the increased digitalization and the availability and the use, especially the use of, effective use of these public services, we need to be able to also capture the digital capacity of the human population of the countries. I'm sure this has been a debate, and there has been some studies towards that. But I would like to hear if there are any concrete steps or ideas towards that. And as part of the suggestion related to this, I guess we should look at not only the digital literacy, measuring whether people are accustomed to using web applications, be able to use these online services, public services, but also the capacity of the people to generate such applications, to maintain and to be able to sustain such services in a country. Therefore, I think for the second part, we can easily, as a measurable, probably measurable component, the graduates in the programs related to ICT, information and communication technologies. I think this is something that is easily measurable across the world. I think that would give us a nice indication of the digital creation and digital provision side of the human capacity. And on the other hand, I guess just like for the telecommunication index, we are looking at, I think, survey-based, checking whether someone has used internet in the last 3 months. I think that is survey-based. So we can, in a similar way, also find out digital literacy, whether they have used, not only became online, but maybe that's only for social media, checking Facebook. But we can also check whether they have logged in with a digital ID to access some service, public or private. I think with those, we can better reflect the digital aspect of the human capacity.
Thank you. Thomas?
Thank you very much. Tomasz Janowski, Gdańsk University of Technology, Poland, Danube University, Krems, Austria. Two questions, if I may. Do you know how the survey is actually used by your target audience, particularly those responsible for digital policy making and policy implementation? Is it for progress monitoring? Is it for strategy setting, policy implementation? How it's used? And do you have some preferred usage scenario from you running the survey, and whether you promote this usage scenario as the one that you consider is the right one? And second question, there is a growing body of...
Can you repeat the first one? Because it was the phonos, I don't know what that was overlapping on your...
No problem. Yeah. Do you know how the survey is actually used, the results of the survey by your target audience? I suppose these will be your contact points in different countries responsible for digital policy making. Is it for progress monitoring, strategy setting, policy implementation? And do you have some preferred usage scenario that you are promoting? Second question, there is a growing body of academic literature that is using UN e-government survey, making suggestions, analyzing, criticizing, proposing improvements, etc. And do you have a systematic mechanism to actually consider such publications? Some will not be useful, some will be useful, and to accommodate such feedback. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. I think after this we may get another 3 questions, but Vincenzo, if you could briefly respond. I know you can speak. These are like open government data from ESCWA, human capital index from Fikret, but I think we would like to hear more on that on Thursday for actionable recommendations for us. And from Thomas, actually, who is using it and how would we like it to be used?
Let me start to address the question of Nibal. Today we have a presentation on, it's not today, tomorrow we have a presentation on open government data that is part of the pilot initiative that is presented in the government survey. So that presentation and discussion will be really very useful for going more in depth on that. We also have introduced and we are continuing working on the Open Government Data Index, so also is part of that. But also we have fine-tuned the different questions, and open data is really addressed in many parts in Chapter 1, Chapter 2, when we do the analysis of the data, because many indicators are also related to that. Then, of course, in leaving no one behind, but also we look at the local government of that. So there are a lot of insights related to that, but we are really pushing in that direction, and we are also assessing member states on that. Is also in the member state questionnaire. Just I want really to highlight, and that it's true that we do the assessment through the portal, but also we have now a strong engagement with member states through the member state questionnaire. So we use their feedback in order to better fine-tuning our question, but also to validate the research that we do. And also we try to find alternative tools in order to complement. But that part really, I would encourage you to participate on that. Will be very, very useful. Second one, about human capital, and absolutely right. But really the answer that I have to say, none of you were really able to answer when we address this to you, is how really we can measure digital literacy first, and then what you said, when we look at 193 member states. Because there are very, very good initiatives at country level with very good indicators that really give the opportunity concretely to measure that, but not for all the countries. So that's the big challenges we have. So what we are doing now, we try really to push more on some local initiatives that can create even more attention for other countries to do this, and then also pilot research activities on this. We advocate for more for the collection of data on digital literacy, because first we need to go through digital literacy. The indicator we have does measure the digital literacy. Let's be concrete and clear. But this is what we have. So this is something that we really would like to work more, and to see if we start with a group of countries maybe. Again, most of the time, Europe is leading some initiatives, so that can, but not only, but Europe. So on this we need to work. Then, Thomas, you're always challenging me, and I'm so happy that you challenge me, because every time you challenge me, you stimulate me to do more, so thanks for that. You know, we are, the survey has started as a sort of technical report, and now for many is really a policy document. But again, it's, sometimes they ask too much to the report. But still I want to tell you that even the 2022, in less than 1 week, is the most downloaded report from DESA portal. And just to give you another example, the 2020 is number 2 for the year of 2022, because still they are downloading and then they compare. Because, why? Because there are so many communities that now look at the report. At the beginning, at this stage, normally is the political, you know, the decision makers that they download. The first thing they check the ranking. If they are down, they are very upset with the team. They start calling and they start trying to understand, or they challenge you saying there is a mistake. But other that are on top, they start promoting and say, oh, you see, blah, blah, blah. But then the second one is the community of the practitioners, the one that really, so chief information officer, agencies, and that is more, you know, in terms of impact, working with them is even more interesting, because then you can really see how we can concretely implement some issues. And then the third one, the most challenges, but the most inspirational, is the academia. So if you see, and I end with the last part of your questions, because more and more publications and the papers are done based on that, and that also gives us the opportunity to improve, because some are really very, very critical. And I have to say that when we start thinking an alternative way, first we went to the rating, and then more thinking more advanced technology. It was because I remember it was ICEGOV in Korea, and we were discussing about the limitation of the ranking and find alternative ways. So we start thinking how to do that. So really, this kind of community is, so really, different level. You ask me if there is a sort of, non-institutional, how you institutionalize, but how you, that's, we are not yet in that stage, also because we have a limitation of resources. So it's really difficult for us to do that. But I know I'm making your work very tough.
I just want to get 3 more questions.
Okay.
But
thanks.
There are so many hands, so we need to keep some of these questions for Delfina.
Yes.
But let's start with,
and I'd like to add something to the previous questions.
Najat and...
Yeah, she wants, sorry, give Delfina the floor first, because she wanted to...
You want to...
Yeah, the questions.
Yes, very quickly, regarding to some of the questions that were raised. Very interesting questions. Let me start with the last one by Thomas. And I can tell you, Thomas, yes, absolutely. Everybody is using, and not just because Vincenzo is saying that this is the most downloaded publication. It is, but they are. It is not just an issue of downloading it; it's using it. Unfortunately, and I'm saying fortunately because I really believe in the value that this kind of rankings may have. Not by the ranking per se, but because of the reflection and all the knowledge that the rank or the set of indicators, etc., already has associated over almost 2 decades of reflection around that. So what I think, and I'm saying that they are using because, you know, we have been working with many countries, and we know that. They are, every time they are thinking about their digital governance strategy, this is one of the Fortunately, and this is what is relevant, is one of the elements that they bring for the reflection and to define digital. Because all the other aspects, namely what we mentioned yesterday many times, the context, to look at the context of the country, has also been considered by the countries more and more, and I'm happy for that. But yes, definitely. I don't think there is one country in the world that is preparing its digital governance strategy or its action plan that is not considering the survey. Particularly, again, the indicators, the meaning of the indicators. And ourselves, we are, for instance, supporting many countries in developing their digital governance strategies, and we are at the same time, and here is very interesting because we are combining the different stakeholders in the same kind of work that we are doing. We are developing, and my colleague that is doing that is in this room, we are developing a methodology that is exactly a methodology to develop digital governance strategies that take into account rankings, and one of the rankings is EGDI, but it's not just EGDI, other rankings are considered, but to see that indeed the community, all different stakeholders are considering this. Just to finish, yes, it would be very interesting. We already discussed that possibility of start to have a database of all the works, for instance, that academia has been doing, using or criticizing or in the different ways, the multiple rankings that the UN-Government Survey includes. Just very quickly, two very important questions. Elsa's question about the acceptance and also the omni-channel, the different channels of access that were raised by the colleague, says, I don't know the name, I'm sorry, but because he was questioning about we are just looking to the web portals. These are indeed questions that we have been discussing, and Vincenzo more than me because it started before, because it's always a critique that we receive from the experts that we consult. Why? Because are crucial issues. We know very well, particularly in some countries, some contexts, that the main channel of access today and of interaction with government is not a web portal anymore. And we know that acceptance is the second side of this process. We just will be able to have a clear understanding of the success or not of the kind of transformation that our governments are performing if we have the two sides, the supply and the demand. And with this kind of rankings, we have just information about supply. We need to find a way. It's not easy, not easy, but we need to try to find gradually a way to include this dimension also. Sorry.
Thank you, Delfina. That was helpful. I see many hands. I'm aware of it. We will start with Najat, and then I will just move the microphone as much as I can. We'll get many ideas. Yeah, Najat, please.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Allow me first to express my sincere congratulations to all the e-government survey team. Najat Zarrouq from the United Cities and Local Government of Africa based in Rabat in Morocco, and also a member of the UN Committee of Experts on Public Administration. And I insist to congratulate the team because I know they are doing a lot with a very, very limited budget and resources. My remarks, I would like to focus on the subnational level where the digital gap is more obvious and where we are living and experiencing inequalities, vulnerabilities, poverty, and leaving so many behinds. My question is, do we need the same methodology, whatever is the level of governance, or we need to adapt this methodology to the national central level and the subnational level? The second remark is, in so many countries, we see that they have very great, very robust national strategies, policies, roadmaps, but are we sure that these initiatives are localized and territorialized like the concept of European Union, the TALD approach. And this initiative are adapted to the diversity of the subnational level, because we have metropoles, we have intermediary cities, we have small towns, we have villages, etc. The other remarks on whom you rely for data collection. So this is very important questions, because we have noticed so many players in this field, but we have very key actors that can feed the methodology is the ecosystem of the United Cities and local government. It's with its 7 regional sections, including ours in Africa. So we have the National Regional Association gathering the politicians who can feed the methodology, but also the territorial managers. And finally, do we have need analysis? So it's good to be providing this funding, but do we take time to listen to communities, to population, what they are needing on a daily basis? And thank you very much.
Thank you. Alejandro, please. If you could just grab the microphone. Yeah.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'm Alexandre Barbosa from CETIC in Brazil. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Vincenzo and team, because we have been following all the efforts. It's not easy, and I would like to acknowledge the level of the methodological development in recent years. So this is really very recognized by us. Let me, I think that we had so many good questions. This last one's about subnational government. This is essential, because most countries like Brazil, we have a very high level of development at the central government, but not at local government and subnational government. But I would like to ask, we know that most of the respondents and central focal points are linked to the executive branch of the government. But legislative and judiciary should also be considered, since new emerging and disruptive technologies such as artificial intelligence and others technologies are very being much adopted by judiciary, for instance. In Brazil, we see a lot of applications in the judiciary and big data analytics that are very relevant for citizens. And at the legislative level, we also been adopting technology for citizens' engagement in participative actions of the government. So I think that it is very important that we could adopt the other branches of government, like legislative and judiciary. So this is my main concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Alejandro. Can we just take the microphone to the top right? And I know, and the gentleman at the last row after that. We get those 2 questions and the last. Yeah, let's get the questions at Abdullah. Where? Okay. We are eating from Delfina's time. I am aware of that. Let's ask the questions, but I have to say, maybe some of these questions need to be moved to Thursday for our expert group meeting session. Yeah, please.
Okay, quick one. This is Abdullah Al-Hamid, Managing Partner at Intermid. First of all, I have to remember that the United Nations e-government report is one of the most prestigious reports globally, and it's actually opening eye for governments and individuals to understand how things are advancing. My question here is what the UNDSA is doing in terms of raising the bar for the upcoming assessments, keeping in mind that we can see in this report that there are lots of countries, especially in the OSI, achieved almost the full score, talking about content, service delivery, and what have you. So what are the new areas of concerns that we look at to advance the expectation of the public, knowing that there are lots of emerging technologies coming in the picture? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Hello, this is Abdullah Al-Ankari from the Digital Government Authority, Saudi Arabia. One of the main outcomes or findings of the 22 survey is that the future is hybrid, not digital. What does this mean for e-participation in future surveys? Could we see a higher impact from e-participation since the future is hybrid? Thank you very much.
And the last row, please.
Okay, I'm the last, the fat lady sings. Now, I'm Yannis Haralabidis from the University of the Aegean in Greece, and I will mostly have a couple of suggestions because we had so many questions, and I don't think you have to answer all of them. So, suggestion number one, it's easy. I think it's time you look again at the terminology issue. I'm sure you know it. E-government looks a little bit, you know, even in your slides, Vincenzo, you refer as digital governance sometimes. So this is apparent everywhere in the study, and it's time that some revamp, some refresh, maybe it's done somewhere in the future, so that it's all combined together. And the second has to do about the structure. These are the easy ones. I'm sure that you have that also in mind. The structure between the HCI and the overall EGOV and e-participation being most probably a different index. And at some point also, you know, I'm from Greece and we pay much attention. The government is fully aware of the rankings, but you know, we have two basic rankings. UN, which is the only one that goes all around the world, and DESI, which only goes on the 27 member states. So this somehow, I don't say it has to be solved, maybe it cannot, but it has somehow to be coordinated with DESI and UN. And now, the final two are a little bit more difficult maybe. I fully support the idea of measuring the pull and not the push. Maybe a solution could be to start by introducing parts in the next years so that you don't collapse the whole thing. You introduce a new part saying this is a small measurement of how it looks to the eyes of the citizens so that you keep the rest. And I would expect at a certain point also to have machines be asked. Means certain things we can do automatically now. It's about time a small part of this huge index is constructed by a system, as others do already. And finally, you know I'm a fan of your work, and I fully support and I go with my students. So what about also generating some modules for educating students? This way, maybe, you know, is the best way to get future researchers for your team. I'm doing that already, but I would like to
Thank you. Thank you. And can we please get the microphone here to the first row for the last question, and then here, all the way to the end. I know it's against what I said initially.
Worked out.
To the lady on the left.
Thank you very much. My name is Kana Pilane Majake from the Public Service and Administration in South Africa. We want to just welcome the presentation of the e-government report, the United Nations e-government report 2022. It's a good report, encouraging, but what I'm thinking is that we need some more kind of guidance in the sense that maybe there needs to be some universal kind of roadmap so that we know what the expectations are in order for us to be much more responsive to what is required of us. And I do also support the idea that there should be some kind of adaptation or customization of the tool when it comes to methodology, because, you know, countries are not the same. Where I come from, we have first, second, and third world in the same country. And when we see statistics, we don't know what they're talking to. And I don't know whether this could be possible, though at the same time, when you think of it logistically, it might be too much of demanding in terms of the work that needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have one more presentation, but before we move to Delfina, Vincenzo, do you have any urgent response to any of the questions.
Just quickly, the first two questions, I think I would suggest we leave on the second part of after the presentation of Delfina, because the presentation will be on local. But just to tell you that I fully agree with you, and this is why we started working on local government, and why we are start working and running this pilot at country level. Thanks Brazil, Jordan, Palestine, now Uzbekistan is going to join and to use the methodology, especially to identify the diversity. So, but this is, I don't want to take the floor for what Delfina is going to present. So definitely we will cover, there is a presentation and a Q&A based on that. Yeah, tell me the...
Maybe quickly for Alejandro, legislative and judiciary, parliaments.
But this is what also that's why we reorganize. We look at the institutional framework in the OSI, and so that part definitely is important. But it's also linked with the two methodologies and the member state questionnaire and the local government questionnaire that we share. But definitely is important.
But again,
please go.
Again, I invite everyone here to the session on Thursday, 2 p.m. I think some of the things that you raised will be discussed there.
Yeah, on this, I think what is important to say is that this is really the first day. We try to be innovative even in the expert group meeting. Normally we do an expert group meeting, there is a couple of, maybe 2 hours, 5 hours, sometimes one day. This time we want to use ICEGOV as a global EGM. So when also you do your work, you present your activities, your research, please start also thinking how what you are presenting can even be used by us or can inspire us to do something. And let's discuss more during the days on this.
Okay.
Then we need there are a couple of other points, and then I stop. Yeah,
please.
Innovation and technology, yes, but the big challenges and what really for us is more strategic. We don't want to have a world divided in two. If you look at the presentation and the geographical map, the risk is that in the future we will have two big groups of countries. The most advanced, there will be even more than 15, there will be 40, 50, but then the other lag behind. We don't want that. So technology have to work, as I said, equalize, and digital governance have to work as an equalizer for inclusion and not to widen the digital gap. About moving from e-government, digital government, long discussion. There are political reasons why we are still keeping e-government, because many organizations and many political institutions still they call e-government, but I fully agree with you. And then the last one is, yes, well, we have some the Undersecretary General launched our common agenda that really provide and cover many areas on digital issue. So somehow there are some international framework promoted by UN on this global, and it also is promote a digital compact. And but of course, as you said, all countries are different. So we really need to strengthening through also the regional commissions and the other partners working more closely with at country level. And I stop here because it's not fair that I'm taking all the time of Delfina. Please.
Yes. Please, Delfina. Yeah.
This is yours.
Oh, sorry.
Hello. It is my pleasure to start now. I'll try to be quick because basically I don't have time. But no, it's not the case. The presentation is short, and it is very interesting to note that Alexandra already brought the topic to the table. So I will present the results of Chapter 3, that is local e-government development. And as Vincenzo said, it is a joint work that we have been doing since 2017. I suppose we started in 2017 because it was when we applied the first time the index to collect data to then publish in 2018 the first analysis. So we have been working, so UNU-EGOV that I represent here, but I have a whole team working with me on this, and also Wendeza. And as said, the idea was exactly to reply to one critique that Wendeza was receiving, a completely valid critique. That is, but you are just assessing the national level, and we know or we feel as academics, as citizens, that the level of development of what is offered at the national level or at the local level is not exactly the same. You should take that into account. And based on that, Vincenzo challenged us to think about a methodology, but by the way, and let me say this, a methodology that is, we are talking about the same survey, so it should be aligned. We are not expecting a completely different methodology to assess at local level the development of digital governance. or digital government. And we developed the first version in, as I said, 2017, that we applied to 40 cities. It was the first pilot that we ran, and that version contained 60 indicators. Then, let me say it was a success. After the presentation, Vincenzo received a lot of calls and of expressions of interest from other countries to have also a city from their respective country represented in the analysis and the study. And in 2020, we decided to increase the number. We included 100 cities, and we also revised the set of indicators, and we had a total of 8 indicators at that time. And now, in this current edition, we conducted again this WOLSI assessment, and this time we applied it to the 193 countries. So, covering all the countries, but just one city per country. Unfortunately, we don't have resources enough to, Vincenzo and Dennis already explained that it is a very demanding methodology with a lot of validations, blah, 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 so a lot of resources are required, and we can just cover one city per country. And this current version of the methodology has now 86 indicators. These 86 indicators are organized in 5 criteria, and by the way, Vincent already mentioned that we started in 2018. We decided to organize the indicators in categories. We started with 4 categories, just service provision, technology, participation and engagement, and content provision. We were not considering institutional framework at the time. This was an inspiration for EGDI, and this year EGDI, they decided to use also this concept of category that I really think helps to structure things. But they suggested that we include a 5th category, that is institutional framework. So, and we aligned with them. So we have these 5 categories, very simple. So institutional framework, we have 8 indicators that are focused essentially on the organizational structure of the municipality and a set of legal framework instruments that are used by the municipality. Then we have content provision that basically include 25 indicators related to the public information that is available on the site. We have technology, focused on technical features of portals. Participation and engagement that assess the availability of mechanisms and initiatives of interaction with the citizen, and service provision. That relates to the availability and delivery of services online to the citizens and the different stakeholders. So I will basically present the results of this year's application of WOLSI, and let me start by saying this. Yes, we included all the 193 countries, but we just assessed 146 cities. So all the figures that I will present are refer just to 146 cities. Why? Because all the others, when we tried to assess, or we couldn't find the portal, or the portal existed but was not working at the time. We tried sometimes, but at a certain point we gave up. The city that we included for each country was, the criteria that we used was the most populous city. And we got information about the population from the publication, the UN Demographic Yearbook, and based on the information available there, we selected the biggest city. I know that you have already a comment that why the biggest city? Again, we are going to the local level because we suspect that, and we see from what we feel that they are not performing at the same level or national level. If you are now looking at the most populous city, what is happening with the ones that have just a few population, because we may suspect that they also have different levels of performance. Okay, the decision to include the biggest city in the country was because, again, we try as much as possible every time we can to include, to put the user at the center. And in this case, it would allow us to cover a big amount of the population. Basically, with this set of 146 cities, considering the population of those cities, we were covering 500 million residents in the world. So this was the justification for that. So the results. Let me start by sharing with you a table that contains the 38 cities, again from the 146, so I'm talking about 26%, that were classifying as performing very well. So they are part of the very high WOSI group. This is the list. Madrid and Berlin are both in the first position with the same WOSI score. And the cities that are marked with a star are cities that have been ranked in the top 10 since the beginning of our application, since 2018. So for the 3 editions that we had. Copenhagen and Singapore were assessed for the first time in this edition. And if we try to understand how these cities are distributed by region, we can see that in this, again, very high group, we are just looking to the cities that were classified in the very high group. We have 20 cities in Europe, 10 in Asia, 6 in Americas, and the 2 in Oceania. Kiev and Riyadh are example of 2 cities that did something very interesting. Yesterday we were talking about case studies, etc., how to select case studies. In this case, we have 2 cities that jumped 2 groups. So they, in 2020, they ranked in the middle group, and then they moved to the very high directly. So they skipped the high. And we have also another city that is Minsk that moved from the low to the high directly between 2020 and 2022. Now we tried to do other kind of comparisons. We tried to see how the WOSI evolved between 2020 and 2023, but of course to do that we needed to focus on cities that were assessed in 2023. So only from the 146 cities, only 83 were assessed also in 2020. So this is why this image just reflects the analysis, the comparison for those 83. And as you can see, yes, there was an interesting progress that we can say that was achieved. And particularly the cities, if we consider the groups together, so the cities that are in very high and high groups, the number of seats increased from 30 in 2020 to 46 in 2022. So 16 more cities in 83 that were able to move to the very high and high group. And of course, contrarily, we have 16 cities that disappeared from the middle and low groups because they moved, of course. Speaking now globally for the 146 cities, if we look and if we calculate the average of the WOSI value, we can see that in 2020 the average was 0.43 and that it increased for 0.51. Also, we can see that we have a total of 51% of cities that are classified that belongs to the very high and high group, and 49%, of course, that belong to the low and middle group. So, yes, there is some progress indeed. We also try to understand if there is any kind of correlation between the size of the city and the WOSI value, and this is what we get. So apparently, it seems that it tends to be a relation. So the biggest cities are the ones that had an average highest value for WOSI. I'm saying apparently it tends to show that because we are not sure. We need to investigate more on that, but maybe because these big cities, they have a higher level of infrastructure development or higher level of skills. We don't know. Just to Then we try to compare, because this was the question that raised this index, that is if there is the behavior of the cities comparing with the OSI, that is the behavior of the country. So we compared by group, using the idea of groups, we compared and we saw that 81 cities belong to the same WOSI and OSI groups. So they are ranking very high in OSI and very high on WOSI, and etc. So same level. 60 cities, that is 41%, got lower values for WOSI, so are in WOSI groups that are lower than the country, so the EGDI. And there are 5 cities that had higher WOSI groups comparing with the EGDI of the respective country. These cities are Moscow, Bogota, and Brussels, and Monaco and Brazzaville. So again, interesting to note, in a way, this shows our suspect. Okay, in what regards the implementation of WOSI indicators in city portals? So as I said, we had 5 categories, and this is the global picture for the 5 categories, and easily we can realize that the highest compliance is obtained for the institutional framework category. Then we have relatively high compliance for the content provision and technology, and the lowest one, okay, the lowest one is indeed the service provision. And this is not, this happens also with the GDI, this happened with the editions of 2020 and 2018, so the part related with service provision is indeed the one that needs more, to advance more and more improvement. If we go now very quickly by each of the categories, so this is what we found for the institutional framework. And as we can see, the most frequently satisfied indicators are the ones that are straightforward and easy to implement, to make available the structure of the municipality, etc. So it's not easy, and it has been done. The less frequently satisfied indicators are related with the legal framework issues. It is interesting also to note that in 64% of the cities, we found the availability of this feature, that is the portal authentication. So it is very interesting. It seems, or it may convey the idea that there are, if they are creating a restricted area to which I need to provide some authentication to access it, is because they are thinking at least they start to providing services or any other kind of elements that require that the municipality knows who is the citizen that is accessing. So this is one of the conclusions. Regarding the content provision, and we have about 25 indicators related to content provision. And also, in order to bring a bit the concept also of the SDGs, etc., we tried to organize the multiple indicators that we have. For instance, according to the sector to which the information refers. So if, as you can see, the sector, the health information, environment information, and social welfare information are the information more available on portal. Almost, and this is very interesting to note, that almost 3/4 of the sites, the portals, are providing environment information. So this is very interesting to notice. And apparently for us, we think that in what regards the information made available, it seems that most of the cities are indeed focusing on the needs of citizens and try to provide information about what is relevant for the citizens. Of course, we question why there is 75% of the municipalities that provide information about health, but I think that we don't need a lot of explanations regarding the COVID situation. We suppose, as researchers, we should always say this, that is because of that we add this number. We also analyzed, based on the information provided according to the everyday needs of a citizen, and this is the result. Most of the municipalities, almost 84%, provides information about sports and culture. Then we have also a lot of information also about waste, recycling, public transportation. It is very interesting to note that also a big number of municipalities, 65%, presents information for vulnerable groups. Here we can start to connect again with SDGs, etc. For me, it is also interesting to note that the facilitation of free internet access is just 50%. So maybe we should think about that and what that can mean. Because procurement is very important, namely for transparency issues, accountability issues, we decided also to focus on the information about procurement, and it was very good to see that 71% of these portals share upcoming procurement or bidding process information about that, but only 53% share the results of the procurement process. And again, if we think that this kind of information is relevant to increase the transparency and accountability, I would expect to have a higher percentage of the information about the results. Because the two parts are relevant if I want to gain this trust on this kind of services. Move to service provision, and here we have the problem. Okay, here we have the problem. Is indeed the category that has the lowest level of compliance, where we found the lowest level of compliance. As you see, the values are not interesting. Let me use this word. It is also interesting to notice that the service that is more frequent, more made available on the sites of the cities is the online free payments. Okay, it's okay, it's a service, but it's interesting to note comparing with the others. This slide leads us to another discussion, another very common discussion that we have in LOSI, that is related with the issue of services and the level, the administrative level in a country that has a responsibility to provide some services. Because we are including there some services. I can refer even to the ones that are in the bottom, that in some countries are not offered at a local level but at a national level. But in any case, we know that this is something that we are trying also to improve. But in any case, we are mitigating the negative impact for these situations, because if they may not provide the service, but if they include at least a link for the national portal or the portal that the national level provides the service, we score it with 1, so maximum score. Okay. But this is one of the critical points that we are discussing and that we are trying to find a way to improve the methodology. Almost finishing. Regarding participation and engagement, basically, most of the indicators that were met relate to social networking. I think you were also expecting that. Only 46% of the cities provide open data. And from those, only 41% provide the metadata associated to that data. Only 38% of the cities responded to email in a timely manner. This is something that we do in our methodology. Because the mail is very used, and we assume that currently most of the people knows to send an email and reply an email. And so we do that. We send an email, and then we wait for a reply. Okay? And we will score a total of 3 indicators that are related with this that allow us to understand the responsiveness of a municipality. And the values are not indeed very good. It was a surprise for us in some way. And only 23% offer live chat for communication with the citizens. Technology indicators we have here. I'll not spend a lot of time with the details, but I would just remark the fact that alignment with accessibility standards was the lowest lowest indicator. So I think this speaks for itself again. Okay. These were the main results of the assessment that we conducted based on the websites. But we complemented that, like in the case of the GDI, that we have the member states questionnaire. Here we have a LGQ, that is the local government questionnaire. It is a questionnaire that we also sent to each municipality, each city, and of course that we'd like to have a reply for that. The questionnaire has these 8 sections, collects information about those 8 topics. And we have good news and not so good news, because we have good news because in 2020, when we conducted the first time the LGQ, we just received 3 replies. This time we received 42 replies, which was a big increase. But in any case, it just represents 29% of the municipalities of the cities that we assessed, the 146 that we assessed. So this is something. Results, detailed results about this LGQ will be presented, as you see, in paper session 5 at 2 p.m. today in Mondego Room, for those that may have some interest. So some of the conclusions. I will summarize them very quickly because I've just mentioned them. So there is an inequality between the local and national portals' performance. We confirmed they did that. The average loss increased a bit, so we are in the right way. More populous cities tend to have higher values, we mentioned that. Service provision is the lowest criteria. And then what we can understand is that it's fundamental to consider the opinions of residents, to be able to increase the quality of services and the quality of the decision-making processes, and that collaboration between cities of similar size and with similar needs may be something of interest. Just to close, and I'll be very quick, Dennis, don't worry, very quick. Two things that we already mentioned, that is we have, again, and we have been enlarging the number of cities that we are covering, but even though countries and academics has been contacting us saying, we would be very interested in applying LOSI methodology in my country and be able to cover many cities. This would be very good to allow the cities in a country to improve. And so we are indeed applying them. We are conducting pilots. Dennis already mentioned we conduct this year 3 pilots in Brazil, Jordan, and Palestine. But other pilots are already run. We have contact from Uzbekistan. We have Saudi Arabia that is also conducting. And we have Greece that is also conducting. So we are really happy with that. Because, by the way, we will have a session, a workshop on Friday at 10, again, Guadiana Room, where we will be discuss the laws in more detail, and particularly we will have presentations from Brazil, Jordan, and Palestine that will explain us, namely, many things, namely the challenges in applying the laws to their countries and many cities in their countries. But I was saying, and this is the last slide, okay? I was saying that this will and these expressions of interest that we have been receiving are so many, and we really believe in the value that we can extract from having a big database with information from different cities around the world, that we are trying to implement this idea that we call LOSI network, that is to be able to, and we have already an MOU, UNDES have already an MOU prepared to sign with countries that may be, with academics that may be interested in applying it. So we will explain better also this idea in the other sessions. And okay, that's it from my side. Thank you so much. By the way, I included obrigada here, because we are in Portugal.
Thank you very much, Delfina. That was a very interesting presentation. Friday morning, there will be a specific session like Delfina mentioned on LOSI. We welcome everyone, if you are still here, to that session. And also, I just want to add that this assessment of cities and also the countries was done in 2021 summer. So these results are reflecting that assessment at that moment. So I don't want to take much of your time from your lunch, but let's take some questions to Delfina. Again, I see the first hand there at the back. And then, sorry, I couldn't give you the floor before. Second one. And third, Fadi. Yeah, please, go ahead. Yes, please. Yeah. I didn't see you, sorry, because the camera was blocking me. Yeah. Okay. We will take your second. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, second. Okay, thank you. So I'm Sel Maloney. I'm from University Laval in Canada. And one of the points about the... excuse me, thank you. One of the points that may be considered in LOSI is what we observe in Canada, that it's an official statistic. 41% of people can read the information on the website of a city, but don't understand it.
Yes.
And this is very, very important to consider this point in your metrics, because this will be helpful for cities to adjust the way that they deliver the information to citizens. So I would like to hear about that, about your future considerations of these points, and what do you think about that? Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Excuse me. Thank you.
Hi.
I can see you.
Yes. Thank you. Congratulations, Vincenzo, Denis, and Delfina, for your work and for the publication of a new edition of the EGOV survey. Vincenzo, for years we have been pointing the cruelty of the digital by default principle in South America, but unfortunately it has been guided the national strategies and EGOV consulting groups. So now we have a UN argument to fight against this principle, and you have just proposed an alternative, this inclusion by default alternatives, and EGOV is hybrid. I believe this is very important. Delfina, thinking about the laws and methodology, one question is a way of measuring the use of ICT to provide urban services. This is an important dimension of inclusion, and urban services like traffic management, public transportation, and disaster management, and all this. And I know that it's very difficult to measure, but I think we have to think about this dimension.
Thank you. The lady on that 2 rows in front there. Here.
Thank you very much. My name is Xiaoling Zhang. I'm from UNDP, United Nations Development Program. First of all, congratulations to the colleagues on this important work. And I have 2 small questions for Delfina, and then 1 overall question. The first one is about the slide that compares LOCI with OSCE. So there are a number of cities that have kind of higher results than the national, and then some others has lower ones. I wonder whether you have any insight on that. Is it because of the level of decentralization in the country? Is it because of the degree of the rural-urban divide, or it's simply because the design of the indicators are too different to compare? That is the first question. The second one is, I think Vincenzo has mentioned the principle of leave no one behind. So I wonder in the LOCI questionnaire, how is that manifested, especially related to the disability inclusion? So that are the 2 small specific questions. And overall, I think you already explained about the pilots in Brazil, Jordan, and Palestine, but overall, I want to understand a little bit what is the thinking in terms of adapting this index or methodology into nation-led processes of producing more, adapted reports or result of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Quickly, Fadi, please. I'll summarize you, don't worry.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Delfina. Thank you, Vincenzo and Denis. Very insightful. And the most important takeaway here is that there is a lot of interest for academia, policymakers to contribute. So, and here's the question then. So, as you highlighted, this has been an informative tool for data analysis, providing information for decision making, whether in LOCI, whether in the overall EGDI. So the question is, would there be a stage where you would think for the e-government survey, including LOCI, to become more of a developmental tool, in the sense that moving beyond the providing the information on supply for the nation states and designing the indicators in a way that drives development? So impact, usage, linking further with the SDGs. It is difficult, but it is also needed for the next stage, for the next generation of the e-government survey. And for the example, for as we're talking about LOCI, regional representation and sub-regional representation and cities representation in the survey is something that is you receive a lot of comments on. Is there, for example, a room for introducing an indicator on inclusivity related to cities? So how much does this represent the rest of the country, etc.? And that will drive then cities or regions to imitate what the biggest one is doing, if they are doing better than others, etc., etc. So these kind of further looking, looking towards moving beyond just supplying the data for policymakers and driving something good, whether it's the SDGs related or others. Thank you.
Thank you, Fadi. And last question, and then Delphina can respond. There, the gentleman, 2 rows behind.
Thank you very much. Hasnan Bukhari from University of Erfurt in Germany. This goes back to one of your slides where you show that how mobile financial services or financial services at the local level are on top, and what our Canadian colleague has also mentioned. It is more rather a suggestion tilting towards a question that how the survey or the methodology can be inspired to include what we have known for long, that information divide is a concern. We mostly talk about digital divide. Information divide is there, but with these alternative channels, as I earlier mentioned, information divide even increases. So that's the question that I would like to, as a suggestion, say that how we can include that in our future strategies. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that suggestion. Delphina, please try to respond. If I will remind you the remaining questions. Yeah.
Please.
The first one is about Canada.
Yes.
About
be simple.
Yes.
Because they may not understand. Fully agree. This is, for instance, in a recent debate about the future trends for e-services delivery, one of my suggestions or good practices were associated with that is simplicity. It is essential because we know a lot of information that the citizen can find in a site mentions, for instance, some decree laws, some articles in a decree law. I don't want, when I want a service to be delivered to me, I don't want to go to the website to see this according to the decree, blah, 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 this article. So we need to change the definitely. And it's not an issue of if it is in the correct language or not, that we are already assessing. To be able to communicate with the citizen is essential. And this is more complex than it seems. It is not just to review the language and to simplify it. Is particularly to do that, taking into account the different profiles, the different groups of people that we have. So yes, on the one hand, this is a trend, and this is fundamental for governments, for those that are developing services, and it is also something that we should consider, and I think we can include easily an indicator that tries to take that into account and to reflect that.
Maybe about LOSI versus OSI. Why any insight? Why decentralization?
Yes, your question. This is a fantastic question. But in my opinion, it requires further research. Because there can be many reasons for that. You mentioned if it is a more decentralized or centralized administration, but there may be many other reasons that may justify this difference, and that may justify that some cities are able to, by themselves, to do great things. It may depend from things that are related with the leadership style of the person that is leading that area in the municipality, to the financial resources. Financial resources are always also important. To the way, even if it is a more decentralized structure, the way the national entity that is leading this area of digital government is able to interact, to communicate with the local level. So there are many different reasons, and I suppose that is not always one reason just that will justify the differences in all the cases. but definitely this is something that we need to launch a concrete project to try to understand that. For instance, starting by the 5 cities that we identified that are performing better than the national level. For instance, conduct a detailed case study to try to understand why that happened.
I think we don't have enough data to come to conclusions because there are only 5, but the more pilots we do, I think we will come to more data and maybe better conclusions, but the data is limited right now. Maybe, Vincenzo, do you want to add any of the questions that you have heard so far?
No, I really want that also Delfina answer to the rest of. Maybe the one thing maybe is that about the Canada observation, Canadian observation, we also try to improve the language of the survey. So from 2020, we hire a professional editor that was really trying to simplify also the way we present the results in the survey. I hope she succeeds on this, but based on the first feedback, we improve on that. But that is really another barrier that we need to solve as soon as possible.
Yeah. Delfina, last words, or
no, if there is any other question?
I mean, there were some comments, but I think some of the things, as I said, we need to continue discussing in the coming sessions. So I don't want to. I think we should not take more of your time from lunch. But this was very good participation from the audience. And if you have more questions, I have also my colleague here, Jonas, who is collecting all the ideas. He will be happy to listen to you or myself about the methodology. And again, I won't summarize. I'll give the word to you guys for the last things. But one thing I want to say is please join us on Thursday afternoon if you are here, and Friday morning for the LOSI session. With that and with the final words from Delfina and Vincenzo, I think we can conclude this section here. Any final thoughts?
Yeah, that is second to say that we really, I think we have been starting discussing on strengthening collaboration with academia. I think ICEGOV is really the best and the right place to do it, and please feel as the key actor to provide feedback, recommendation, and concrete proposal, and we will work together.
Thank you.
My final words is to ask you to join our OSI network and to start to conduct more pilots in your countries. We will support you in the same way that we supported the colleagues that conducted pilots this year. It's a very nice, I think, initiative, and as soon as we start to have a lot of data about different cities, it will be fantastic for all of us. Imagine, and you will have access to the data. I think I can say that with regards to OSI. You will have access to the data of many, many cities in many, many countries of the world, and then we will start to conduct interesting analysis. Combine, just compare cities of the same size, just compare cities from countries that have a specific structure, just to compare cities. So it will be, I think, what we all as researchers wish, to have this menagerie of data to be able to conduct interesting
So
analysis.
Join LOSI Network. Let's conclude with that. And thank you with the round of applause for them.
Oh my God. Good.
direction. So up to you. Here or there, as you prefer. Okay. You. Hello? Hello? Yes? Hello, hello. Testing. Yes? All.
1, 2, hello?
Should talk? Yes, hello.
So, what do you want me to say? Yeah.
One, two, three.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Hello, 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 hello.
Okay, so I'm not sure if you can hear me, but well, thank you very much for joining this session, and I understand that it was a really rich and interesting discussion this morning, so the reason why we are also starting a few minutes later, but we are really happy to have you in this panel and also to discuss about how public sector is addressing the investment on digital technologies and data across different sectors and countries. So my name is Felipe Gonzalez. I work at the OECD. I'm a policy analyst working on digital government and public sector data. I've been working already for a few years on the intersection between digital technologies, data, and the public sector, previously in the UK and international organizations as well, and in Chile in the public sector. So I'm really happy today to have you participating in this panel. I would like just to quickly, I know that we are starting a few minutes late, but I would just like quickly recap about the purpose and the goal of this session, and apologies that eventually the text is a bit small, but I will just quickly go through some of the ideas that we want to discuss today. So one fact that from the interactions with countries and governments is that, unfortunately, digital transformation projects tend to fail and being challenged. And they tend to fail from multiple reasons. They are delayed in the implementation timeline. Sometimes the costs are more expensive than it was initially planned. Sometimes there is a heavy focus on the capital expenditure and not really looking, giving attention on the operational expenditure, meaning that then the cost of maintenance and operation are really high and not really planned in advance. So something that we've been looking at the OECD in our interaction with member and partner countries are ways to strengthen the capacities of public sector institutions to plan, to finance, to monitor and assess the quality of investments in order to secure benefit realization. Obviously, we know that there have been some methodological approaches coming from software engineering, like, for example, user-centered design, the adoption of agile methodologies that tend to decrease the challenges and the risk and implementation of these sort of projects. But anyway, the public sector is challenged in the way that they have to implement these sort of projects. And at the same time, we see in terms of trends that expenditure on ICT in the public sector is growing. It's growing consistently. And something that is really interesting, I think is also one of the consequences of the pandemic, is the transition from, like on-premise infrastructure towards cloud infrastructure, meaning the role of infrastructure as a service, platforms as a service, software as a service is getting consistently more attention within the public sector institutions, and that means that also changes the way that these sort of projects and technologies are funded and planned within the public sector. So there is also another factor that we observe in many countries, which is the challenges that public sector institutions have to attract and retain talent. Also under difficult conditions to maintain talent in the public sector, considering the packages and salaries and benefits that IT specialists can get from the private sector. And this is something that consistently we hear from all the countries with which we interact on a regular basis. So obviously this poses challenges for the public sector in terms of how to manage this sort of infrastructure and how they manage these sort of projects and the level of sophistication in terms of the skills needed to drive digital transformation projects. So in our work with some member countries, we've identified some challenges, and I think it's also part of the purpose of the discussion also to hear from our panelists, which I will introduce in a few minutes. Without going into the details of these ideas, something that we have seen in terms of the challenges for the public sector is the importance of coordinating, for example, and understanding the incentives of multiple stakeholders involved in the planning, funding, procurement of ICT and digital projects in the public sector. This may seem obvious, but it doesn't happen. So the coordination, for example, between the Digital Government Authority and procurement authorities and budgeting authorities doesn't happen on a regular basis. Also, there is a challenge in terms of how to assess and identify, for example, the short-term costs and the long-term benefits. This is something that is also related, and we will hear from our panelists also the work on business cases and value proposition that I think it's relevant for this discussion. As I mentioned before, what is the relationship between CAPEX and OPEX, intended as to what extent we understand digital as public infrastructure, and we plan and fund this sort of intervention in that way. How we distribute the cost of shared tools in the public sector, given the rising role of government as a platform and the digital public goods, how these sort of initiatives are funded in the public sector, how the costs are shared in terms of transactions, also between the public and the private sector, so another interesting angle, and also the importance of having more flexible mechanisms for innovation, not just in terms of budget allocation, but also public procurement. So I will skip some slides, given we started a few minutes late, so not to delay the conversation. From our perspective, we've been assisting countries in terms of principles to drive meaningful, successful digital government strategies, and you can see in red some of the key principles and provisions that OECD recommendations that are soft instruments, they are not legally binding instruments. We have promoted and measured also in the way that countries are implementing, are building capacities and having the right instruments to drive successful digital transformation projects. And from our perspective, there are two elements that we think are really important in terms of understanding the maturity of digital governments, going from a government that is digital by design to one that is fully proactive in the way that they deliver services. And I think this is critical for the discussion that we want to have today. The way that the public sector invests on digital technologies, the processes, the mechanisms, the policy levers, the talent and the capacities needed internally, and also to what extent the public sector is taking up collaborative approaches with the private sector and civil society organizations to, for example, implement digital transformation projects, such as, for example, the GovTech ecosystem. So in this, from this perspective, we've been working, and we will soon release a publication that basically try to frame the way that countries can understand digital investments from an end-to-end perspective, trying to connect the different dots and understand the spectrum of initiatives that are linked from the planning early on in terms of what are the needs, the digital needs of the public sector, how they are internally prioritized, what are the I would say, project portfolio, or what is the coherence between different projects, what are the funding mechanisms, what are the public procurement processes, or how is the relationship also with the private sector, what are the project management skills, and finally, what are the mechanisms to assess and the success of this intervention, not just from, I would say, like a KPI perspective, but also linked to the benefits delivered to citizens and intended users, and also in terms of the accountability of the investments and these projects in the public sector. So this is something that we are trying to basically bring together, not to understand it as as a sequence, but just to bring different practices that countries are doing together. So this is also linked to, I would say, something, a growing interest across member and non-member countries, which is the need to collaborate with the private sector and also to create channels to engage with digital startups, entrepreneurs, and innovators that sometimes face some challenges in terms of the structural, like rigidity of public procurement. So I think that's something we will discuss in a few minutes. But something that is really, really interesting is the way that how the public sector is engaging with this sort of startups and also to collaborate with them for the digitalization of public services. So I will skip some slides. The purpose of basically of this roundtable is to discuss how countries are addressing some of these challenges, what are the opportunities also for increased coherence in the way that the public sector spends on these resources. And I think today we have a wonderful panel, very diverse, not just in terms of sectors, but also from regions. So today we have Yolanda Martinez. Thank you, Yolanda, for coming. Yolanda is the head of the GovStack from the ITU, and she has also previous experience working as government CIO in Mexico. We also have Ida Lindgren, associate professor in information systems from the University of Linköping in Sweden. So thank you for coming. We have Morten Meyenhorf, who is a local in this panel, right? But advisor to the United Nations University ICEGOV. And finally, we have, with also previous wide experience in the public sector, so Morten will share a bit about that with us. And also Dana Made, who is from Mozambique and the founder of Tablet Comunitario Foundation, and also to bring the perspective also, let's say, a bit more outside the public sector and how civil societies and entrepreneurs are dealing with these challenges. So thank you very much, everyone, for coming. And just to kick off the conversation, and I think I will leave it here with our panelists. So basically, thank you for coming, and it's great to have you all here. And I would like to start the discussion just like getting your opinion about what do you think are the challenges for the public sector to secure benefit realization when investing or spending on digital data and technology? So I would like to start with Yolanda to share a bit your perspective on this.
Okay, thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm so happy to be back physically in ICEGOV. I like this conference a lot. I participated in the doctoral colloquium when I was doing my PhD, so this conference means a lot to me. I finished my PhD when I was living in Chile, by the way, and when I was reviewing the materials for this afternoon discussion, I was like, this comes so good in time, because I think one of the biggest challenges that government faces is having the right mandate to focus ICT investment. Being a former CIO, we had to update our Mexico ICT policy to be able to make sure that every investment made by any government entity was aligned to what the digital agenda set as priority. In Mexico, the National Digital Strategy Coordination Office is in the President's office, so we don't have a budget on its own, but we have a very strong mandate. So with that mandate being transversal, we managed to focus investment on making digital agenda actionable. So government entities, every time they wanted to make an ICT investment, they needed to present a business case saying how this investment in the tax agency was aligned to the digital agenda that was approved, in this case, for the period of 2012 and 2018. So having the right mandate to canalize and to channel ICT investment to what is a priority, I think is key. And it's not easy, right? Because you have big, powerful government entities that will challenge that mandate. Because with that mandate, you need to be very agile, right? You don't want to become a barrier for ICT investment flowing and projects being implemented in an agile way. So with the mandate comes the commitment of having a very agile way to review projects, business cases. And for that, you need a digital team with the right skills to be able to analyze the business cases, to provide orientation to other digital teams in other government entities when the project was not approved and needed to be revised to be aligned to other standards, procedures, and protocols to make that investment of high impact. And another challenge is governance. We focus our efforts in identifying reusable software components to facilitate the procurement and the investment on that. So our national stack was focused on making sure that we have the right investment in a central content management system that was the core of GovMX in terms of providing citizen access to information, government services, open data, and everything that was related to government in a central CMS code by our own team and maintained, because we want digital communication team to focus on what was relevant, which is standardizing information sheets, making UX writing very accessible for citizens to really understand usually very complex procedures to register your business, to get your construction permit in a very simple way. So instead of having every agency investing in a CMS, either Drupal, WordPress, you name it, and having to maintain that heavy ICT portfolio, we really focus on building the capabilities to leverage a central stack of key reusable software components. So in terms of the governance, that requires to have a shared service policy to make it very easy for any government agency, not wanting to buy, but actually to use the interoperability platform, the digital signature platform, the identity platform, because the shared services are for that, to save you a lot of time in procurement, to save you a lot of time in doing a business case, and just mastering how to architect, in our case, digital services according to GovMX digital services standard, and focus on delivery. So having the right mandate comes with the commitment to make it very easy for any government agency to use that technology stack without having to go into all the investment and procurement process that comes involved. And last but not least, the challenge of having the right standards and protocols. And that is very key to strengthen and support and encourage a GovTech ecosystem that facilitates any implementation, because you share as a government what is the expected result, what type of methodology you use when anyone wins ICT project tendering process, and you want to diversify that type of ICT providers to enter government. And the more you standardize your procedures and the way you run ICT, the better, because you democratize access to those processes. But again, you need to have a team that works with all this ecosystem in sharing and explaining the standards. So I think, in summarize, having the right mandate to focus on to guide ICT investment, having the right team to channel ICT business cases and guide government entities in how to best invest ICT resources, the right governance model in terms of data structure and shared services policies, and the right standards and protocols.
Excellent. Governance, mandate, team, skills, and standards. Morten, maybe from also your experience in the public sector and also research, what do you think are the challenges for benefit realization?
So a little bit, some of it relates to the governance structure. But if you're looking at a single organization or multiple organizations, this multi-headed beast of the public sector, prioritization becomes key. So in the public sector, you tend to find that ICT prioritization is set by the individual organization. That means that if I am the Ministry of Interior, I will prioritize ICT investments in terms of where I get the most benefit out of my budget within my business area and within my mandate. This is potentially problematic when you talk about whole of government, because I, as the Ministry of Interior, may also be responsible for the population registry, the electronic identity, the digital signature, but the value creation of me investing in that component is very small to me as an entity. So how do we get around the problem of prioritizing whole of government or socio-economic investments with the biggest value added when it is the mandate and the money from a single entity that comes into it? And that's where the governance model comes in. So that's the one thing. How do we do that? How do we prioritize strategic investments that benefits whole of government, whole of society, as well as the individual organization? Then there's the problem of estimating the benefits. Classical in public and private sector ICT investment is that we underestimate the investment costs and we overestimate the positive impact. An old professor of mine, when I did IT investment value creation project at the IT University in Copenhagen, said, basically, you multiply by pi and divide by pi. Yeah? Increase the investment cost by 3, divide the potential impact by 3, and then you have a more realistic picture. Because we are built to look at things over-optimistically. So that's the other thing. And then it comes linking the strategic investments to operational performance. So again, as Yolanda was saying, where's the value creation? We've invested in this program, in this system, in this tech solution, in this internet infrastructure, but how do we measure on the operational basis the value creation and the benefit realization once the project has come to an end and has been handed over for operation? That's the other element. So tools for this is key. So in the Danish context, what they did is that certain key strategic investments are decided in the National Steering Committee, and it is part of a strategy and an action plan. Each project will then have an estimated business case that is pre-agreed, and that is then linked to the investment and the return on that investment in the strategic cycle. If that's a positive for government, you get the go-ahead. If it's a negative, there may be a no, we don't do it, or we reinvent, or we redo. This is then linked to a number of strategic tools. So you must fill out the Excel sheet from hell to validate your business case. And trust me, this is the Excel sheet from hell. It takes hours and days to just get an overview. But that also becomes a monitoring tool. So projects over a certain size must be assessed on a regular basis by an independent panel of experts to see, is this project on target by time, budget, estimated impact? And there has been cases where key strategic projects from the police, from the court system, has been closed down halfway through because this project will never deliver the value that justify the cost spending on it. So they get a red card and says, you go home and redo it. So it links also to the culture of risk-taking within the government. And government is not a risk-taker. They're quite risk-adverse. And fair enough, but there's certain things that you then build in. So again, this prioritization, the benefit realization, and providing the toolkits and the measurements and the advisory sections become quite interesting. So it is a lot of work, but it also links to your procurement. So in Denmark in the early 10s, the problem was that all the public procurement required you did waterfall specifications. So by the time you go to procurement, your tender specs are already outdated for the business objectives. Then when the project is then developed 2-3 years down the line and becomes operational, you're sitting with a system solution that solved the problems you had 5 years ago. Yeah? So that is linked into the drive on agile development and looking at breaking down IT investments into bite size and more plug and play, which is what government as a platform, what the gov stacks, what the components are all about. Yeah? So those are some of the experiences we see that are universal, both in terms of the challenges faced, what works and what doesn't work, whether or not you are Danish or whether or not you're from the Middle East or whether or not you're from sub-Saharan Africa, it doesn't matter. These are the challenges you have in the public sector, but also in the private organization.
Thank you. I think you mentioned a couple of things that are very interesting. I think this difference between, like how public sector institutions address this at the institutional level individually, but when we want to move to a whole of government, like integrated approach for digital transformation, that's when the challenge comes in order to secure coherence. And I think Denmark, it's a really interesting case. We look closely also the work that you do with the ICT portfolio management and the agency. And it's really interesting how this approach has been built through, like many years to get to a level of maturity that doesn't become extra bureaucracy, but enable benefits realization.
Trust me, civil servants hate the business case model in Denmark because it's difficult to work with because it requires a lot of time. But another thing that I think is really interesting is a model they tried out in Australia under the first Labour-led Kevin Rudd government back in the early 2000s, where they said basically government sets up an investment fund for IT, strategic IT investments. All key entities then submit their investment suggestions, and then an independent committee decides on which ones have the most socio-economic benefit, and we will prioritize that to be funded out of this investment pot. They basically got a loan. And then once the benefit realization comes into effect, the entity pays back from operational savings or benefit savings. A model that's very interesting but was discontinued, but that ensures that it's key benefits across government or across society that gets prioritized and not the individual entities' priorities. This was tried in Denmark as well on a smaller scale with benefit realization saying, for instance, the move to digital by default saying, well, we're moving from the expensive paper channel by closing it down. We're moving people over to online self-service, call centers and physical service centers. So there's measurable criteria for different services. It's aggregated from local level all the way up and by channels and so forth, and there's a unit cost for each. If you achieve your strategic objectives before schedule, you keep the extra savings, and you can do with it what you want. But if you're behind schedule, we're going to take your money anyway at the next budget negotiations. So you suddenly have both the positive and the negative incentive. Now the governance model comes back into play because if there's a key driver that turns out to be wrong, there's then an adjustment agreed in the steering committee, so you don't get penalized just because situations have changed or another entity is delayed with the electronic login or the single sign-on that you need to in order to complete your project. So that's where the governance comes in. But it comes back to always knowing where are you, where are you wanting to be, and how are you progressing like that. Yeah? And that needs to be monitored and measured, which is something that the public sector is not always the best at. So yeah, it's interesting. But there's different models. But this initial pilot the Australians tried with, I think, is very interesting, particularly in the public sector, which across the world is looking at resource constraints. But it's also very interesting when it comes to the international donor community in emerging economies, as in what is the role of the donor community to not just prioritize what we want to do, but actually what are the needs of the beneficiary, but how do we also plant a culture of monitoring and measurement and benefit realization so you have sustainability over time, that this project we're funding can help increase efficiency in the administration that then allows them to reallocate human resources or financial resources to develop other things. So over time, the donors can take less of a role in funding and supporting, but you get more of a sustainable development within a beneficiary country or organization. So I think there's some perspectives in that also in terms of the donor community.
Absolutely. Thank you. So Ida, working also in Sweden and also looking at maybe local governments, any approach or to complement what the colleagues have already mentioned?
Yes, so there's already been a lot of wise things said. So adding the local government perspective, I think, so I've done many case studies now on local government in Sweden, and in Sweden we have a very high digital uptake. So, and Sweden always comes up very well in these rankings. But in the municipality level, which is our local government level, even though they are on paper very digital in comparison to many other countries worldwide, there are lots of different challenges anyway, right? And I think for me, coming out in these organizations, it's hard to get them to tell me what it costs, so they don't even know how much money they spend on digital transformation. They can tell me what the system costs, so what do they pay for software and hardware, but they cannot tell me how much man-hours they paid for this development, and all these other things. So I think somehow the discussion on digital transformation often ends up about the technology and what we pay for the technology, but not the actual transformation of the organization, which is made by people, and all the costs that are involved in that transformation. So I think for the local government in my country, and probably in most countries, at this case worker level and on this civil worker level, they need new ways of talking about investments and how to calculate how much money they actually have to spend. And also, we have these nice keywords like benefits. So what is a benefit really?
Is it the return of investment? Is it that they should have reduced costs in the case handling, for example, or do they want to quit some caseworkers? Because that is typically the case in Swedish municipalities, that they want to invest in digital technology so that they can relieve some of the caseworkers. But the caseworkers are cheap in relationship to the IT experts they need to hire to create these systems, to exchange the caseworkers. So on the total, probably there's an increase in costs by these investments. So, and they don't have a language for talking about that in a systematic manner, I think. So we need to help them find ways of doing that.
Absolutely. I think something that you mentioned, which is, I think, applicable to both the central and the local government, that in our experience working with central governments, there is not really good way to, as you said, like understand how much IT costs. So there is a clear link with public procurement mechanism, but that's not the real final costs.
No.
So there's no clarity in terms of how much they need to spend, and also thinking ahead, what are the operational costs for maintenance and for, like transition, migration, or, like avoiding basically legacy. So I think it's a really interesting angle, especially when we see the diversity of local governments, well, in Sweden and many other countries.
And just to add something to what Morten told us about from the Danish case, is also that I think there are already good ways of talking about the big investments. But much of the digital transformation, in my mind, comes from the bottom up, and all these incremental changes that are done by the people in these organizations. And we don't really talk about those small investments that together become really big investments over time.
Absolutely. I think that's a central point in terms of understanding not just the large investment, which are, in general, countries tend to focus on that because obviously, given the amount of resources that are devoted to that, but you're absolutely right that there is something also to think about what's a bottom-up approach. The more granular that becomes big in the when you go up. Dane, being an digital innovator, what do you think are the challenges to benefits to secure benefit realization?
Okay, we are more focusing on rural communities in Mozambique. So we are the bridge between central government and rural communities, because the part of the world where I'm coming from, the digital gap is huge. So we've been operating for the past 5 years, and from time to time, the government is understanding that if there is a reliable and effective ways of communications, the investments can be compensated on traveling from district to district, and they can actually have a way on monitoring the way governance is being done in those communities. So I think if there is a commitment on circular economy versus tech for good, benefiting the disadvantaged communities, we can have a very positive perspectives in the near future. That is my view.
I think you highlighted a key point, which is in which ways we are understanding benefits. I think that's also a really interesting angle. I think what most countries, I think, in the way they address from a financial perspective, they also think in the cost-saving, angle.
Yes.
But I think we really need to think what are the final benefits to users, citizens, business, migrants, whoever benefits from those investments, in order to clearly understand how much, what's the return of investment from a more social perspective. I think, Morten, you wanted to add something?
I think it's also pointing to what Ida was saying about what is a benefit. Is it purely financial? So my period in the Danish Agency for Digitization, which is a specialized agency in the Ministry of Finance, obviously has certain priorities. It was also a period after the 2008 financial crisis, aging population, low productivity in the public sector. So it had very much a productivity cost-saving exercise. because it was about releasing resources from the back-end bureaucracy, so you can use that for more front-end, hand physical engagement in other parts of the public sector. But the clever entities, the clever organizations get around that by not only measuring on productivity and cost saving, but also on user satisfaction. Yeah, so that you still need to measure, because if you don't know what your current user satisfaction is with the existing service or the existing organization, how can you measure or indicate whether or not your investments make sense 5 years down the line in terms of improved customer satisfaction or user satisfaction, or minimizing or maximizing health outcomes or educational outcomes. So again, the challenge we see in some of our research is that a lot of organizations understand they need to do some measurements so they can make decisions based on facts. And if they feel weak in that, they tend to overcompensate by overcomplicating their measurements. They end up spending most of their time actually just monitoring and measurement. Whereas we see, particularly among some of the OECD countries, that once the organizations mature, they start minimizing the measurement indicators and looking at sort of the 80-20 rule and say, if we measure on these 4 or 5 indicators, we actually get 80% of the knowledge we need, and then we dive down if we need to. Yeah? They don't measure on everything. Yeah? They measure on the key items, whether or not they're qualitative, as Ida is saying, or whether or not they are very quantitative cost-saving measurements. But I think to Yolanda's point on GovStacks and sort of the consolidation and the government as a platform, open source, open solution, I think that also speaks to what Ida is talking about, that helps actually local authorities and smaller central government authorities to pick up elements and saying, well, you don't need to do a data distributor, you plug into the centrally provided, and that's funded by the Ministry of X, and they will hold your hand if you need to, and make sure that you don't get lost and you don't breach privacy regulations and the like. So I think there's a lot of interesting models out there, and I know in Sweden and in Denmark, there's a lot of local government co-development communities where they share their Drupal CMS components in Denmark, and it was 5 small municipalities that started, and then the big city comes and say, oh, we also have Drupal, can we join the collaboration? So there's a lot of that happening at the bottom-up level, which is also what could be beneficial in emerging economies where local governments definitely don't have the same resources as local government in the Nordic countries and need to find new creative ways of actually making resources stretch, and less and more principles, but also where donor initiatives or international initiatives like the GovStack initiatives and others come into play and saying, here's a template, here's some elements that you can use, but you need to adapt them. Yeah, because you have your own legal and regulatory frameworks and you have your own priorities and contexts. So yes, some of it can go, and I looked at Dane's project when I saw him on the panel and looked at the sort of community-centered development modules that they've done. And it's a novel idea, and it is developed and matched to the context. So you can pull it out with a tractor on a truck, or you can get it down there by pushing it. But it's self-contained because there is a problem with electricity and it's a satellite connection, but you can get the service delivery out there. In Denmark, we'll do fancy setups with, you know, embedded into libraries with screens and stuff, and you remotely connect. So it's a different model, but it's around the same concept. How do we get out to where people are in rural areas? And how do we do that the most efficient?
Yeah. And just to emphasize as well, that the rural communities I'm talking about is lack of infrastructure and electricity. So the model we are using in Mozambique, at least for these 5 years, it's giving some positive results. Because when we come into measuring to a place where there's no infrastructure at all, some has been distracted by war, and some, they were never been there. And there's no electricity. And if we can provide some type of solutions where the government can measure, and at the end of the day, they can end up spending less and having control on regarding e-government around the country, I think.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I think this is a very, very interesting also transition to a question that I wanted to ask you to Yolanda in terms of basically developing this sort of toolkit or shared, like tools, so on one hand reduce potentially costs, but also to secure coherence and integration within the public sector, which is the idea of behind the government as a platform ambition, but also now more recently the work that you are doing in GovStack and this idea also of digital public goods. But we see that there is also a challenge in terms of how do we fund these sort of initiatives in terms of, like who absorb the costs, or how are these building blocks maintained in the medium long term. So maybe you can tell us a bit how are you thinking about this from also your experience in Mexico, but from the implementation of GovStack.
A lot of reflections on benefits and reaching out with relevant content in rural communities. And just a little bit of context, GovStack is a global effort. It was founded by the government of Estonia, the government of Germany through GIZ, ITU, and DIAL. And the objective is very simple, and it makes so much sense. Get together, make a community-driven effort to decide what are the technical specifications of the most common reusable software components that are in government digital services. Identity, digital signature, information consent, digital payments, notifications, having the right UX, UI to facilitate the users, the interaction with the government. So an initial setup was a very good and interesting publication done by ITU and DIAL named SDG Digital Investment Framework. And it basically, the team of researchers that participated in that report analyzed the most common and the most demanded government services across the world and identified these 23 core building blocks. They sat together and they say, what is the point of every country investing tons of millions every year in an interoperability platform, in an identity platform, in a digital signature platform? And being Estonia, one of the founders, I think most of us here are very familiar with XRO. And I think XRO is a very good example of what working in the open brings to the world. Today, XRO is being used by more than 20 countries globally, and it's being funded by 3 countries, Estonia, Finland, and Ireland. And I think that's the future in terms of really canalizing, and especially for local governments. And in Mexico, we have 2,445 municipalities, a lot of local governments to collaborate, but especially to enable and to democratize access to the highest quality of technology to architect digital services according to their context and needs, because it's not the same a service in a rural area that in a high connected metropolitan area like Mexico City with 25 million people. So the spirit and the aim of GovStack is to bring together community of practice. We have so far 11 technical specifications for the most common building blocks, and this Thursday we're launching wave 3 of 4 incoming technical specifications. We aim to have by 2023 GovStack Sandbox that can really facilitate for any digital team around the world, local, central, state level, to come and to interact, to save a lot of time for all of us who have been in government. We know that running a tendering process can take a year. And having the right technical specification, like Morten was saying, it's a very hard time because you need to have the right talent. So you define the specifications according to your need and not according to any particular vendor interest. And having those capabilities in a local government is not always the case. So the objective of having technical specifications that can be referred in the tendering process really accelerate, but more importantly, having those technical specifications complemented with open source software components can really speed up the process of adoption, reuse, and really focus the effort of government on what is important. right? Realizing the benefit, increasing citizen satisfaction, facilitating getting a business done, getting your permits, getting around government with having the right digital experience, because you can actually have the time to focus on that. If your digital team is small, then you're going to be more focused on having the right case, efficiency, going to the Ministry of Finance, trying to get a small size of tax money available for this particular project. If you think about from a share perspective, you can reuse these software components, of course adapted to your stack, and really focus on building the capabilities to design digital services according to user needs and according to the community context. So that's one of our priorities, and I totally agree with everything that has been said. Even prioritizing what to measure is key. Because if you really place focus on what makes a difference, in the case of digital government services, having highest citizen satisfaction, really reducing the number of interactions that a citizen needs to go to a government offices to maybe just one single interaction, using any type of devices, using voice commands, right? Estonia is now working on 120 services that you can activate using your voice command. You don't even need to enter a website or enter or use a government mobile application. I think technology is moving so fast, and the more we reuse, the more we focus on having shared platforms, global shared platforms, can really also canalize development investments into making sure that every single project reaches the maximum benefit, because at the core, it's a very standard way to deliver. So I think that's the challenge, the aim, and we invite everyone to join this effort.
I think, thank you, Jolanda. I think there is also a really interesting angle, I think also in the way that GovStack is addressing some of these challenges, also considering the increasing interest from countries to start thinking about cross-border, you know, like services, interoperability, not just at the domestic level, which requires heavy investments, but how to make sure that those investments are also enabled cross-border services, flow of data under obviously trusted, you know, like principles and ways of handling personal data. So there is also really interesting, I think, work that GovStack is contributing to, which is also from an initial investment, you know, like making the most in terms of the coverage and the capacity that coverage enables in terms of addressing cross-border interoperability. So it's a really, really interesting, fascinating case. Jolanda mentioned, Ida, about local governments, and you touched on this previously, but I would really like, maybe based on your experience and your research, you mentioned, you know, some of the challenges, but what do you think are the key capacities that are needed in local governments to maybe make the most out of their investments?
Since I got this question beforehand, I was thinking, and the answer becomes very, I think, schizophrenic, because it's, when I think about what are the capacities they need and so on, what are they doing, and what are the challenges, it's always on the one hand and then on the other hand, and drawing conclusions about how these organizations should work, I don't really know. And I think my work is, as a information systems researcher, working with these qualitative case studies, my work is really to question what they're doing and problematize it. So, and I think I got stuck there also when I tried to figure out the capacities, because on the one hand, big local government organizations, like in my countries, we have some really big municipalities with 1 million inhabitants and really rich organizations. And then we also have some very, very small municipalities with 2,000 citizens and maybe 10 people working at the, you know, city office. So you can't really talk about these organizations as being one, because they have different types of problems, and I think they also, in a sense, need to build different capacities depending on what they are dealing with. But just to say some things other than this rambling, I think what they really need to work more on is this, what has been mentioned also several times, new ways of working across professional roles and across departments and across anything. Looking at public organizations, they are very much stovepiped into different groups, and different groups do things in their way, and they are also very much characterized by strong profession, and they also care about protecting their professions. And that is not working anymore. So local organizations today are really challenged in the way they are working at the core, I think. They need new ways of organizing for digital projects, because what happens when you build these digital solutions is that they all have to work together, whether they want to or not. And sometimes I think conflicts arise from not acknowledging that you need to do this together. So that's one point. But I also think that looking from an information systems perspective, the role of IT department is really changing. And I think we are seeing more and more that local organizations, local government try to resolve problems that arise in the interaction with the IT department in different ways. In Sweden now, it's very common to have a digital strategy group. But they usually don't have any money, and they don't have any mandate to do anything. They just walk around and do management by talking, and not much is happening. So that, but they are trying out different ways of getting the conversation going. And I think in a couple of years, hopefully we'll see some results from that. But I think, so trying to build, I don't know, getting down to some capacities anyway. I think so communicate and work better together across these all different groups. I think also a trend that we see now in Sweden at least is that many local government organizations start to bring the IT competence back into the organization. For a long time it was very popular to outsource everything that had to do with IT, and what they have done then is to lose control. So regain control over IT is a new capacity that they have to build. And those who are successful at that, I think you can see beneficial results from that. But just as a sidetrack to what you were saying before, is this interesting trend that also that we see in Sweden, and possibly in all other countries that you all represent, is that digital transformation also becomes a prestige project. And this is interesting in local government organizations, because the rich municipalities in my country, they kind of compete against each other on who's the best. So who has the most e-services to citizens? Who has the shortest response time? And all these quantifiable, measurable stuff. Instead of working together to make sure that all municipalities have e-services to their citizens and short response times. And I think where we can actually see true collaboration is between the small municipalities with small resources that by necessity need to find new ways of working, and they do that. Whereas the big organizations, they sit in their
ivory tower.
Yeah, ivory tower, protecting their interests, walking around in different practitioner conferences talking about how good their municipality is at doing all this stuff. And I think that is a dangerous development, and it's not for the benefit of citizens. So,
couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
I'd just like to add two things to sort of the skills needed. You mentioned the cross-disciplinary teams, but also the mandate for these cross-disciplinary team. I think the mandate is key from leadership. Otherwise, it ends up as, you know, a nice conversation over coffee once a week, and it's great, but nothing happens. But what we see in a lot of organizations, no matter where they are and what level, is that if you looked at your lean process before your IT development, like look at your processes and your services and products, and what is it we need to do, the essential things, before we do the IT support system and the workflows and stuff, then your costs are down, your time to market is down, and the risk of your project failing you is down. There's no hard evidence of it, but when you hear this coming out from multiple IT departments and multiple service organizations that this is what works for us, then it starts gathering momentum. And I think there's something about it. We see it in Portugal with the Simplex and the administrative burden reduction reform. OECD has done a ton of work on that, and in terms of innovation. The change management process, the mandates, and looking at your organization from a critical perspective and saying, what is the essential things that we need to do, and how do we improve how we do that, and how does IT comes into that? Then it starts working.
Yeah, but it's also something to add there is also who's responsible.
Exactly.
Because that is, I think, something that many of these small local organizations, public organizations, are not at all thinking about at present, is who's responsible when it doesn't work out.
Oh, yeah.
Because that happens all the time, and then now no one is held accountable for these failures.
Yeah.
And we have a very interesting and embarrassing example from Sweden. Our biggest municipality has spent 2.1 billion Swedish crowns on a school platform that still does not work, and nobody is held accountable. And it's for other local organizations, that amount of money does not exist for anything.
Yeah.
It's just an enormous amount of money.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
The Danish tax agency's property value taxation system is 10 years delayed, just been launched, and it's sending out the wrong estimates to the wrong people.
Yes, exactly. And this is, as I said, a school platform. Every municipality in the country has a school platform.
Exactly.
But this particular municipality decided to have it as a prestige project and build their own from scratch. And it's been going on for years and years and years, and just been costing so much money that one of professors in information systems in Sweden, Katarina Lindblad Widlund, she did a calculation now. How many teaching full equivalents would this project, so how many teachers could you have paid for this particular project? And it was thousands of teachers that they could have used that money to.
No, I agree with you. There's still the vanity projects.
Yeah,
the big
so
white elephants are
Yeah.
still out there across the globe, also in the private
Yes.
sector. So that's one thing that definitely comes in and comes back to that prioritization debate.
Yes.
And who's responsible for making the decisions. One model the Danish municipalities use a lot that I've also seen used in countries like Georgia is that the IT department and the citizen service delivery department is in the same organization. So there might be sub-teams within the same department. So IT, call center, physical service center, back office is under the same management, because that helps prioritize and ensure the links between the different teams and ensure that someone at the end of the table is responsible no matter what goes wrong in what part of the organization. Whether it's the IT or the operational part, it's the same people that is responsible. And that seems to work in a Danish context. So it worked in the Georgian context, which is quite different, but it seems to work in some organizations. So that's another potential model that also help with the estimations and identifying the right priorities and the right measurements. Because if you're responsible for both citizen satisfaction, the IT, the call center, etc., you start looking at where do I get most bang for my buck?
There's a really interesting point on that as well. We've seen also the experience of, for example, the UK linked to the idea of not necessarily funding projects, but funding teams that basically are responsible from an end-to-end perspective, and they are brought together to understand the problem until the need is solved. And not to address it in a fragmented way. I think that's a really interesting angle. I think there is also another interesting point in terms of how local governments collaborate in order to basically, not just from a financial perspective, because obviously by solving problems together, they save costs, right? But they also secure that the experience of the users is the same when they move across municipalities.
Exactly.
We were just working in obviously a resource country, Luxembourg, but being a small country, they started from the outset. 30 years ago, the local government association has also its own IT department that develops these building blocks for all the local governments. not just to save costs, but to make sure that if someone moves from one local government to the other, has the same experience when interacting with the local government. So I think back to the idea of what to understand by benefits, it's really important to keep that in mind in terms of making sure that we have a very wide understanding of what a benefit is.
I think that...
No, I was just very inspired because I think also when realizing what ICT investment means, it is not only the technology itself, but also focus on the right implementation, right? All these challenges come from how you structure the project, how you structure the team that is going to deliver. And I think the example that you kindly share about the UK and Luxembourg, I think, focusing on the user journey, right? So let's find a service end-to-end, and in the user journey on the different touch points, and how much resources are needed according to the agency that is responsible to each particular step in the journey. And also the fact that you can really accelerate implementation when you use reusable software components. Why? Because you don't need to pay once every time to implement an identity building block. You don't need to pay once every time an interoperability platform. You did all that investment already. So delivery needs to be faster just because you are reusing a stack, and really the benefit should be being able to deliver quickly, but also really in changing the experience of the end user in these interactions. I think that implementation part is so key.
But I think both the example of the small municipalities that Ida was mentioning, working out of necessity, but also this, at least a common frame for user experience and experiences with the public sector, no matter the entity, or if you move between municipalities or within regions in a federal country or whatever, becomes more and more important when you start thinking about the smart city concepts and investments. Because it's not just about the city, it's also about the suburbs and the rural areas around it, and how do you integrate that. So Copenhagen municipality can't do smart city on its own, because A, there's another municipality as an island in the middle of it, and they share the roads, and as a, as a bicycle user, I don't want my bicycle path to stop just because the municipality line changes. Pollution knows no boundary, the public good becomes even more important. And that comes into the type of skills and capacities, again, that are in local government. So there's two projects we've been working with recently. One was a national strategy in Uganda on how to attract and retain IT qualified staff in central and local government, and looking at career paths and remunerations, because there was no career path for IT qualified person in the Ugandan government. Yeah, so if I want to have a career, I can't have a career, even though my skills is needed. And again, in Dubai, we're advising the central government authority, the city authority, on how to change the innovation model, because the current innovation model has hit a glass ceiling, and they need to break down silos even further. So there we're talking about having a set of strategic challenges set for the city that the entities are then challenged to develop and solve. And the idea is really that entities will design themselves out of existence. Yeah? And that will then have a productivity, a cost benefit, a user satisfaction, because there's only one agency I need to deal with, because the data comes from the other 5 agencies. So again, it's breaking down those silos and not reinventing the wheel all the time, but actually just looking at how do we get the most outcome for the resources that we have available, and setting those priorities and setting those challenges and giving the tools to solve them, but then also measuring and monitoring that we're actually achieving what we want to achieve. So very different type of challenges those two examples are addressing, but trying to solve similar things, like how do we get service delivery infrastructure in place in our local or country communities.
Morten, you just mentioned, talk about, again, like the idea of monitoring, the relevance of monitoring and assessing this sort of investment. And when we think about the spectrum of investment from planning to finally understanding what was the final result and outcome, we see that sometimes countries have challenges, governments have challenges to connect, like the value proposition with the ways that they measure and monitor, like the results. So what do you think, how do you see that connection, and what do you think, in your experience, countries could do to make the most out of the two of them?
Well, you don't need to monitor and measure everything, but you need to identify the key parameters or criteria you want to look at. If you have a challenge, you may have a gut feeling, you know from experience that this is where we have a problem. But if you don't quantify it somehow, how can you measure if you've solved it down the road? Yeah? So the key point of monitoring and measuring is knowing we are here, we want to be there, are we progressing towards that? And if something goes out of loop or are we overshooting, how do we make decisions along the way? Because things change. Yeah, that's why waterfall is so unpopular, because our business needs change over time. So how do we measure that? And yes, on time, on budget are the two classical ones, but that misses out on the outcomes, because it's based on projects. And the benefit realization doesn't come from having a road from A to B. It comes from people and goods and services being transported along that road. So it comes when a project is no longer a project, but a product or service. So you need to link those two together. And then you can monitor on time, you can monitor on unit costs, user satisfaction, whether or not it's a scale of 1 to 5 or 1 to 100 or Christmas trees or elephants, doesn't matter, as long as you have something that guides you to see, did we achieve what it was we wanted to achieve?
Thank you very much. That I think, yeah. Again, having that clear, like visibility in terms of where I want to go, which is, like what value I want to deliver, the idea of value proposition, but then implementing the mechanisms to assess how to.
You need to quantify it somehow, unfortunately, because politicians and civil servants are masters at political opt-out, vague, qualitative targets that you then cannot measure. There's a colleague here in the audience who actually was charged with retrofitting the monitoring and measuring of a digital national strategy where he comes from after the strategy had been implemented, but they need to measure if it was a success or not, because they hadn't defined it. They had all these vague qualitative objectives that we can all relate to, but how do you actually justify the investment related to the outcome they had? They hadn't built up the framework, so he had to do it retroactively, which is exactly the wrong way of doing it.
Yeah, totally. We were like, just to compliment on that, we like a couple of weeks ago, we have our annual meeting bringing all the government chief information officer, what we call the leaders, in Paris, and I think we discussed about the importance of being clear about communicating what is the impact that digitalization will deliver, to convince the political leadership that it's important to invest on this, because there are a lot of challenges.
I know, it's about
to make sure that those resources
are
priorities,
and I mentioned donors before, but we had an experience. We were working with UNICEF, and we were doing a project on the impact on children and parents of digital service transformation. And we did interviews, because no one studied this. They'd done about predatory behavior, child protection and stuff, but no one had done it. So we did interviews in Sweden, in Bangladesh, Timor-Leste, Brazil, and Ghana. And it turned out that from local community groups, there was a certain country in West Africa that had now had donor funding from 3 international donors in the last 10 years to do their population registry, and they still didn't have a population registry. In another Asian country, a donor had gone in and said, well, we'll fund birth registration. But no one had thought about death registration or immigration entry and outside, so you actually had a functional population registry. So they were dealing with part of the problem, not the full problem. The full problem is not just birth registration or death registration or immigration. It's valid population registry with data that we can rely on. So it would have been a very simple, very small change that would have, in the investment, that would have increased massively the outcome of this birth registration initiative. And then the donor coordination of not coordinating and you're funding the same project 3 times is, good for the country in question, because they've probably spent the money on something. But in terms of the outcomes and value for money, it's the wrong way around. Because it could have been spent on training teachers or nurses instead. Yeah?
Without doing the blame and shame, we've seen also individual donors funding the same project several times. Like without having clarity.
Luckily, there's a GOV stack here.
So in terms of discussing again about the benefits and the impact of investment, I think something that is getting a lot of attention internationally is how also digital government contribute to greening the public sector. So I have a question for Dane, and also the experience of Tablero Comunitario and the work that you are doing in terms of prioritizing green technologies. In your experience, how do you think that governments can promote green IT investments, considering the role of government in basically leading by example the climate change?
I think the commitment on circular economy versus tech for good, again benefiting the rural communities, which are the disadvantaged communities. And because this could be a bridge, once again, between central government and rural communities. And also, it's important for all of us to join a task force to contribute for digital inclusion, which is the most, which is what affected the most in Africa. With digital inclusion, in my point of view, it's basically possible to increase the level of knowledge on the communities and to give these communities access to basic services. Again, our communities lack of infrastructures. So if there is a useful and appropriate model implemented, we can basically approach the community to the cities. Our experience also is refugee camps. Mozambique currently has been a victim of terrorism, and we are implementing these type of solutions in refugee camps. And the way we do it is these vulnerable people, they arrive on the refugee camps without nothing. And using some models, example, our model, it's possible for us to give basically quick vocational technical education, which means that these people, after they leave the refugee camps, they will be enabled to do work, or be certified and able to do work. So that is my view on how the government could eventually promote green technology.
Can I ask you, you mentioned at the beginning the idea of circular economy.
Yes.
Could you maybe share a bit with us how you are tackling that from the work of Tablet Comunitario?
Yes, we built our infrastructure using recycled plastic. And our unit also use solar energy. So in that sense, promoting circular economy versus tech for good, we believe that it could be a way forward on promoting IT for green.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I would like now to move towards the end of the panel before opening the floor to the participants. But I would like to ask, I would say, a final question to all of you about one of the key challenges for the public sector and also entrepreneurs, which can be public procurement and the relationship with the digital transformation of the public sector. So anyone that would like to reflect about what can we do to make that public procurement is an enabler and not a constraint for digital transformation?
Oh, that's a very important question. No, I think governments have put a lot of attention in making actually procurement easy for all parties, not only the public servants, which usually have a lot of responsibility and liability. Like, for example, in Mexico, every time you sign a document, there is a lot of legal liability. That's why procedures takes a lot of time, because of course you want your lawyers reviewing every document before it comes to the signature of, in my case, when I was the chief of digital government office, I have to sign all the requests for investments, and I have liability in every single signature. And I was in that position for 6 years. So if you need to have the right team to protect you, because of course you want to push the agenda forward and you want to make revisions very agile at the same time that you want to comply. So I think having technology helping you internally in having the right system pre-qualifications, in our case, to accelerate the business case setup, the evaluation, making sure that we have the internal controller as part of the evaluation committee, was part of the governance mechanism internally to really speed up the process of reviewing all the business cases and requests. So that's one part, the governance itself of the procurement process. And I really like the examples that Morten shared about the evaluation committee, so on and so forth. And I think the biggest challenge when enabling all those governance mechanisms is to make very efficient and to really gather the participation from other, especially externals, because at least in Mexican law, when you participate in a procurement process, even though you are an external participant, you have liability. So even for us, it was sometimes hard to gather external participants to participate in the evaluation committee, because they didn't want to have that much legal responsibility by participating in this type of effort. So I think there is a huge opportunity and challenge to really go into how ICT procurement in government is set up to be able to be agile, but at the same time, of course, making sure that resources are used efficiently. Another relevant aspect is make the procurement process very wise. So that's, in our case, was key to focus our initial investments in our stack. Because if we identify 48 services that we launch a fixed price process. So we launch the call for tenders, we fix the price, and then any public entity from all levels of government could use that fixed contract. And that really facilitates for any government entity to access software license or data center capability or software factory services, because we fix the price and we really speed up the process and focus on implementation, focus on understanding user needs, in prototyping, in using the sandbox, and really focus on building the capabilities to deliver. Because the bureaucratic part was handled by, in our case, the digital government unit. So I think that's key. Green Gov Stack, I think, is a great example that you touch, and I think is having the right policies in place, but also make it very easy for companies to comply. So that's key in any procurement process. And I think open contracting partnership, it's a very good global initiative in standardizing information on procurement, in make it easily accessible. So that's key. And standards and protocol. If you want to democratize access, make very easy for everyone to comply. The more you standardize and the more you train your GovTech community, the easier it is. The more you work with open source, the easier it is, because then the focus is not on how am I going to acquire the license. It's open source. Focus on the implementation. Focus on having the right process to reuse and to really leverage the benefit. So I think it's definitely a very challenging topic, but the more technology becomes a commodity, I think also procurement processes are becoming more efficient, because the whole point is to really have a very focalized stack, maintain it, share the costs, hopefully among countries, among entities, among cities, just like Estonia is doing with Extra, for example, and really leverage the capability of keeping your stack always at the edge to serve your digital team needs and the citizen needs.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other take on public procurement and digital?
So the framework contracts that Yolanda was mentioning is a tool that's used in a number of Nordic countries as well, that a central agency go out and bulk purchase, and then other government entities can basically get the licenses or the solutions they need. It's sort of a bit of a consolidation effort as well, and aligned a bit to standards. So saying these products also already live up to the standards that you're supposed to comply with. But there's an interesting angle on that in terms of startups. Yeah, particularly with tech, but also with smaller entrepreneurs and medium-sized companies, as in how do we not make the procurement regulations too cumbersome so we exclude the startups and the family businesses, which are the bread and butter of most economies. Yeah, because someone has to start somewhere. And the Italians did something many years ago where they actually said all procurements from the government, even if they're below threshold, should be published. And then we do training programs for small and micro enterprises so they know what is the process. And then we've been speaking to other partners and stuff about how does then the procurement cycle comes in and the data that government has. So, for example, if you're going to be doing a procurement for the municipality schools for toilet paper, you want X thousand rolls of toilet paper, but how do I, as a local vendor, then figure out, do I have the capacities? Because 10 million rolls of toilet paper sounds like a lot. And in theory, government could ask for all of it in one go, but likely it's separated out. So it gives me the information to say, I use my productivity. If I do an extra shift here, and have stock, then I can live up to that procurement cycle. I'm going to do it. Yeah? So it's holding them a little bit by the hand as well by minimizing, because it makes sense. I was actually sitting on my phone on something totally different because I wanted to find a green example for you. So in Saudi Arabia, the Digital Government Authority actually did a calculation during COVID of what the lockdown has meant in CO2 reductions. Yeah? So the kingdom is about 40 million people. They calculated that in 12 months of lockdown, the 63 million transactions were moved from physical to digital. And with the size of Saudi vehicles, being American-sized SUVs, distances being a lot, they estimate about 93% of them would have been normal private ones. So basically the lockdown and the channel shift meant that in Saudi Arabia, about 770 million tons of CO2 was not emitted because the physical service requests, the return trip, was now online. Yeah? So it's an interesting example that then holds up about the energy consumption of blockchain and see, is there a green target we want to achieve here? Because we know the paper saving. Now, what is the impact of the physical service center visits being minimized in favor of video conferencing or telephone or online self-service, or even a disappeared service that you no longer need to do? So I thought that was an interesting thing that allowed me to check my phone.
Absolutely. and I think that's exactly the right of thinking that we need in terms of understanding impact, right? So trying to move beyond the most immediate cost, you know, like cost-benefit relationship.
It's not necessarily, exactly, and it's not necessarily a perfect measure.
Exactly.
But it is an average that is a solid estimate of what a CO2 or green criteria could be, as in saying, if we move this from there, then it will result in this. So it's not just about the cost saving, but it could also be about the socio-economic impact in a community about CO2 reductions or time savings for no longer having to drive from X to Y.
Just absolutely. Back to what you mentioned in terms of, you know, like the entry barriers for small, you know, like companies and entrepreneurs. That I think that's also another key factor in this equation, meaning the extent to which large projects, you know, like are very complex in terms of the technical specifications and the requirements for companies to have a lot of experience that actually they don't have. So basically you reduce the opportunities just to the big, large companies, the traditional ones that already have control over, I would say, infrastructure, digital infrastructure in the public sector. So that's absolutely, I think, a very interesting angle. And I think that also connects with the idea of some more forward-looking approaches for procurement that actually the European Commission has put in place. When we talk about, for example, the work that many countries are doing on innovation partnerships and competitive dialogue, we see that many countries don't have, and public sector institutions are not aware of those mechanisms. They don't solve all the problems, but they contribute to this idea of embedding agility and user centricity in digital investments in the public sector. So just wanted to add on that, because I think that's a very important point.
And just one more thing, I was reflecting that when the investment is focused on a stack, usually your stack is high investment, your identity platform, your interoperability platform, your digital signature platform. But once it's done, then the focus on the investment is on who can help you run a very good co-design workshop. You need more innovation agency, you need more service designers services. And those investments are small, usually below the cap for tendering.
Yeah.
So you can actually do direct assignations, of course, with the relevant compliance, but it's usually faster because the major investment is already done. Yeah. And it's already maintained either by a central team or a mechanism that guarantees that your identity authentication mechanism is up and running. So that's another way to democratize access to small firms that can really help and work with digital team on the co-design process, on the innovation process, on redefining how the service catalog is going to be optimized, because you have all this interoperability available that you don't need to pay for because it's already maintained at the central level. So focus is more on really hacking the status quo. And I think that's where the biggest opportunity for innovation comes, especially from startups. And no big resources, honestly, are needed for that.
Yeah, I think also partnerships with academia for effective strategy on implementation. Giving a small example on my experience. When we go to implement a project in a certain region in Mozambique, we work together with anthropologists, with sociologists, for us to make sure that what we are going to implement will be accepted where we are implementing. So in my view, this partnership with academia is also very important. Thank you.
It's a really interesting point from the perspective that it's, in order to secure, like the realization of those benefits, it's really important to have a clear understanding of what's the, what's the problem, and try to understand it from different angles. I think this comes back to this idea of not just thinking value proposition from a very financial perspective, but really trying to understand from a multi-dimensional approach. So absolutely, I think it's absolutely relevant. Ida, anything you would like to add on this?
Well, I'm trying to get my head around this question, and much good has already been said, but I think one thing that I would like to add is that this type of digital transformation we're talking about, these new technologies used in government, they are not just any goods or services that you can buy on the market. They transform how the government works. And I think that has not really been common knowledge. And it's perhaps still not common knowledge in these organizations that the way they implement technology will actually change the way their organization functions and works in many ways. And I think the awareness of that is increasing, and I expect that in the future, the procurement procedure will be different due to that. Because if you want to procure toilet paper, it's an external good. It's not like government organizations have their own toilet paper factory in the back. No? But these services are actually, it's this government towards the citizens. It's something completely different. And once that hits the right people's understanding, I think we can expect a change in these procurement for this type of services and ICT. It would be it's strange if it doesn't change eventually.
I think it's because a lot of IT uses in terms of process innovation, it's just doing the same things in the same organizations faster, better, and cheaper.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Whereas very little on the service and product innovation or even the organizational innovation, which you're highlighting as in, that is where we're eventually moving, because there is no more low-hanging fruits around technology.
Exactly.
Doing the same business as usual. We need to do something dramatically different.
And I think also that those organizations who truly understand this, they are working around procurement by creating in-house groups that can do these things themselves, so that you only buy the hardware.
Exactly.
And then you set up everything yourself.
Exactly.
And have the competence in-house.
Yes. And have more control,
Yes.
and better understanding of how that process needs to be transformed, rather than just outsourcing the problem, and also losing control of what's going to happen in the future in terms of how to keep that running in the medium, long term. So absolutely.
It's allowing for experimentation and failure,
Yeah.
actually. And I mean, economic free zones is an example of that. Yeah, we don't know how to facilitate business growth in our country, so we establish a free zone and get someone the mandate to do something totally different.
Yes.
You see that with pilot trials in Danish municipalities, that you can apply to being exempted from rules and regulations, else will work better. So you're allowed to experiment, you're allowed to take risks, you're allowed to fail, because you're the pilot, you're trying something new out, and if it works, brilliant. If it doesn't, we tried it, and we know that is not the way forward, but it's a minimized risk.
Yes. And just connected to that, and the idea of, like in the spectrum of investment also to funding, we've seen also in a few countries this idea of having dedicated funds for innovation, so precisely to test, to explore, to experiment, to fail maybe, but to learn and potentially iterate and scale up. For example, in the US the tech fund, or in the UK, there are also local governments that have a small amount of budget, very small, but dedicated to connect with entrepreneurs and local innovators to help them, like kind of overcome this risk aversion that you mentioned before. So I think we also see that it's growing, but we see also the trends in giving more, not just like the regulatory space in terms of sandboxes or things like that, but also the resources to test and to fail. And yeah, totally.
I think it's also something that relates to the way that you formulate your digital transformation strategies or not. So a pattern we see, and something that Delfina was talking about in the LOSI section with Undesa, was that setting up a framework or sort of a skeleton of what should a digital transformation strategy look like, the action plan, how to monitor and measure, etc. But what we see in some countries is that if they don't really know what to do, they put everything into their digital transformation strategy. It is everything from software licenses to 5G and electronic ID. But what we see more mature organizations and countries doing is that the digital strategy is not about all things ICT and all things innovation. It is the next strategic cycle. It is for the key infrastructure, it's the key components, so it's key joint components, it's the legal and regulatory frameworks, it's skills and capacities, and it is the next generation of solutions or tech that is being piloted as part of the strategy. And then when the strategy is done, this works, this does not, this works, but with this caveat, now go and do it. The strategy moves on to the next thing. Now this is operational. Yeah, so everybody can do it because we piloted it, it works. So go do it. It's no longer part of the strategy, it becomes part of the normal operation of government. So that's a pattern we see repeat itself both in municipalities or central governments, and also independent of countries' economic developments and federal or non-federal. But it's about not trying to do everything at once, but focusing on the key things and always building these continuous improvement cycles into your national strategy.
Excellent.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Well, we have a few minutes left, and we would like to also open the floor for discussion and questions. So please, if you can introduce yourself and
Thank you very much.
Thank you. But we can hear you.
We hear you.
Perfect. So thank you very much. I think it's a very interesting session.
It's really mind-blowing, the amount of knowledge that we've learned it from around the world, from all the way from Mexico to Mozambique. The challenge that I want to put it here is you're talking about centralization in a way, but we are having something that will contradict with it, which is innovation. Because the more you centralize, you're reducing the opportunity of innovation unless you manage it. And this goes across the panel here. And then the value creation. We always focus on the value creation of one part, which is maybe the government here, which is basically saving the taxpayers' money on one side. But on the other side, when we focus so much on reducing expenses and costs for the government, we're also might reduce jobs or might affect the private sector by losing business. So in that case, the private sector will not be a good employer. We're expecting also the private sector to be a good contributor in paying tax and in creating jobs for the public. So how can we balance all of that? Thank you.
I think what is key to centralize in our case was focus on what is heavy in terms of bureaucratic processes, like procurement for the identity platform, procurement for the interoperability platform, procurement for the digital signature. Those are very, tendering processes that are complex because you need to have very good technical specifications. That's why GovStack is here. But once you do that investment, then you let local needs run with how they want to use this stock. Why? Because the service design in a rural area is completely different from a metropolitan area. So it needs to be the local digital teams that can really take advantage of this innovation process. But you have this government as a platform, and literally it is. Here is the building blocks, play with them, and assemble digital services according to your context and your needs and your citizen needs and your citizens' user journey. I think that's the right balance. You don't want a local government run a huge tendering process for an identity platform. It's so expensive. It's not worth it when you can have it as a reusable software component, for example.
No, I agree with that. It's like Legos. I'm Danish, so can't avoid Legos. Because it allows you to play, yeah? But there's certain things where you shouldn't repeat the investment costs. Like, why would 2,000 municipalities in Mexico each develop their own e-identity and login mechanism or e-signature? It doesn't make sense. Not just from a financial perspective, but from a user perspective. Yeah? Yes. This is where there's successful public-private partnerships in both Denmark and Estonia, where it's developed with the financial sector. Yes, it's jointly financed, it's jointly used. What's the added benefit? I use the same type of login for my bank and my this and my that. And it's making more sense from a usability perspective. And that also allows small countries to do it. So the Faroe Islands population, 55,000, North Atlantic, has done the same thing with the private sector. And they did it in half the time of what the Danes and the Estonians did because they learned from their mistakes.
Yes.
I think the key takeaway, let's centralize the commodities to free people to innovate
to do other
and to focus
yes.
on creating public value. I think we have another question.
Good afternoon, everyone. Turkey Al-Turki from Digital Government Authority, Saudi Arabia. Thank you, Philip, for the great roundtable and amazing speakers here. Since we are talking about the investment in digital government, we all know about the public sectors there is a bunch of the repetitive application, software, hardware, even the tools. So, for example, ERB, e-correspondence, SMS gateway, or tools, for example, project management tools or task management tools. So my question is, can we say the shared resources is a main pillar in the digital government and overall? Because as we say, Yolanda, the building blocks or the implementation is aimed to cutting cost, governance, a lot of things I think must be focused on that. Thank you very much.
I was thinking related to that,
by the way, we are going into implementation, the building blocks in Saudi Arabia. So
Yes.
I'm interested about that, and I need more details about the building blocks you're working in.
Definitely. No, I was reflecting on how relevant it is. The same way you have cleared the investment on your stack is also relevant to have a digital service design standard that can facilitate the implementation process by democratizing access to tools and methods that any digital team can leverage. And for that, Morten said something very key. This country did the same thing as Estonia and the others in half the time. Peer learning and best practice sharing is so important. This space of collaboration, e-leaders. We launched in GovStack in this year, WSIS, which is the World Summit of Information Society, the GovStack CIO Digital Leaders Forum. And the objective is just to have a space for peer-to-peer, to learn, to share. I had the opportunity to visit GDS back in 2012 and completely changed my mind. And we were able to leverage GovMX following the UK model in our size. We are a 125 million country, completely decentralized in the mandate of municipalities and states because they can do their own regulation. And we managed as a country to standardize services, for example, like birth certificates, like professional licensing, because what makes sense to the user on a voluntary basis, because we didn't have the mandate at the local level, but we did the investment. It was free for local governments to use the platform, because that's the whole point, and really working on developing the capabilities of contextualizing this to what makes sense at the local level. So I think it's not only the technology stack, but also the tools, the methods, the standards that can leverage
Totally.
that.
We looked at GDS when they came up with that in the UK. I think most of you are familiar with the usability standard, how it won the Red Dot Awards, and totally rethought the way government can design online services. And in Denmark, we went the same journey. And then we came back and was like, well, we don't have the budget for hiring 410 people and have our own usability testing labs, etc. Then we spoke to our community. We spoke to the local and central government authorities. We spoke to the vendor community, and we spoke to the academic UX community in terms of how can we achieve better usability in government services in Denmark across 98 municipalities, 5 regions, and 20-odd ministries that all have their service portfolios, but all get seen as one by the end users. They don't care what entity. And it became very, very clear through the stakeholder consultations and the brainstorming groups we had. We couldn't just give them 18 principles like GDS. They needed something else. They needed to know, write to your user. The objective, yes, write in an everyday language that people understand. But what does that mean for my organization? How do I know that I write to the end user? How do I test the vendor and check that my procurement is not just a copy-paste and I'm buying things that I don't need, but how do I then check up with that? So we actually had to do an intermediate phase based on basically co-designing our usability criteria to have measurable accept criteria. And that was in play for about 5 years. And now the design guide is like the UK or the Mexican or the one from Alberta in Canada, because now everybody speaks the same language and everybody understands what it means writing to your user. It means we apply these guidelines from the central portal and we design it like this. The vendors know that they can go and get the style sheets, so they focus on the processes and the back end, but they recycle all the easy components. Yeah? So again, that was something that came out of actually our co-creation and consultation process with the government and vendor users that needed to comply with these new standards. Because the idea was that if we force everybody to use digital services, we must invest in good usability, because otherwise people will call us, then we have 2 requests for the same thing. That costs money. The business case is gone. So good usability makes good financial sense as well.
Yes.
Yeah? So that's the type of cycles where even the user engagement comes in, but also the different elements of designing and procuring things, I think.
And those standards should be part of the procurement process.
Yes. Yeah.
It's super key that all the vendors are aware of these digital service design standards, the protocols, how to implement the projects, so they can deliver faster.
Exactly.
And it's easier for any vendor to comply.
Can I?
Absolutely.
I want to return a little bit to the previous question, because I've been thinking about it now while you were addressing that very important question. And I think we need also to remind ourselves what is the bigger picture. Because we know all these goals of digital government and e-government, and it's also to increase transparency and make society better for all. And up to this point, there are a lot of studies showing that digital government has benefited those that were already benefited in the first place. Whereas those people in society who have struggles, they are even more put aside through many of these digital technologies. And how do we make these services available for all? That is a question that is bigger than usability. Because looking at my own country and Norway, for example, where I'm also doing studies now, we can see that even though in these countries we have an uptake of 96% of the population have access to internet every day. And those who do not use internet every day, they choose not to use it. So we cannot talk about digital exclusion. So anybody in Norway and Sweden who wants to use digital technology has access to it. Still, there are many citizens that are not given access to service because of the digital interface. And it's not because they don't know how to use a smartphone or a computer. It's because they don't understand the public sector. So they don't know where to go with their problems. They don't know how to attack their problems. They just know that they are in scarcity of health or money or whatever. So in order for digital technology and digital government to work, we also need to educate our populations on how not only how digital technologies work, but how the public sector works. Because there's an age gap there where older people know more about the public sector and less about technology, and then vice versa. So there are very nice Norwegian studies now showing that young people in Norway, they apply for benefits they are not all entitled to. They apply over and over and over to get financial benefit which they are not entitled to. And that makes it, creates more work for the public organization. It also undermines these young people's trust in government, because when you contact government, you just get a no, and they don't understand why. So there are really big questions about digital citizenship, who's responsible for all that, because how do we get this to work? It's not only by procuring the right systems and having the right usability. So
I think I couldn't agree more, and I think that I would say another reason in terms of how we address the difference between, like the common building blocks and where we create value in trying to commoditize, like what is possible, and the role of GovStack and the government as a platform and digital public goods to put all the effort and maybe even the resources exactly in the problems that you are mentioning.
Yeah, because it requires investments too.
Exactly.
To get the other thing working.
Exactly.
So they are very much interconnected. Whereas we,
I think
of course,
it's even more
naturally
important. I think it's even more important in and correct me if I'm wrong, but there's studies by the Inter-American Development Bank, for instance, on the risk of being faced with corruption. And it seems in Latin America, at least, to fall disproportionately higher on people in low income and low educational attainment levels, because they don't understand their rights and the obligations of the civil servant. So they are sort of encouraged to grease the wheels because they don't know any better, or they don't have the resources to hire a lawyer or an accountant to go and question things. And that's super important, but it also comes into the opportunity of maybe designing government that is easier to access in all its form, in hybrid and so forth, because we have managed to create something very complex. And it's easier to access in all its form, in hybrid and so forth, because we have managed to create something very complex. And it's easier to access in all its form, in hybrid and so forth, because we have managed to create something very complex. And it's easier to access in all its form, in hybrid and so forth, because we have managed to create something very complex. And it's easier to access in all its form, in hybrid and so forth, because we have managed to create something very complex. And it's easier to access in all its form, in hybrid and so forth, because we have managed to create something very complex. And it's easier to access in all its form, in hybrid and so forth, because we have managed to create something very complex. And it's easier to access in all its form, in hybrid and so forth, because we have managed to create something very complex. And it's easier to access in all its form, in hybrid and so forth, because we have managed to create something very complex. And it's easier to access in all its form, in hybrid and so forth, because we have managed to create someth in some areas, particularly in social security, where actually the weaker you are, the more unique or difficult your situation, the more bureaucracy you're faced with. And the more vague the rules are, because they're no longer objective, they're subjective, because, well, we want to try and develop something that we can adjust to your circumstances, but it also means the level of bureaucracy increases. So it's a very valid point, I think, and it's not just about digital government or digital inclusion, it's about inclusion and government as such.
Yeah. Well, please, we have 5 minutes left, so.
In private sector services, for example, in private sector services, for example, which is online services, the customer or the user always have a choice to use service A or B or C or D. Somehow, let's say the freedom of choice.
Yeah.
Illusion of freedom of choice.
Exactly.
However, when government is offering services, you don't have that option. So we always say that there is a high uptake on the service. But high uptake, being forced to use it, is different than high uptake by being option to use it. We've seen some of the services in government sector being offered through private sector service providers, meaning that the government offer the platform and then private sector can take that connectivity and offer it in their own way to advance it. Well, do you think that will also help improving government services in the future?
No.
Not necessarily, no. And I do agree that you have no choice for another provider in government, but you have a channel choice, yeah? For a lot of services, you have the call center, you have the physical, depending on the service. And the illusion that the private sector is always better does not always exist. I mean, I don't know about your online banking, but my online banking is not particularly useful, and neither is it in Portugal, neither is it in Denmark. I know how to use it because I use it all the time. Same with my old dad, it's the same with my mother, it's the same with my great-grandmother. They do it because there is no branches left they can go to, and if they go and want to do something in person, they get charged, you know, a $5, $6 fee for something because they're doing a selection. And if you go to Amazon, for instance, that's not particularly user-friendly.
No.
You know how to use it, and you do it because it's cheap, it has choice, and there's really no other option.
But I mean, but in the bank, you have the option to move your money to somewhere else and use another service.
You can, but then you're often faced with an opportunity cost of having to move your mortgage, your credit cards, your insurances, because you sort of get locked in by the package. Yeah? So that's again like the telcos or the utilities. I mean, how many countries have not privatized their utility market, but then it's regional monopolies and you don't understand, or the cost of changing is so high that it doesn't make sense because the savings are so small, so you get locked in.
What you also do is that you reinforce the differences that I was talking about. Because if you have the money, you can then buy better access to government service that you are already entitled to, right?
Yeah.
Whereas those who had problems interacting with that service in the first place cannot buy such a service. So I think that is a very dangerous development where you increase these differences between people in society even more, and also who's paying for those intermediaries. So either it's the government or it's the citizen itself. So, and I believe that it's over time will undermine also the role of these public organizations.
I'll just give you example when I say private sector offer services. I'm sorry, but the point is, for example, we are talking about some rural areas that they don't have access to that. We have an excellent example from Diane here, that they've created a kind of a mobile services or tablets that will help those people. This is, I believe you are doing it as a business, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, but it's good that you're clarifying because that's different, yes.
Well, we depend on the budget from NGOs to implement the projects, the donors, on the government projects. Yeah, that's how we do it.
Yeah, but I think it's of course different what context you're in.
I think it comes back to how you procure it, actually, because if you get measured on volume, 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 and cost point, you're not going to have the service improvement. And if you don't allow for innovation or you don't balance it, your private partner or vendor will deliver on what they're measured on again. So if it's all about the money, so also you have the procurement cycle, which means why would I invest in innovation in the long term if my contract is for 3 years? Yeah, so there's pros and cons to everything. Yeah, and there is lots of successful examples of outsourced service delivery, but it depends on what you want to achieve with it, I think.
But I would say, yeah, and I would say from a country like my country, where the government is rich, and they should be able to supply functional services online to citizens because they have the service online. Yeah, and they should be able, and then I think when companies turn up like intermediaries between the citizen and the digital government interface, that should be a clear signal for these government organizations in my country to do something about their service delivery, to make sure that that intermediary is not needed. Because of course, in many countries, you need those companies to actually make sure that the citizens are get access to services.
Yeah. And the public sector is not necessarily less productive than the private. Just look at healthcare in the US compared to healthcare in Europe. There's a market failure in some areas where scale and the government needs to step in order to ensure consistent quality and equitable access to something. So what's been interesting in terms of the digital divide is that during COVID, a number of governments looked at different ways of increasing digital access through going in doing bulk procurement or freeing up IP addresses as they came, so they became free to use through any data connectivity. So education, health services could be accessed without charging your mobile package or anything like that. But they did that by bulk purchasing to lower the digital barrier for low-income households or people in rural areas. And that they could only do because they come in as a big customer that also have some regulatory power behind them for a common good type initiative.
I'm really sorry to bring this conversation to an end, which was really interesting, but I think we need to move to the next item in the agenda. So I would like to thank all the panelists, and please, if you can give them a round of applause for this very interesting discussion. And please also, if you want to continue these exchanges on the work on investment, I mean, you can reach out to them or to me, myself. So thank you very much, and hope to see you around also in the rest of the conference.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and your excellencies, all protocol observed. We're now going to start the final session of or rather the penultimate session of the day. It's a great pleasure for me to be moderating this session. My name is Mzukisi Kobo from South Africa, head of school at the Vet School of Governance, which is a university based at the university in Johannesburg. We will first start with a keynote address and then followed by a wonderful panel of speakers who have been involved across different functions in driving modernization in government, in the various public services in the African continent, and they will share their perspectives and interact with the audience. But to start off with, I will introduce Ms. Cristina Duarte, who is Under Secretary General at the United Nations, and also an advisor to the United Nations Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres. Ms. Duarte is also former Minister of Finance and Planning at Cape Verde. She has over 34 years experience in public policy and has worked across government, multilateral institutions, and the private sector, in particular investment banking. She's also been involved in academia, and a great honor for me that she, in her last post, she was associated with my institution as a senior research fellow at the Vet School of Governance in South Africa. She's a passionate public servant and a leader.
Boa tarde. Permitam começar por cumprimentar na minha língua. Muito boa tarde. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for the invitation. Protocol observe. Allow me go to direct to the subject. They asked me to address the following subject: harnessing multilateralism for digital governance development. This is broad. So in order to address it, I broke it in three questions, three issues. First, what is the multilateralism responsibility to leverage digital governance to serve development? First, sub-question. Second, how digital governance at a country level is crucial to feed multilateralism. This is a biunevocal relationship. So it's not only a top-down flow, but also a bottom-up approach. And third, I believe that it's not possible to address these two questions without understanding, first, the relationship between globalization and multilateralism, or how globalization have been shaping multilateralism, which means how globalization has been shaping the capacity and the ability of multilateralism to deliver or not to deliver. Because sometimes I have the feeling that we are more on not to deliver side than to deliver side. Parenthesis. Because every time we bring multilateralism to our conversations, we are bringing geopolitical dynamics. Let's not hide the sun with the network. This is my point. So I would like to, so we need to address this third question first, the relationship between globalization and multilateralism, so that you are in a better position to understand the biunevocal relationship between multilateralism and digital governance. So let's deep dive a little bit about the globalization nature. Because without doing that, I don't think we'll be able to find an exit out of this turmoil. And I would like to bring to our conversation 6 notions. First, globalization reflects the essence of the socioeconomic system that drives the world. We need to understand that. We are driven, everybody in this room, by globalization. And globalization as a survival and a permanent need for increasing of economic space. And it has been around us for more than 100 years. Second notion, poverty alleviation is not in the globalization's DNA. It's not. Poverty alleviation has occurred, but is a byproduct. It's different. It's not in the DNA's globalization. It's a byproduct of globalization. So results from the permanent need of the system, as I said, for economic space. And this is the reason why, at the same time, billions of people gain from globalization, but billions of others have been left behind. Third notion, the reason of billions have been left behind is because, by its nature, globalization does not produce check and balances. Which means that leaving it completely free, globalization is a permanent mechanism of producing imbalances, inequalities. Fourth, globalization needs, based on what I said in the previous item, let's say in this way, that as globalization as a permanent mechanism of producing imbalances, inequalities. Fourth, globalization needs international policy-making mechanisms, entre parenthèses, multilateralism, needs for 2 reasons, or for 2 main functions. First, and I will explain that, to pave the way function. I will explain. To pave the way function is the first function that globalization needs, that multilateralism is supposed to provide. And the second function is to take care of the imbalances. Globalization is a mechanism. On a permanent basis, producing inequalities, someone has to take care of them. Multilateralism has this responsibility. So these are the 2 functions. So multilateralism is supposed to provide first service to globalization, paving the way to globalization. Second service, to take care of the inequalities that globalization produces. You name it. In Africa, we are full of them. Regarding the first function of the multilateralism, the pave of the way function, multilateralism has worked very well. Basically, essentially through International Monetary Fund, World Bank, and World Trade Organization. The adoption of massive and successful, from a paved way standpoint, Libre policies have resulted in the building of global value chains. Just to give you a figure, by 2019, international trade was already around 60% of global GDP. So, multilateralism has delivered in a very successful way the first function, the pave of the way function. Let's go to the second one. Regarding the second function, the take care of the inequalities function, things have not worked so well, unfortunately. For the following main reasons, and I will be very quick. First, a huge deficit in the international regulatory field, which has provided vested interests with an opportunity to consolidate their advantage. Everybody knows that. Second, lack of a global and collective leadership, which has resulted in a failure to empower the principal multilateral bodies and made them accountable. Millions of people below poverty line. Please tell me, in the international policy-making arena, who is accountable? Nobody. Third, multilateral organizations have been captured by inflexible and inefficient decision-making process. They become pachydermous. Fourth, without global collective leadership and inflexible process, reaching political consensus has become very difficult, not to say almost impossible. So, in this context, and when we face international crisis, I think we need to have a clear notion that international crises are not causing multilateralism crisis. It's just the opposite, in my opinion. The fact that multilateralism has been preventing of taking care of the imbalance and inequalities in the past 30 years, the breaking of the social contract, the required preconditions for international crisis just mature. They are fertile ground for that. And, of course, inequalities and exclusions. Of course, if multilateralism is no longer able to deliver, let's go back to nationalism. And this has been happening. So, bearing this relationship in mind, allow me now to address the two initial questions. First, what the multilateralism responsibility to leverage digital governance / technology to serve development? First, there is a strong need to rescue the second function of the multilateralism, the function that takes care of the inequalities that are naturally produced by globalization, as a means to rebuild trust on national and global institutions in the international policy-making arena. The only way to create a fertile ground to recognize that digital governance / technology are crucial tools to take care of the imbalances. As of today, there is no way that you are going to address, for example, Africa's developments, 600 million people without electricity, for example, 50% of the hospitals without power, for example, and millions of children out of school. So there is no way that, as I was saying, the only way to create fertile ground to recognize that digital governance technology are crucial tools to take care of these inequalities. So the purpose or the hope is this: through this recognition or through this narrative, we hope that down the road we are in a position to influence the allocation of resources, because global narratives influence allocation of resources, and to put more resources on digital governance, serving human development, and the SG remarks this morning were very clear on that. Very clear on that. So for all these reasons that we'll be discussing this conference, digital governance is crucial. Transparency, accountability, people-centered policies, you name it. Allow me to bring my area, domestic resource mobilization. There is no way that Africa will be in a position to control their economic flows, their financial flows, to gain policy space, to go up on the ladder of ownership if Africa does not adopt digital governance. And allow me to give you a very simple example. Again, in my area, the only thing I know is public debt, no? I understand very few things. One of them is public debt. So in my area, public spending inefficiency in Africa, public spending efficiency in infrastructure and education reach 52% and 49%. 52% in infrastructure, public spending in efficiency. 52% and 49% in education. Let me give you in absolute terms. The inefficiency of public spending amounted to $12 billion in education, $30 billion in infrastructure, and $28 billion on the health sector. You are talking about $70 billion a year, public spending inefficiency. The only way to address this is through digital governance. There is no other way. And for the reason that I just mentioned. According to the International Monetary Fund, Sub-Saharan Africa loses more than 10 years of life expectancy due to inefficiency in health. At the same time, all digital governance tools are completely available, have been completely available in the past 15 years to address these problems. Digital divide. Going to the second question, how digital governance technology at a country level is crucial to strengthening multilateralism, the other way around, the flow. And I will take from the example that I just gave. Strong domestic resource mobilization systems, as I mentioned, require a massive adoption of digital technologies. By doing so, African countries will be able to be in a better position to control their economic and financial flows. 88 billion in illicit financial flows we lose on an annual basis. When we finish today, in a couple of hours, Africa has lost $240 million in illicit financial flows, only today. So, again, strong country systems are critical for African countries to gain policy space and build effective states, putting them in a better position to become stronger players in the multilateral arena, and consequently, contributing to a more balanced multilateralism. This is the other flow. And I would like to finish, allow me, by quoting the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres. Stronger collaboration among countries is the only sustainable path to a peaceful, stable, and prosperous world for all, he said on the G20 meeting of foreign ministers in Bali, July 2022. As you know, the meeting took place at an extremely challenging moment for multilateralism and global governance, with international order at risk of coming apart at the seams, quote, he said. And he said a couple of challenges that we already know. Then he mentioned, strengthening multilateralism is not a choice, but a necessity. It is the only way to avoid widespread food shortages, deepening climate chaos, and a wave of poverty and destitution that will leave no country untouched. And digital governance can play a critical role as long as it's driven by people-centered policies. Thank you very much. I step down now. Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Duarte, for the powerful remarks, critique of, well, both appreciation and critique of globalization, and some reflections, very strong reflections on how we can best harness multilateralism to deliver on the promise of digital governance, because if we don't do that, the old divides will rearticulate themselves under a new paradigm. We may be talking about growing digitalization or advancing digital governance, but if the basic structural coordinates of the system are not corrected, the North in particular will continue to advance on the digital pathway, whereas the South will remain stuck, and you will continue to see growing divides within nations or within societies, be it rural and urban. And also we do see some of these divides even within the North as a result of some of the issues that you've raised around geopolitics, growing energy poverty that may deepen the divides within. So these are really powerful remarks, and thank you so much for stating them in such a compelling way, and we'll pick up on the various points that you highlighted. Now we're going to go to the next section. I know that there will be a great interest in some of the remarks that Ms. Duarte has made, and she will be part of the panel later on when we have a discussion on the same theme. We're now going to call the panelists to provide further reflections on the theme that was presented on harnessing multilateralism for digital governance and development. I'm going to start with Dr. Chris Baryomunsi, who is the Minister of ICT, Information Communications Technology in Uganda. And he previously served as a minister in the Ministry of Health, as well as Lands, Housing and Urban Development. He's been an elected member of Parliament for 16 years. His passion, however, has strongly been in the domain of public health. Amongst other accolades, well, not an accolade, something that he has been trained in is as a physician. He's also a demographer. He is qualified, he has a PhD in public health from Atlantic International University in the US. He's worked with various development partners, including GTZ or GIZ, as some of you may know it as health advisor, and also United Nations Population Fund. He's previously taught at Makerere University, so he's a consummate academic. Dr. Baryomunsi, please come to the stage.
For your generous introduction. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As I have been introduced, I come from Uganda. Uganda being in East Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, where we need to do a lot of work in order to catch up with the rest of the world when it comes to digital transformation. And I want to acknowledge the presence of my colleague ministers and all of you distinguished participants. I want to thank the organizers for inviting me to come and participate in this discussion. And the topic that we're given, harnessing multilateralism for digital governance development, is a very important topic that all of us are reflecting on. I have prepared a few slides, which I will quickly go through. I start by looking at the definitions. We are looking at the multilateralism as a situation where 2 or 3 countries come together to address concerns of communities. And also digital governance, looking at norms, institutions, and standards that shape the regulation around the development and the use of digital and internet technologies. And we are not short of countries or states that have come together to address the problems of society, ranging from UN, ITU, where I've just come from Bucharest, where we have had a conference, G7, G20, ICANN, WTO, there are many. There is a plethora of organizations that have been put together to address the concerns of humankind. And the question is, are the agencies doing what they should? Some of the key issues we just need to look at as highlighted by some of the previous speakers, that we continue to see a huge digital divide that is widening and leaving the developing world, particularly Africa, behind. And that should remain a concern to all of us. Number two, I also have a strong feeling that the United Nations and other international institutions probably for some time have lacked effective mechanisms to advance digital connectivity in developing countries. Otherwise, why should the indicators, as we saw earlier this morning, remain very poor and lag behind in Africa, in the developing countries, while the global north is moving much faster? And this divide has to be addressed if all of us have to move at the same speed. I also noticed that the technology and internet companies are playing an increasing important role in international relations, effectively becoming geopolitical actors. And emerging technologies are increasingly becoming battlefields for international competition and geopolitical rivalry. You look at technology competitions between China and the US. We were just in the conference of ITU, where we're electing leaders. And for those of you who look at the geopolitics in the world, we had the Secretary General from China. We have voted the Secretary General from the US, and she competed with the candidate from Russia. That speaks to the geopolitics of the world, and we see this as Africa. But also, as we talk about multilateralism, we need to know that over time, there have been horizontal and vertical power shifts. One, there has been the distribution of economic and military might between states, and this speaks to some of the advances we see in technology. But also, we have seen the emergence of a strong private sector and transnational corporations, where in some situations, some of these private sector actors can appear stronger than the governments. And we have to see how to play with this. So political actors are ceding power and authority to private actors as we globalize. But also, there has been emergence of strong civil society, which is transnational, and all these are impacting on how governments run and address these issues of digital governance. Some definitions of multilateralism look at the governments coming together to address challenges of society. But as we speak now, do we talk about multilateralism in terms of states and governments? Because we have now many stakeholders which go beyond governments. So should we be talking about multi-stakeholderism? Should we talk about public-private partnerships or global public policy networks beyond governments? When you see some of these IT and technology companies, they are strong, and therefore you can't limit the debate to governments alone. They must be part of the discussion. And indeed, when the UN sits or the ITU, you will see governments sitting, but also private sector players, NGOs, also being part of this discussion. And this is a shift from what has been happening in the past. And therefore, technology companies and actors continue to play a very big role. And as we speak of multilateralism, we have to go beyond governments and states and look at all these actors and look at what they do and how they are impacting on governance, especially in our countries. We also see the emergence of social media platforms and search engines which are shaping international discourse. But we also ask, are they accountable? Are they legitimate? We also observe that concentration of internet, artificial intelligence, emergent disruptive technologies are largely in the global north. And these tend to undermine the interests and priorities of the global south. Again, speaking to the digital divide that we see in the world. But we have also observed that COVID-19 has demonstrated the necessity for countries and international organizations to work together to address digital transformation. So there is a positive side to COVID-19. In our communities, when we announced lockdowns and closed the schools, closed the churches and prayer places, and closed the public space, there was now an outcry for us to have connectivity so that learners can continue accessing educational services through online learning. Business persons should do business online, and we now felt a sense that we need to move faster to have connectivity reach different corners of the country because of COVID-19. So therefore, these are some of the lessons which we have drawn from the pandemic of COVID-19. We therefore need to deliberately promote digitalization in Africa and other developing countries, and this will be a game changer. And this is a point which has been emphasized by the keynote presenter and the other presenters. But we also see that in our countries, although we talk of a global digital divide, but within the countries, there is also a sharp divide between urban and rural areas, between young women and women, young people, women, persons with disability, and the other marginalized groups tend to be disfavored when it comes to digital services. And all these issues have to be addressed. And in light of the changes in terms of multilateralism, we must readdress issues of diplomacy. There are now discussions, for instance, should we as countries accredit some of these private actors and give them a diplomatic status, because we see companies like Facebook, like others, influencing what is happening in our countries. We see, like we had elections last year, and there was an altercation between the government in Uganda and Facebook, where Facebook was viewed by government as taking a partisan approach in the local politics. So how do we relate with some of these companies? These are the questions which are coming up, which we must address. We have an issue, for instance, of how to manage cryptocurrencies. When they were introduced in Uganda at first, the central bank governor said, I don't want to hear about cryptocurrency. But when I became Minister of ICT, I said, no, you cannot say you are shutting the door to cryptocurrency. That's where the world is going. So we must have regulation. We must have a policy on how to manage cryptocurrencies, because the central bank was fearing the coming in of the blockchain technologies. All these issues have to be looked at by our countries. But we also need to address the issues of location of technology companies. And we would want these companies to come in Africa and do assembling, but also address issues of technology and skills transfer in Africa. And also we must document and share best practices and look at experiences which other countries have gone through so that we don't reinvent the wheel. We are now having debates on, for instance, issues of digital taxation. How do we as governments tax some of these digital platforms and digital resources, like the cryptocurrencies, as I have noted? So all these issues are issues of concern in our governments, and we need to collaborate and work together to see how we can accelerate transformation and digital governance in our countries. There are issues of cybersecurity. There are issues of regulation, the impact on political issues, issues of protection of data, cybersecurity, managing disinformation. As we handled the COVID-19 epidemic, we got another aspect of infodemics, where misinformation and false information spreading through social media. I am sure in your countries you also get that kind of challenge. In our country, social media communicators kill us political leaders every day. They announce the president has died on social media, and yet he's alive. So we have all these challenges which we have to look at as we manage. As I move towards the conclusion, just quick comments about Uganda, the country that I represent. That Uganda is a landlocked country, and that has implications in terms of accessing internet, since we do not have a border with a sea or an ocean. We have a fast-growing population of 45 million people, mainly young people, and the majority of the population lives in rural areas, although we have a high rate of urbanization, and this speaks to the digital divide within the country. You will find that digitization is strong in urban areas, but when you get into the rural areas, where majority of the people are, where the women are engaged in agriculture, the question is, how do we reach out to this population in rural areas in order for them to be digitally literate and also to be part of that digital revolution? And also, Uganda is a member to many of these international fora and platforms that have a strong relationship with the digital agenda. And we have a strong political will to ensure that ICT development and digital transformation becomes a reality. Quickly, like many other countries, we have also embraced the digital agenda. We have a policy framework. We have a ministry dedicated to ICT. We have a development plan. We have a vision 2040, and these clearly identify ICT and digitization as a priority. We have a strategic and investment plan, and the interventions which we have taken on in the last 10 to 15 years have paid off, and we see a lot of gains in terms of indicators. Our plan addresses policy, legal, and regulatory framework, infrastructure, information security, research, innovation and development, health, safety and environment, industry promotion, coordination of ICT, e-services, and a number of issues. So we are addressing all these concerns as captured in our strategic plan. Again, we have a number of programs like the RCIP that is supporting us on the issue of lowering the cost of internet and also making internet accessible. We are laying the national backbone infrastructure, which now covers over 60% of the country, and we hope in the coming few years we should be able to cover the whole country. We are also exploring and discussing with satellite institutions to see how we can add satellite technology as part of our sources for internet and ICT services. Again, these are some of the applications that in the last few years we have put in place, and most of these have been developed by our own human resource, our own people trained in Ugandan universities, like the payment financial management system, the payroll system, electronic taxation regime, the land information system, the local government information coordination system, the court case administration system. We have a platform called Ask Your Government, where citizens, through digital platforms, can engage government leaders, including the president himself. We have a web portal, we have e-learning, teleeducation, telehealth. We have adopted most of these technologies, and we are on the move. We just need to run and catch up with the rest of the world. We have enacted very many laws to address the issues of digitization, like the Uganda Communications Act, that sets a regulator, creates a regulator, the Information Technology Authority, the Computer Misuse Act, e-Signatures Act, data protection. We have put in place many policy instruments, like the National Broadband Policy that clearly guides investors and all the actors in the field of ICT. So we have put a regulatory and legislative framework to guide us in how we strengthen digital governance in the country. Some of the challenges that we face are issues of the budget. The cost of ICT devices still remains high, and that undermines the penetration of ICT services. But we are discussing at a regional level in the East African community to see whether we can bring in ICT devices as a region. And we hope that will cut down the cost of ICT devices and improve on the usage of ICT. Again, issues of limited public awareness and knowledge, low adoption of e-services, limited investment in research and development, and that's where we call upon the experts in the Greater North to come and be part of Africa so that together we can work on research and development and draw on lessons which are already learned. The cost of internet remaining high, but also a challenge of limited opportunities for young people in terms of employment, well knowing that the demographic structure of African countries show that the majority of the people are young people. Many of them educated with degrees, but lack education, lack employment opportunities. And the challenge now is that how do we use ICT to create employment for these young people? As I conclude, I just want to assure you, the participants, that Uganda and indeed Africa is strongly committed to seeing digital transformation become a reality. But we call for strong collaboration and cooperation with all of us, the north to south, south to south, and the triangular collaboration in order for us to address the question of digital governance, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. I thank you very much. The reason why I'm a government minister is to ensure that the quality of life of this young woman and the baby can improve. And we do believe that through digital governance, we can improve the quality of this mother and her baby. I thank you very much.
Thanks, Minister Parimunsi, and you really brought it to the ground to frame how these technologies ought to be responding to socio-economic challenges. You've presented both some of the work that your ministry is doing to promote digitalization through e-services, e-tax, and other innovations, but also you were candid in presenting challenges, and we're going to explore these further. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we just to also indicate that we're going to switch to Portuguese. So if you could get your devices out for those who are unable, unlike me who is fairly proficient, just joking. We're going to call upon Minister Edna Oliveira, who is Minister of Modernization of the State and Public Administration in Cape Verde. She previously was Assistant Secretary of State for Administrative Modernization in the Ministry of Finance. She has a very strong legal background in her training. She believes that a civil servant holds the key to shaping development, and that public service should not only be concerned with modernization, but also to drive humanization. So we shouldn't see technologies as clear-cut and cold, but as critical agents for modernization. So it's key for us to bring both the human and the digital together. So we'll hear more from Minister Oliveira. Please welcome her as she comes to the podium.
Boa tarde a todos. todo o protocolo observado, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, antes de mais, gostaria de agradecer e dizer que é com muita satisfação que aceitei o honroso convite que me foi formulado pela Unidade Operacional em Governação Eletrónica da Universidade das Nações Unidas para, na qualidade de Ministra da Modernização do Estado e da Administração Pública da República de Cabo Verde, participar na 15ª edição da Conferência ICEGOV, e mais concretamente neste painel. A realização deste painel, sob o tema escolhido, é de grande pertinência, pois que torna-se cada vez mais necessário a criação de espaços onde, através de um debate aberto, franco, descomplexado, se possa debruçar sobre o papel do multilateralismo para o desenvolvimento da governação eletrónica em África em todas as suas vertentes. Espaços que, acima de tudo, proporcionem oportunidades de partilha de experiência na teoria e na prática da governação eletrónica, permitam a realização de diagnósticos da situação e possibilitem a recolha de subsídios para a identificação e consensualização de eventuais soluções que poderão levar à definição de uma trajetória conjunta rumo ao desenvolvimento sustentável e integrado em matéria de governação eletrónica no continente africano. O ICEGOV é seguramente um desses espaços, pois que proporciona-nos a possibilidade de refletirmos ainda mais sobre um tema tão relevante como a governação digital para a prosperidade social, económica e ambiental. Com efeito, em todo o mundo, a expansão das novas tecnologias de informação e comunicação vem imprimindo maior velocidade à dinâmica social, económica e política, fazendo com que as exigências de maior participação na definição de políticas públicas e prestação de serviços por parte da sociedade civil cada vez mais informada e fragmentada aumenta cada dia. Por outro lado, a redução constante e a insuficiência de recursos para atender a múltiplas demandas voláteis e mutáteis da sociedade civil têm conduzido ao aprofundamento da complexidade das funções do Estado e à correspondente preocupação de defesa dos direitos dos cidadãos e respeito pelas suas necessidades face ao Estado. Diante desse quadro, os governos de todo o mundo têm recorrido às tecnologias enquanto condição e agente catalisador do desenvolvimento sustentável dos seus países para estabelecer uma nova forma de relacionamento com os cidadãos e a sociedade, perspectivando um modelo de governação que contribui para reforçar o processo democrático, facilitar o acesso à informação, propiciar a liberdade de expressão, garantir maior equidade, eficiência, produtividade, crescimento e inclusão social. Hoje, quando enfrentamos múltiplas crises, simultaneamente da Covid-19, a guerra na Ucrânia e os atuais desafios das alterações climáticas e a situação energética mundial, a necessidade de uma boa governação tornou-se cada vez mais premente. E a Covid-19 demonstrou-nos que os países com um sistema de governação forte, célere e transparente, suportado pelas tecnologias, puderam reagir de forma mais célere e eficaz e preparar-se melhor para uma recuperação resiliente. Em África, existem vários países que compreenderam o quão importante é incrementar a governação eletrónica como meio para melhorar a qualidade de prestação de serviços públicos, aumentar e garantir a transparência e a participação dos cidadãos na governação, e alguns já demonstram resultados palpáveis. No entanto, grande parte dos países enfrentam barreiras e desafios na implementação do governo eletrónico. Estes desafios e barreiras incluem aspectos sociais, como, por exemplo, educação básica deficiente, baixo nível de alfabetização, baixa literacia digital, coexistência de várias línguas e idiomas, recusa de aceitação pública de modelos de self-service, escassez de competências, como também aspectos políticos, como, por exemplo, a baixa alocação de recursos financeiros, a inexistência de um quadro jurídico e regulatório, processos de tomada de decisão morosos, estruturas hierárquicas pouco eficientes e, em alguns países, a instabilidade política e uma agenda de reformas e integração desalinhado com a realidade e o contexto africano. Ainda aspectos económicos, por falta de investimentos e investidores, controle orçamental deficiente e aspectos tecnológicos, como a falta de competências nas tecnologias de informação, custo elevado da internet, dados heterogéneos, falta de normas sobre as tecnologias de informação e licenças de software. Desta forma, embora a governação eletrónica seja um elemento catalisador do desenvolvimento social e económico, o acesso dispar às tecnologias está ampliando as desigualdades sociais em todo o mundo, pois que à medida que os sistemas críticos de governança e distribuição de bens públicos migram para o ambiente digital, o fosso digital ou lacuna no acesso à tecnologia aumenta drasticamente, fazendo com que os países em desenvolvimento fiquem para trás. No contexto africano, este fosso digital aumenta ainda mais entre os países da mesma região ou de diferentes regiões, dependendo do nível de desenvolvimento de cada um. Neste contexto, precisamos intensificar esforços coletivos para incrementar a governação eletrónica no continente africano, de uma forma integrada e uniforme, sem exclusão de qualquer país na dinâmica de mudança de paradigma na governação, com a conveniente advertência de que a utilização das TICs não é pela implementação da tecnologia per si, mas sim pela capacidade de melhorar a interação e comunicação entre as pessoas e o Estado e potenciar o desenvolvimento económico e social. É preciso uma análise holística e mais afrocêntrica, fundamentada nas realidades da região, pois que não podemos descurar que em África algum atraso em matéria de implementação da governação eletrónica, para além dos desafios acima apontados, se deve em parte às grandes lacunas que muitas vezes existem entre a concepção de projetos e a realidade do setor público africano, resultantes de um ânimos ocidental orientado pela oferta que não leva em conta as realidades africanas. A abordagem holística permite que conheçamos as nossas potencialidades e fraquezas, os desafios e possamos contribuir para a definição, afinal, de uma estratégia comum de atuação. Assim, gostaria de partilhar convosco um pouco da experiência de Cabo Verde em matéria de governação eletrónica. Cabo Verde é um pequeno país insular e arquipelágico, de rendimento médio, situado na costa ocidental da África, no meio do Atlântico, com uma população de cerca de 491 mil habitantes, residentes, e cerca de 3 milhões espalhados pelo mundo, que se orgulha do caminho que já percorreu no domínio da governação eletrónica. Caminho alicerçado numa determinação nacional, afirmada ao longo dos anos e transversal às diferentes legislaturas, focado no desenvolvimento de um modelo integrado e integrador, capaz de disponibilizar de forma faseada e através de múltiplos canais de acesso, um conjunto sempre crescente de vários serviços públicos de qualidade, um caminho com progressivo reconhecimento internacional, com impacto efetivo na vida dos cidadãos e na economia. Em Cabo Verde, desde muito cedo, se percepcionou que a incorporação massiva de tecnologias de informação e comunicação no setor público é simultaneamente catalisadora de mudanças nas estruturas, nas organizações, processos e práticas na administração pública. Tal facto determinou que os passos que caracterizaram a aposta nas tecnologias de informação e comunicação e os processos de reforma da administração pública andassem sempre a par. Por outro lado, entendeu-se a necessidade de articular este caminho com a criação de estratégias mais abrangentes, designadamente no que concerne à sociedade de informação e à transformação digital e ao desenvolvimento sustentável. E se teve uma preocupação que foi garantir que a estrutura dos serviços públicos digitais, o seu suporte e interoperação, a sua integração em sistemas de back-office fosse criteriosamente planeados e garantir que os modos como concretizam a interação com a sociedade civil fossem pensados de forma holística e coerente à medida que cresciam em número, âmbito e relevância. Cabo Verde tem um framework técnico de desenvolvimento de aplicações de governação eletrónica denominado DGRP Web, baseado em etapas e processos de negócio, geração automática de códigos e incorporação do Once-Only Principle. E porque desde cedo se considerou que a identidade digital constitui um aspecto estruturante da política de governação eletrónica de Cabo Verde, foram implementadas um conjunto de medidas estratégicas perspectivando a implementação da identificação digital dos cidadãos nacionais e estrangeiros. Assim, em 2013, foi criado um Sistema Nacional de Identificação e Autenticação Civil, o SENIAC, com o objetivo de dotar o país de um sistema de identificação seguro e consistente. Na sequência, em 2014, criou-se o Cartão Nacional de Identificação, o Título de Residência para Estrangeiros e o Passaporte Eletrónico de Cabo Verde. Os documentos de identificação para nacionais e estrangeiros com funções digitais permitem a identificação dos cidadãos através da assinatura digital e da autenticação digital, tendo essas funções sido implementadas a partir de 2018. Desenvolveu-se e implementou-se a plataforma de interoperabilidade denominada PDEX, que já possibilita o acesso interoperável via API aos dados de identificação fiscal, identificação civil, dados espaciais do território, entre outros, e com a plataforma de autenticação Autentica, tanto entidades públicas como privadas podem aceder aos serviços públicos digitais com autenticação única e transversal, Single Sign-On. Ainda temos a plataforma ICEGOV, que é um sistema de informação de gestão orçamental e financeira que suporta a tramitação de todo o processo de gestão orçamental a nível do Estado e introduziu maior transparência na gestão da coisa pública. Foram igualmente aprovados um conjunto de diplomas legais para criar uma base jurídica, legislativa e regulamentar adequada à operacionalização da governação digital no seu todo. Recentemente, mais concretamente em 2021, foi aprovada a Estratégia de Governação Digital de Cabo Verde para o horizonte de 4 anos, estando o plano de ação em fase avançada de elaboração. Esta estratégia, alinhada com o desígnio atual da afirmação de Cabo Verde como um hub tecnológico regional de referência à África, capaz de criar um ambiente de negócios em torno do universo digital, explorando o posicionamento geoestratégico do país e o seu potencial, com fortes investimentos em data centers e parques tecnológicos de nível internacional, para aumentar a disponibilização de serviços digitais para a sub-região, o continente e para o mundo. Recentemente ainda, aprovou-se todo o quadro legal e desenvolvemos as condições tecnológicas para garantir a implementação efetiva da chave móvel digital de Cabo Verde. Paralelamente, Cabo Verde apostou fortemente na capacitação de recursos humanos muito especializados, que não apenas alimentam a implementação de iniciativas no âmbito da governação digital, como possibilitam a criação de uma cultura organizacional de desenvolvimento de soluções de EGOV, reconhecidas com prémios internacionais, muitas delas exportadas para outros países como São Tomé e Príncipe, Guiné-Bissau, Guiné Equatorial, Angola, Moçambique, Timor, entre outros, para além de facultar ações de capacitação dos profissionais destes países. Este esforço ao nível do digital permitiu que Cabo Verde tenha uma trajetória ascendente na política de governação eletrónica a nível da África e na sua sub-região, fazendo parte, desde 2010, do top 10 países da região africana melhor posicionadas no Índice de Desenvolvimento da Governação Eletrónica das Nações Unidas e transitando a classificação no grupo de elevado EGDI desde 2020 e atualmente na 8ª posição do Índice de Desenvolvimento de Governação Eletrónica 2022, ao nível do continente africano, e 110ª posição a nível global. A nível das infraestruturas de telecomunicações, temos apostado fortemente na melhoria da qualidade da conectividade e na integração regional dos cabos submarinos da região da CEDEAO e para com a Europa e as Américas, sendo que atualmente temos a 2ª melhor classificação em termos de infraestruturas TIC na sub-região da ocidental africana. Atualmente, Cabo Verde tem o melhor índice de capital humano na África Ocidental, acima da média do continente africano. Estamos na 32ª posição a nível da democracia no mundo e a 3ª a nível do continente africano. Segundo o índice de democracia, estamos na 39ª posição ao nível do globo, na 1ª posição entre os países africanos de língua oficial portuguesa e a 2ª em África, e na CPLP ao nível do Índice de Percepção da Corrupção 2021. Contudo, não obstante o crescente desenvolvimento da governação digital em Cabo Verde, os desafios nesta matéria são muitos. Quer na vertente de participação eletrónica, quer no incremento dos serviços públicos online e na melhoria do acesso à internet. Para além desses aspectos, a cibersegurança tem sido uma preocupação para o Governo, considerando que ainda está por efetivar o Centro Nacional de Cibersegurança e operacionalizar a equipa de resposta a incidentes de segurança, o CICERT, juntamente com os mecanismos de proteção online de crianças e jovens. De realçar que todo o desenvolvimento em matéria de governação eletrónica tem sido possível, porque Cabo Verde é uma nação que, desde os primórdios da independência, tem vindo a desenvolver de mãos dadas com o multilateralismo e a cooperação internacional, considerando que a internet atravessa fronteiras e altera a noção do território. Relativamente à África, gostaríamos de dizer que também é possível incrementar a governação eletrónica. E para que isto aconteça, devemos recorrer ao multilateralismo e à cooperação entre os países, partilhando conhecimentos, experiências práticas e teóricas, analisando as dificuldades, combatendo os desafios. E para isso é necessário que haja um compromisso forte entre as nações, que haja uma política e estratégia comum na gestão e partilha dos dados, que seja definido uma política de integração dos sistemas de informação existentes em África, que sejam alocados recursos e que a alocação de recursos tenha benefícios concretos para a população, que haja uma política de partilha de dados, que se estabeleçam designadamente padrões comuns, se garanta a interoperabilidade e que se respeitem as regras relativamente à proteção de dados entre as nações no digital. É preciso ainda que se estabeleçam princípios e regras que sustentem a confiança e segurança na identidade digital na região africana. É sim possível, por via da cooperação e do multilateralismo. Permitam-me concluir dizendo que a governação eletrónica está acontecendo em África, embora ainda haja um longo caminho a percorrer. E estamos em crer que juntos, cooperando mutuamente, partilhando experiências positivas e negativas, com uma parceria estratégica celebrada entre diversos países africanos e instituições multilaterais, como a União Africana, o Banco Africano para o Desenvolvimento, o Banco Mundial, as Nações Unidas e respectivas agências, seguramente alcançaremos o resultado almejado, que é garantir um desenvolvimento social e sustentável para todos de forma constante, a todo o tempo, sem deixar ninguém para trás. Muito obrigada.
Thank you, Minister. I think so much in your talk, especially a new framing of how Africa should think about its development pathways. The strength no longer lies in bronze, but in brains, and ICT is certainly the brains of Africa's future development. And of course, paired that with the human sustainable development, all the themes that you spoke about. And this is not possible without international cooperation, but we first need to deepen collaboration within the African continent, share experiences amongst ourselves. And I certainly think that your country is at the leading edge in this revolution, and very inspiring talk. Now we're going to call our last speaker, Deputy Minister Kana Pilane Mojage. Dr. Mojage is Deputy Minister for the Public Services and Administration. She has really extensive experience in the public sector, the private sector, and development organizations. Some of her previous roles include as Chief Executive for the Commission on Gender Equality, Executive Director in the private sector for VIP Consulting Engineers. She's also worked for the European Union Foundation for Human Rights in South Africa, a project that she championed vigorously to get the EU to fund the Foundation for Human Rights. She holds a doctoral degree from the University of South Africa, Masters in Social Sciences from the University of KwaZulu-Natal, and a Diploma in Developmental Studies from Stanford University. Let's welcome Dr. Pilane Mojage. Please come in.
Program Director, for the introduction. Let me say all protocols observed. It's a pleasure for me to address this gathering today. Quite something that is important for development of our countries within the multilateralism that we've come here today to talk about. In relation to the theme of the conference, South Africa derives its mandate from the 1996 White Paper on Science and Technology, which introduced the concept of National System of Innovation, a set of interacting organizations and policies through which South Africa creates, acquires, diffuses, and put into practice new knowledge to help achieve individual and collective goals. As a country, we planned to focus on producing new knowledge, generating and exploiting knowledge and innovation for inclusive economic development, healthcare innovation, developing human capital, developing infrastructure, and championing innovation. E-governance continues to be paramount to the way we do things and live, the way we include vulnerable groups such as elderly, women, youth, and people with disabilities in a way that brings them with in any developmental agenda. Earlier this year, I spent many hours in a public service hackathon with teams of youth, some recent graduates, some students, some still training, working on solving public service challenges. These young people all shared the same two wishes. Number one, opportunities to help solve government challenges through new digital solutions and access affordable broadband to revolutionize connectivity at all levels in the lives of South Africans. Therefore, when reflecting on the topic of this discussion, harnessing multilateralism for digital governance development, cognizance needs to be taken that digital governance is about reflecting globally on people-centered approach with special interest also in the generations to come. The 2022 government survey on e-governance indicates that fixed broadband subscriptions in South Africa have jumped from 48% in 2020 to 83.7% in 2022. This demonstrates massive investment in fiber connectivity in South Africa. South Africa Connect, a company, is one of such initiatives in its first phase that brought broadband connectivity to 900 government institutions that were not yet connected or connected with very slow copper lines. Phase 2, that is currently being rolled out, will add an additional 4,000 institutions, mostly rural schools, clinics, and police stations. Just to deal with digital divide. By doing this, we create an enabling environment for innovation, for learning, telehealth, real-time policing, to name but a few. Digital inclusion goes hand in hand with digital skills development of both public servants and citizens. Thus, the importance of gathering here today as countries to share our expertise to improve what we already have, to peer review, and to step up the game where there is slow progress, like it is the case with connectivity in South Africa. There is slow pace, though there is so much that is actually being done. But much more is actually being done in silos, and this is our weakness. We are really lagging behind when it comes to connectivity across government. This has resulted in continued service delivery challenges we are grappling with, but still hope to manage to deal with as we continue with connectivity and improved technology. Ironically, this takes place in the background of South Africa hosting the Square Kilometre Array, SKA, an international union of radio science project meant to act as a catalyst for science, technology, and engineering, business opportunities, jobs and innovation, and has a potential to put Africa on the map as a world big data and analytics hub. Hosted by South Africa and Australia, SKA will extend or is extending into 8 African countries and will be the world's biggest telescope. It is also one of the biggest ever scientific projects and multinational collaboration in the name of science, with thousands of linked radio waves receptors in Australia and in Southern Africa. It is said that the SKA radio telescope constantly scans space and feed the data to astronomers around the world. Here, this is where we're talking about big data that may be exploited for development or developmental work. This project requires supercomputing power and big data management and analytics capabilities on an unprecedented scale, with Africa still being the lowest in terms of UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs e-Government Survey 2022 that has just been presented this morning. New skills and competencies are therefore required towards realization of these goals. In this regard, our government has already conducted digital skills audit to identify points of intervention for training in public service, working collaboratively with academia. Where skills exist, the South African Government Center for Public Service Innovation encourages and harnesses innovation that has brought about a number of in-house digital solutions in public service, such as the one recently conducted by Youth Group that developed a new business registration portal. Just the example is what is called the Biz Portal. With this Biz Portal, it makes it possible to register, for example, for a business in 45 minutes. You have easy access to acquiring tax number, opening a bank account, and registering a web domain. As a country, we have to become more agile and more integrated in our approach to cope with these complex challenges. Looking beyond the borders for solution is our approach to connectivity and digitization challenges that are persistent. That's why we talk multilateralism. Within our limited resources, we have also complied to obligations, to treaties we have acceded to through a number of pieces of legislation adopted just to domesticate these treaties that we have adopted. This clearly spells out our approach in good faith to multilateralism that should be for the benefit of all players or all countries to accelerate growth, peace, and security in our countries. We all have a common purpose, and that is to protect and empower citizens so that we can be in the position to give them a better life. Technology and data do not see national borders. The questions to ask is, how do we collectively ensure that algorithms are transparent and applied ethically? That's question number one. Number two, how do we actively enable digital inclusion, and that no one is left behind digitally. Number 3, how do we promote equity and transparency in the digital world? Multilateral partnerships should recognize that countries are not equally resourced to sustain commitments, whilst also adhering clearly to clearly stated conditions and principles towards desired digitized world and making the world a better place to live in. As a country, we have done so much in terms of e-governance. I will just give an example of just but a few of some of the e-governance solutions that we have actually managed to have. Number 1 is the e-charge sheet that is actually used within the police system that will actually allow you to manage to, throughout the country, get to know which case was actually reported where and when. We have an EID, that is the National Identity Document, or a card. We have now TV media channels that have been changed from monologue to digital. There's also e-telemedicine that goes hand in hand with e-outpatients registration, when a patient comes in and they report themselves. And this is just about saving the cost for medication. If you've been given medication in one clinic and you come into this clinic and you want to present yourself as coming for the first time, the system will actually tell. Also e-dispensary, we have e-hailing. We had challenges with ambulances, and e-hailing system is actually coming into that space where you find that there will be a way of actually getting something like an Uber to be turned into an ambulance and make it possible for patients to manage to reach hospitals in time. We have e-recruitment system. Once you apply once in the public service, you don't have to apply to give same information every time you want to apply for a position. The information will be there for us to actually manage to speedily process job applications. We also have got e-registration, though for now it's actually used in the one province of Gauteng, where parents actually through the net manage to actually apply and have a school identified for their children for the next year. That is coupled with e-learning that has actually been introduced in schools, and this was part of the solution for COVID-19 when children were at home and not going to school. There's also e-justice system that actually also take into consideration case flow management, case reprimand, and e-filing. There's also e-signature that we've just recently introduced within government. And all of these are actually supported by the number of pieces of legislation that we've actually passed. We have the cybercrime, it's no longer a bill, I think it's an act now because it has just been signed by the president. We have the Protection of Personal Information Act, and a whole range of pieces of legislation that actually goes hand in hand with all the e-governance solutions that we are in the process of actually putting together as a country. I thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Quite a lot there on the importance of human capital development, how we develop new skills for the digital age. Also, just how the government and the private sector could work together with government delivering the right ecosystem for the private sector to be able to operate, to register, to do tax filings, and to deliver services. And also thanks for your remarks on the suite of e-services in South Africa. Certainly not perfect, but I think we are on the right path, as you presented, Deputy Minister, and also something that we don't talk about a lot, which is how do we use the digital technologies to deliver or to foster a safer, peaceful, and inclusive global society. On that note, in the next 10 minutes, we are going to have a really very brief discussion. We already out of our time. I'd like to call the participants to take their seats, and we'll do a very brief questions and answers and land the discussion in closure. Thanks.
Sentar ali.
I think perhaps the best place to start the discussion, and maybe to start with you, Ms. Duarte, I mean, you spoke a lot.
Brother, first, member states. Always. First, member states. Always.
You spoke about quite a lot about the interplay between globalization and multilateralism. And I mean, if we look at the history of the various multilateral institutions, they have not served the African continent as best as they could due to the interplays of power in the multilateral system, even though they are established to deliver equity, but they have not done so effectively, which is why we still see the divides as you presented. What lessons can we learn from the failures, as well as the strengths of the multilateral institutions in thinking about a multilateral accord for digital governance across different dimensions?
Thank you. I will try to be very, very brief. As the Secretary General said in a very clear way, multilateralism is not an option, it's a necessity, it's a must. We have no better alternative. Let's stick to that one. Let's be pragmatic. Second, I do believe that we reach a stage that we need to be more conscious about globalization's nature. Let me give you a very quick example. Does make sense to criticize that the planet is round? It's round. That's it. So globalization produces inequalities. It's globalization nature, period. Let's move on. What should we do to deal with these inequalities in a very pragmatic way? So don't waste time criticizing globalization because it's much above us. Let's be together and address the challenges and the problems that globalization brings to our desks and our tables. And then multilateralism needs to play, I believe, this role. And this is the reason I mentioned the second function. Third, regarding to Africa, I agree with all my distinct member states here that Africa is fighting, is literally fighting to adopt e-governance. But we need also to acknowledge that sometimes the rules of the game are not clear. And to access to technologies, believe me, there are huge barriers, starting for the intellectual property barriers. They are amazing. So I do believe that we need to do our homework. Just as parents, I just completed 6 years. And I just took a decision as an African citizen. I have no time to blame. I have no time to beg. I have no time. So what we need is, as Africans, we need to do our homework. We lose 88 billion is our fault. is our responsibility. As Minister of Cape Verde said very well, let's get together, do our homework, and go to the international arena in a much better position to influence the rules of the game. Otherwise, we'll be business as usual. Back to you.
Thank you for that. And just maybe to segue to Minister Oliveira, and you're driving a very powerful, really powerful portfolio, but the one that is likely to elicit a lot of resistance within government, where there is path dependence and also inertia to do things in a certain way. Because if you drive modernization, there are vested interests that want processes to work the way they used to work, because if all of a sudden you introduce change, there is a great deal of discomfort. People have to learn new ways of doing things. Can you share with us how you manage to persuade your colleagues in government, other ministers, and for them to adopt a different paradigm, how you nudge change within government, and what are some of the strategies you deploy to overcome silos and minimize frictions as you drive this agenda?
Efetivamente, dos problemas que enfrentamos a nível do governo tem a ver essencialmente com a lógica de silos que existe nos departamentos governamentais. E existe muita resistência à mudança, e cada membro de governo às vezes acha que aqui é a minha área, é o meu setor, ninguém mais entra e ninguém mais ordena. Então é uma luta constante para demonstrar como é que a uniformização, o alinhamento, a priorização, tendo em conta a estratégia do governo e as medidas definidas para podermos avançar. Há muita tendência para proliferação de medidas, e às vezes esta proliferação de medidas e de investimento tecnológico acaba por levar à ineficiência. E considerando que Cabo Verde é um país que tem parcos recursos financeiros, temos que maximizar os recursos que são investidos. E a relação entre o custo e benefício, o benefício obviamente tem que ser muito maior. E então é muito importante que haja um alinhamento, que haja uma coordenação e que haja um departamento que defina as medidas de políticas conforme o programa do governo, garanta esse alinhamento, esteja a monitorizar o investimento e a implementação das medidas de governação para que possamos, sim, alcançar os objetivos traçados com os recursos poucos que temos, mas que sejam eficientes e eficazes em prol da nossa população. É tudo.
Wonderful, thank you. And to you, Minister Bariomonsi, you spoke about some of the innovations in Uganda and how you've developed, I think now 3 data centers. And the question that comes is, oftentimes the data centers, the data that is housed in these data centers, the African governments have no control over it. It's located, it's in data centers of big tech that are US based oftentimes, and that takes away agency, Africa's agency. And maybe your experience in Uganda is different. What are some of the laws and regulations to protect and safeguard citizens' data that is located in these data centers, and who owns these data centers?
Thank you very much. I think as we address this question of digital divide, Uganda and the other African countries and the developing countries lagging behind there is a need for mutual respect across all the countries, so that when we have a partnership with any country, with any agency, let's play a fair game. True, there's that challenge of where we generate data, but you find our own countries are hosting the data outside, and the data can be stolen and maybe abused. But we try to engage the different partners so that there is reciprocal respect, and that even when we build a data center, somebody should not go behind and just use this data without authorization and the knowledge of our own country. So this is the challenge that we have, but I think we have not had a major problem disagreeing with any partner or having others take our data. But we have to remain conscious of that. But I think sometimes the challenge with us, the African leaders, maybe we are the problem with ourselves. Sometimes we are co-authors of our own misfortunes. And therefore, we must put our act together as leaders in Africa. There are lots of skills in Africa. Most of those platforms which I displayed have been developed by our own scientists, our IT experts. And therefore, we just need collaboration, we need support, and we need to cooperate. As other colleagues have said, we have the African Union, for instance, that brings the countries together. We have regional economic communities, like the East African Community, the South African Development Corporation, SADC. We have ECOWAS in Western Africa. We have ICAS in Central Africa. The question becomes, how are our governments working together to see that this digital transformation, this digital governance can be handled at a regional level through. And I think Africa is waking up, and we shall get there, including protecting our own data. And we have put in place laws. Like in Uganda, we have the data protection law, which we have put in place, and we safeguard the data and information about our citizens.
I'm glad you touched on the regional collaboration, because when I was sitting there, it was a question I had noted for you, but
yes,
you preempted.
I read your mind
yeah.
before I said it.
Deputy Minister, I'm going to ask you some difficult questions, because if I don't, they will say I have biases because I'm from South Africa. The country has a legacy, an apartheid legacy of socio-economic inequalities that seem to be very intractable and also have deepened within the urban centers between the well-to-do suburbia and marginal townships, as well as between the rural and the urban. What do you see as the possibilities to use digitalization to overcome some of these challenges? You highlighted some of the offerings that South Africa has begun to develop around telemedicine and other suites of e-services. What should be an approach for a country like South Africa to optimize digital governance to overcome some of these historical legacy challenges, but also the new challenges that have emerged, around the inefficiencies at local government level? What do you see as catalyzing factors from digital governance point of view?
Thank you, Program Director. South Africa is quite a very different country, and I wouldn't actually only just focus on the apartheid legacy. I like the idea that you actually say to me I should actually also look at current challenges, because we have new and different challenges as compared to what has actually been brought about by the apartheid legacy. We are an economic hub of Africa, and understanding the conditions in Africa, most of Africans think that life is in South Africa. And this has actually become a challenge for us because we have population explosion in South Africa, which is something that we need to begin to devise means and ways of knowing how to deal with it. And then when it comes to the migrants that come into South Africa, we have developed the Border Management Agency Act that we are thinking might actually assist. But I think that's where also e-governance must heavily come in. Because for now, the biggest challenge is that we have so many people that are undocumented in our country. They come in visiting and they don't go back home. And they become part of the population. So when we do population, what do we call it when you count? When you do the census, we do the census on the known people in South Africa, not the unknown people. And this somehow confuses the equation in terms of service delivery. We're not saying once we know that they are in South Africa illegally, it means just taking them out. We're saying we need to know whether you are legal or not legal, so that when we actually plan, we can even actually plan about your presence. Because the schools get overloaded, the health system gets overloaded, the police system gets overwhelmed, the crime level goes up, and also in terms of investigations, it becomes difficult when you don't know who is in the country. So basically, these are the new challenges that we have as South Africa that we're hoping that through e-governance, we will be in the position to manage to come up with solutions for. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thanks, Deputy Minister. I'm going to take only 2 questions. Okay, I'll take those that have been raised, and then we'll close it at that. I'll start with you, sir. I'll come to you, and then you'll be the last. Yeah, you, I think, yeah, yes. Yeah.
So thank you very much for the honorable panel. Couple of things, couple of thoughts that I want to share. Number one, when we talk about digital governance, and if we look at the early start of the digital governance, we see that there was a promise that digital governance comes in stages, and the first promise was the information availability, correct? Now, when we hear words like in a catch-up scenario, lagging behind, these things are pretty confusing for me. Well, they shouldn't be confusing, but catch up with what? Catch up how long? Lagging behind with what? I think these questions needs to be answered. And you mentioned legacy. I think we must not forget that there is a big colonial legacy that sits around on top of our heads. And we keep building digital solutions on top of those legacy solutions. So the question is, multilateralism would be great. It would work, absolutely. But we are forgetting one important, crucial point. If we look at, digital technologies are what we want them to be. We don't want them to be digital Frankenstein, do we? You know? So the question really is, if we take away the digital technologies, they were supposed to be alternatives. So the question is, are these information availabilities still there or not? I think that's the question we need to answer with reference to lagging behind and catch-up scenarios. Thank you.
I get you very well. I hope the panelists got you, because they will answer as they close. Yes, the gentleman in front. Yeah, if you can also just let us know, I forgot to ask the previous one, your name and your organization.
Hello, yes. Hello, I'm Walter Gehr. I'm with the Austrian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I was intrigued by the statement of the distinguished minister of Uganda when he talked about multilateralism versus multi-stakeholderism. And I wonder whether you feel individually and collectively comfortable with the notion that big tech companies should get the same status as you, as your states, the same diplomatic status. They would be sovereign. That would be be higher than your domestic law, or maybe even higher than international law in sometimes if they don't adhere to it? Thank you very much.
Powerful question. Probably will add to it when the panelists respond. So please go ahead.
Exactly.
So it's really about governance more than technology to move to the international space with digital government solutions. The second reason I would say, if we look at the responsibility to tackle policy issues, for example, expressed in the SDG framework, the responsibility is with the national institutions. And we are using digital government to empower these institutions to have, to increase their capacity to solve locally defined national policy challenges. Nevertheless, so there is a legitimate call, I think, to the digital government research community to look at the challenge of international digital government beyond, say, European Union and cross-border services, but also seeking a common collective solutions to the problems that cannot be solved by countries acting alone. So it's a comment, but it's also a call to my colleagues.
Thanks. Thanks. We're really out of time. I'm going to allow the very, very last, the lady here. Yeah, and then we really are closing from that. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I am not so much adding a new question, but rather perhaps wrapping up what was also said in the introduction and also what my Austrian colleague addressed. And I am from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs from Estonia. And it is actually related to the role of governments shaping the virtual world. All the risks that we are associating with technological trends and the use, the implications it has to democracy, the implications it has actually also to our national security, as we very well also saw now with in relation to the war in Ukraine, both positive and negative. The impact of misinformation and disinformation in the virtual world, but also private players playing a huge role in restoring internet connection for Ukraine. So my question actually is building on this. So how do you see the role of private sector? Maybe not as as intriguing as my Austrian colleague, but it is clear that they will have a role in tech diplomacy, as they are already now having. So how do you see it is shaping or changing a diplomacy that has traditionally focused on state-to-state negotiations and not that much on state and private sector? So how do you see it changing the global arena and also the role of all these organizations that were also mentioned that have shaped this world space and order?
Thank you. If you take, please, no more than 1 minute to wrap up and respond to the questions that we posed. Pick a question. The questions are really not definitive, so there might not be answers to all the questions, but they also provoke us to think further. But I like the questions that came from the middle row because they deep, but they also kind of grapple with assumptions that we have about lagging behind or catching up. So please go ahead. Let's start from my side this time around. Deputy Minister.
Okay, thank you. I would like to go to the question that actually asks, what do we do with the legacy of colonialism? Because it exists, it's there. How do we then manage to, within this legacy, step up the game for Africa? I guess it's for Africa. You didn't actually define geographically what you mean. And indeed, sometimes there's this thing of talking about leveling the playing fields. Because we may have expectations, but the fact of the matter is that other countries will lag behind based on the legacy of colonialism. And maybe these are some of the things when we come together, we need to talk about. And not only just talk about them, but look at how do we then come up with redress mechanisms. Because, talk is okay, but does it actually elicit any kind of results or effect if no action is taken? So I think your question is very important. And it's a very difficult question because there has been forums where all of this that you're talking about has been discussed. I don't know whether you remember the United Nations racism conference that took place in South Africa. We dealt with that. And there's a number of issues that have been left hanging that were never actually addressed. And those issues centers around redress, because redress would actually help to pull Africa from, and I keep on saying Africa, and you might actually be having other continents in mind, to pull it out of the situation it is in. And it's like sometimes when you are in a race, and you actually say to those that have got resources on your marks with the others that have got nothing. And we're hoping that the results and the goal will be reached the same way. It becomes impossible. And I think these are some of the things that we need to begin to actually put on the table so that we can talk about them, to see to what extent we may actually be in the position to leverage the states that are lagging behind that you talk about. And then also I wanted to address the sovereignty of the state versus participation of the private sector, to say, I do not think there could be a situation where the private sector could actually have to be on the same level with the government, just for the sake of sovereignty of states. In our country, South Africa, the private sector comes in and they've got a very big role to play. And we have created a very good environment to actually manage to promote a good business environment through a number of pieces of legislation. The one thing that we keep on complaining about is that, business is thriving in South Africa, but we are a country that is grappling with unemployment, poverty and inequalities. What we continue to want to make business to be conscious of is that as you manage to come into the country and manage to create wealth, how to make the people of the country to share the wealth is just creating jobs. If there could be jobs, as these companies are actually getting rich. And also to be sure that not too much money is actually taken out of the country. Otherwise there will be money, lots of money that is made for the country, and the country will get nowhere. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Minister, and then we'll move that way.
Thank you very much. 2 comments. One, yes, Africa, we have suffered slave trade, colonialism, but we don't want to be imprisoned by those experiences. we must move on. Uganda has been independent now for 60 years. And what we are calling for is the collaboration, is the partnership, is learning from each other so that we can move and make advances. And therefore, we as African leaders should put our act together, work together, learn from each other, learn from the rest of the world, and be able to run and catch up with the rest. I think the issue of lagging behind, there are indicators which we use to measure digital transformation. The question is, I think somebody said in Sweden, almost everybody is connected. How many people are connected in Uganda? The percentage is still low. So the issue of lagging behind is real. We are speaking about communities which we represent, that more needs to be done to ensure that our people can also be connected. Like the woman I showed you in the slide. Is she able to communicate to somebody in the US, in China, in Sweden, the way you communicate with everybody in the world? And that's what we are tackling. So therefore, the issue of lagging behind is a reality, and we must address that gap. Now, the issue of stakeholderism. I am not saying that the private entities, the NGOs, should have supremacy over states. No. The point I was raising is that from the fall of the Cold War, we have seen a rise in many NGOs, non-government organizations. Some local in countries, others transnational, regional, international, and they play a lot of role in what goes on. From the early 90s, with the structural adjustment reforms, we have seen private sector actors growing and becoming stronger. And therefore, we cannot hide our heads in the sand. We must realize that fact and see how to deal with them. You will find a company like MTN, which is a telecom company operating in Uganda from South Africa, has a bigger budget than my ministry, which supervises it. So how do we relate? So those are realities. I was just posing questions. I gave an example of where, when we went into elections last year, Facebook, in our view as government, took a partisan stand and was campaigning our party, the political party where I belong. And we had to take a decision to cut it off. So if you get a private player like Facebook having a political interest in a country, how do we relate with that organization? We have seen, I think, one of the satellite companies pledging support to Ukraine in the war between Russia and Ukraine. So there are diplomatic and diplomacy implications. There are relationship implications, which we as countries must be able to address through legislation, through regulatory instruments, but also through diplomacy, how we relate with them. I think it's just food for thought, that as we relate with these companies, with these private players, it goes beyond state to state. It goes beyond country to country, but these are big players doing useful work, but we must learn how to relate with them in order to have peace and in order not to have political instability, sometimes occasioned by some of these agencies. We have NGOs that come to interfere with the politics in Africa. They are welcome, but how do we relate with them? So all these are issues. I may not have the answer, but I'm not saying the government must be lower than these NGOs, but we must have a framework where we regulate whatever goes on, and then we work as partners to advance the socio-economic transformation which we all desire and improve the quality of life of the people that we lead as leaders of all aspects.
Thanks, Minister. Minister Oliveira?
Eu vou falar particularmente do caso de Cabo Verde que eu conheço. Efetivamente, Cabo Verde foi colonizado por Portugal e, naturalmente, a nossa legislação quase sempre é parecida com a legislação portuguesa, a nossa organização administrativa do Estado é parecida com a portuguesa e esta relação tem ganhos tem aspectos positivos, tem negativos. Tem mais positivos, obviamente, do que negativos, mas tem alguns aspectos negativos. Nomeadamente o fato de muitas das soluções que são implementadas em Cabo Verde resultam de meras transposições de desenvolvimento tecnológico que é feito em Portugal, mas que resulta do seu enquadramento e da sua inserção na União Europeia. E considerando que a realidade não é igual, então essa transposição muitas vezes leva a que várias soluções não sejam as mais adequadas. Então, nesta parte, eu acho que a relação deve ser de parceria, devemos sim implementar lá onde é possível, mas temos que considerar sempre a realidade e o contexto do país. E por isso, durante a minha intervenção, eu referi ao fato de devermos ter uma perspectiva mais afrocêntrica, ou seja, conhecer as melhores práticas, quer dos países colonizadores, quer de outros países, mas sempre tentar implementar uma solução de acordo com o nosso contexto, com o nosso estado de desenvolvimento e maturidade, porque as situações, obviamente, não são similares. O nível de alfabetização da população, a forma de organização do Estado, até a penetração da internet, o acesso à internet e muitas das soluções que são desenvolvidas no mundo ocidente pressupõem que algumas coisas já estão garantidas, nomeadamente a questão da literacia digital. Há, por exemplo, em vários países, em termos de procedimentos, se estabelece que o procedimento deve ser sempre eletrónico. Isso pressupõe que haja um alto nível de literacia digital da população. Mas em África e em Cabo Verde, concretamente, não é bem assim. Então, como é que vamos, sim, fomentar o incremento da governação digital, mas considerando o facto de que muitas pessoas não têm acesso à internet, não sabem sequer ler? Então, daí a questão da adaptação e do contexto. Penso que em África temos sim que cada vez mais fomentar o desenvolvimento da governação eletrónica, mas a questão da implementação da tecnologia e, nomeadamente, mais concretamente, por exemplo, na questão do atendimento, penso que o atendimento digital assistido é primordial em determinados países da África. Por isso, considero efetivamente que é muito relevante a questão dos investigadores virarem para o contexto da África, conhecerem a realidade africana e aí desenharem soluções que sejam efetivamente adequadas com a realidade da África. Porque podemos sim copiar, mas não basta copiar. Devemos copiar o que é bom, mas que se adapta e que se aplica dentro da nossa realidade.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Minister. Ms. Duarte, you can just really nicely bring it all together for us as you have the final word. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'll be very quick because I think we are a little bit tired. So, your question is very, very pertinent. Allow me to start very quickly taking the last part of the Secretary General's intervention today. I don't know if you notice, he ended his intervention talking about principles and values. And it was not a coincidence, because the EGOV is much more than developing or buying technological platforms. And at the international level, why there is an empty space in terms of international EGOV? Because much before that, going upstream, there is a huge emptiness in terms of regulatory frameworks. The rules of the game are dark. You have, let's go to the box. You have a ring. You put 120 kilos and you invite someone 20 kilos to fight. I don't go there. Don't invite me to go to that fight the 120 kilos because I'm not going there. And this is the reality as far as EGOV is concerned. So the rules of the game are unclear, and there is a huge emptiness from a regulatory standpoint. Why? Because, unfortunately, in the past couple of decades, global and collective leadership has been eroding. So I do believe that you have, how can I say, more serious challenge to address so that we can get there. Going very quickly to your question. Africa, for me, and my dear brothers, correct if I'm wrong, and I will look from a policymaker standpoint, and I'll be quickly. Uganda has been independent for 60 years. When African countries reach their independence, they inherit a state with a certain profile, the colonial states. Basic two functions, not more. Rule of law and tax collection. That was. That was what we got in the 60s. And those states were called to implement the independence vision by the founders. No way to get there. The state, the profile of the states that have been inherited, no way they could deliver that vision. Of course, failure. And then what, usually I talk in a very open way. What happened in the 80s? This is history. World Bank has reported that. What happened? When the African states that we inherit fail to deliver the independence vision, because what we inherit was rule of law and tax collection, what they told us, state is a bad boy. You are incompetent. You are completely unable to do anything. Let's unfetter the market and roll back the state policies. And this is what happened in the 80s, fragilizing even more African states. And now we are trying to build the inflection point. Some African states succeed, and I'm proud to tell that my country succeeds in inflection that. Others still struggling. Not because you are smarter, no. Because there are some African states that suffer much more influence from external factors than others. Impossible. You have the same pace and the same path. Impossible. So when you say lagging behind, I will give you another example. COVID-19. 2.5 million girls out of school. Developed countries, in 60 days, they put a solution on the table. E-learning. Everybody went back to school. These 2.5 million girls, as we speak, still out of school. This is lagging behind. So we had no tools to address the challenge that land in our desks as policymakers. No tools. And these make a question that EGOV in Africa, with all my due respect, please, do not see us as consumption markets of iPads. Because that we don't want. You want, and we need to be very careful. Because, of course, we don't mind to buy this. That's okay. But I do believe from a policy-making standpoint, our concern, what is inside. The content. As the content will deliver empowerment, because at the end of the day, what we want, since you are starting our journey of building our own democracies, what we want is to avoid some mistakes. That countries that have gone the same path. So let's start using this to empower infra-municipalities. So they participate. And I hope that by empowering infra-municipalities, we look at African experience of democracy. Because you look at us as we are a continent empty of democracy. No, no. If you go to a village, there is only one chief, yes. But before that chief takes a decision, he talks to everybody. He announced the decision, but he talks to everybody. Can we leverage that in our models? So what my colleague said, when you adopt e-governance, let's take as starting point our reality. Otherwise, we'll be transforming iPad market consumptions.
Yeah.
And we don't want. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd really like to thank you for your openness and generosity with your insights and experiences. You laid out the problems and the bad and the good, but also provided some proposed solutions to those. And thanks to you for your questions and for staying engaged. And once again, I apologize for overstretching this session. Before we close it, I'd like to call Elisabeth to give us the next step. Okay, we over for the day. Please look at the program for tomorrow. Thank you so much.
And thanks to you.